Okay, I'm starting, sir.
लघु वाले को पिन करने बोलिए। लघु वाले को पिन कर दो।
I will now request our guests to please be seated on the dais. I now request Mr. Yashwant Mishra sir to welcome our guest of honor, Mr. ABPS Chakravarti sir, by offering a bouquet. I now request Mr. Krishna Balaji sir to welcome our chief guest, Dr. Ramakrishnan sir, by offering a bouquet. I now request Mr. ICS Verma sir to welcome our chairperson, Dr. Shashibala Singh ma'am, by offering a bouquet. I now invite Mr. Yashwant Mishra sir to give welcome speech on the behalf of LPC team.
Slide, please. Good morning, friends.
Good morning, sir.
It is my privilege to be a part of NIPER today. To start with, I am thankful and grateful to our chairperson, Shashibala ma'am, for giving us this opportunity to come here and interact with the students. I welcome our guest of honor, Chakravarti LPC sir, to accept our invite to be a part of this August occasion. He is very busy, and apart from his busy schedule, he took some time to interact with us and our students. Thank you very much. I'm also thankful and grateful to Dr. A. Ramakishan sir, Deputy Drug Controller of India, to accept our invite, being humble enough to come here and interact with us. Sir, thank you very much. Life Pharma Coalition is a global knowledge and networking forum for pharma professionals. We invite pharma professionals across functions like manufacturing, sales and marketing, academic, and HR L&D to come and interact with us and share their views on current challenges and changing dynamics of our industry. You all will agree with me that dynamics are changing very rapidly. Newer restrictions and regulations are coming. Companies are getting a tough time to get the affordable medicine for the human beings. And technology is also changing very rapidly. So it is very important for all of us to come together and discuss the challenges and also address what are the best practices. Next, please. Life Pharma Coalition, as I mentioned, change the slide, please. Okay, these are the founding members of Life Pharma Coalition, Mr. Raman Marke, Yashwant Mishra, and ICS Verma. Around 2 years back, we started this journey during the lockdown to interact and utilize the lockdown time and share the best practices, what is the best way. That is how we started. And later on, this is the August list of people like Ganesh Nayak sir, Executive Director Zadas, OP Singh sir, Global CEO Acube, they are our mentors and advisors. ABPS Chakravarti sir, today he is there with us. Mr. Shabash Alam, Dilip Singh Rathore, President of GD Pharma, Ramesh Juneja, former Vice President Reliance Network, Dr. P.K. Rajput, former Vice President Domestic and International Kerala, Mr. Manoj Saxena, Head of India and Southeast Asia in Bayer, and also Mr. Ashok Bhadia, Global CEO, Abacus Pharma. They are our mentors and guides who guide us to how to take this Life Pharma Coalition, a small initiative, to a global platform. Next. This is our executive team member who are relentlessly working, and every Sunday, 11 o'clock, we go live on Facebook and YouTube and invite different speakers and moderators to share their views in different functions. Next, please. This is what we are proud of. Recently, we received Pharma Ratna Award for the largest webinar of the healthcare industry in 2022, and we credit this honor to each and every participant, members and core team members who are behind this success. This is the glimpse of our last conclave, LPC 100 conclave in Mumbai. It was a huge success. After that, we have LPC 125 conclave at Ahmedabad. Yes, this is the glimpses of some LPC 125 conclave at Ahmedabad. And third was LPC conclave 3.0 at SIS College, Navi Mumbai. And after this, we are here today. That is LPC conclave. These are some media partners who always showcase our initiatives. Next step. And this is what we are here. We are proud to announce today is our LPC 150th episode. LPC 150 conclave. Glorious episode of learning and caring. You'll be surprised to know in this journey, not a single Sunday we have given break. Even in Holi, Diwali and Independence Day, we have done our program activities on Sunday. So we are thankful to each one of you for being present here, and we look forward for your support in future also. Next slide. This is the conclave agenda today. We have August gathering of keynote speakers, some panel discussions on leadership, marketing, learning and development, and academics. We are looking forward to learning. Thank you once again. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. It is my pleasure to introduce Dr. Shashibala Singh ma'am. Ma'am has over 35 years of experience and an impressive list of accolades to her name. Currently, ma'am is the Director of National Institute of Pharmaceutical Education and Research, Hyderabad. Ma'am was awarded with Professor K.N. Sharma Odation Award in 2021 and also FICCI Award of Excellence, Women in R&D by Center of Innovation, Science and Technology Commercialization for outstanding contribution as Women Scientist in Biological Sciences in 2019. Ma'am is an active researcher in various facets of physiology and pharmacology and has completed 25 plus research projects. Ma'am has also held prestigious positions such as Distinguished Scientist and Director General, Life Sciences at DRDO and Director of DIHR at ILE. Ma'am is a fellow member of more than 10 scientific societies worldwide. Ma'am has 27 national and international patents, 45 plus national and international awards and recognitions, and over 200 national and international publications. It is our privilege to have you, ma'am, as our director and as our chairperson today. I now request Dr. Shashibala Singh, ma'am, to kindly address the gathering.
Good morning and namaskar to everyone present here. Thank you for being here today on Sunday morning and really seeing all of you. You know, I feel that it's a good time to have this workshop, and the way it has been described by my predecessor. This is every Sunday you are organizing this event. Really heads off to each one of you for part of this. At the outset, I would like to welcome our esteemed chief guest, Mr. Ramakrishna Garu sir, Deputy Drug Controller of India. I think everyone knows him. He doesn't need an introduction. As soon as when I joined Hyderabad, first person which I met was Mr. Ramakrishna Garu sir, and then I know, you know, he has so much of vigor. The way he will speak, you can see he speaks from his heart. I mean, listening to him, he will be absorbing all of us to his talk. So really great. So thank you for being with us today in the morning. Then Mr. Chakravarti, again, very accomplished person, has a lot of portfolio to his credit, which he's leading. And we look forward from both of you, how do we want you to guide Hyper Hyderabad also to achieve greater heights. And I'm sure with you coming to Hyper Hyderabad and taking us along will be a very interesting journey for Hyper and for Hyper's growth. Digital India. The title of the conference is Digital Transformation Across Pharmaceutical. I think digital is a buzzword which has been there for the last few years, maybe 5 to 7 years. We talk of digital India now, and digital health, digital banking, and now digital transformation across pharmaceuticals, I think, which is a need of ours. And I want to congratulate this whole body who is working towards it, and how do we sort of make this digital India more successful, more part of each one of us, especially the common person. We have seen the transformation through this digital technology, how we are able to serve, how the India is able to serve the common person. If you look at it, the way digital health, digital finance, sitting at home, you can do all the transactions safely, securely. And then this has really improved transaction. It has improved quality of life, because now you don't have to go every day or maybe once or twice a month to a bank or to your, wherever you want to have transactions. You do it sitting at home or sitting in your office. So this is how digital India is transforming life of each one of us. It has impacted life of each one of us. I think digitization of healthcare system is equally important, and there are a lot of steps which have been taken by the government, by the private agencies, and by the agencies which they are having today. So this is really important. Other thing is, when we talk of digital India, we are bringing cross-functional teams together. The way it is today, we have people from industry, we have people from academia, we have people from Drug Controller Journal of India. So really great, sir. I think cross-functional team always lead to better results, better progress, and also better ideas which can be taken forward. Other thing which I always feel, and we are striving very hard to be part of industry. And I can see some of you who are here with us. We feel that progress of India and progress of all the research institute, academia, or the industry have to be together. We need to be together. It has to be industry and academia which need to work together. If you look at some of the developed countries, we find that academia and industry work very closely, very, very closely. Whatever are the problems which academia and industry faces, academia is there, in the same building. I've seen it in Germany, and I've read about in China also. China, or most of the R&D which is there, which has to be done by industry, becomes a part of academia. And that's why the solutions are very fast. So I would urge my industry friends and also the policy makers who are there with us today to help us grow with them, to help us sort of be part of the industry. We are trying it, and I think with time we've seen a lot of progress, but then we need to progress more and more to be more interdependent society where we have industry, academia, policy maker to be working together. And we have witnessed this during COVID-19, how industry, academia, and policy maker were together. And because of it, I think the way we have seen COVID-19 and the way things were during COVID-19 in terms of availability of drugs, in terms of availability of vaccine, in terms of the way regulatory bodies were helping industry and academia to come up for some product was really remarkable. And this has led to the success of management of COVID-19. So I think this is very important, and we would like your interference, your indulgence in this, and we want to be part of industry. We want to be part of industry for their growth. And if they grow, I think academia will also grow together. is, so this is a good platform to connect, and I would also urge my industry partners and friends here. We have NIPER Hyderabad offers PG and PhD programs in 11 disciplines, including we have biological sciences, which offers 2 programs. One is in pharmacology, toxicology, other is regulatory toxicology. In chemical sciences, we offer 4 programs: process chemistry, medicinal chemistry, natural product, and pharmacoinformatics. Then we have a program in regulatory affairs, which is newly added program, medical devices, then pharmaceutics, then pharmaceutical analysis. So this, I think, comes to 11 programs that are being offered. We would also like that if we have industry-sponsored PG and PhD program also, and if anyone who is interested to pursue their career as PG or PhD student, we welcome people from industry. And also we would be happy that if you can come and spend some time, and also, our faculty and students can spend more time, some time in the industry. This is the ongoing process. We are already doing it, but definitely it will be good that if we can have more interaction with industry, we can understand their problem, and also, that will also help us make our student industry ready. And we are always revising our program, making it more market friendly and industry ready, so that every 2 years we are revising it. We had it during COVID, where we had a team of people coming from industry and academia together, and we were able to revise almost all our programs. And again, we also thinking of starting more programs, which will be helpful, because you have seen during COVID how the growth has been for the nutraceuticals or immunity booster, and the concept now is from rather than treating a disease, we should be able to sort of promote the health. Wellness centers are coming up in large number in all the cities. So it is better to better to promote health and promote wellness than treat the disease. Prevention is better than cure. This is how people say. So this is another concept which is being percolated down from the government and to the people who are really the stakeholders of this. So I think it's a good time. It's an opportune time for us to be part of industry and industry to part of academia. I would urge all of you for your support, help, and indulgence in this process. With this, I want to thank each one of you, especially our chief guest who is here with us, and the guest of honor, and all my colleagues who have come here to be part of this conference, and all the guests and speakers from industry who are here in the morning today. Thank you. And my dear students, I think they are the main backbone who must be preparing for a long, many days to make this event successful. Thank you, each one of you. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you for your kind words, ma'am. You are always a support and motivation for us. Mr. Chakravarti, AVPS, is the Global Ambassador for World Packaging Organization. Mr. Chakravarti has been the chairperson of Indian Institute of Packaging and co-federation of Indian Industry PACON Conference, as well as the chairperson of Express Pharma PPL Conclave. Sir is also the managing director of EcoBliss India since 2007 and president of India-Netherlands Business Association, INBA Hyderabad. Sir has also been a board member of Pharmaceutical Export Promotion Council of India and has been awarded with the Pharma Ratna. Mr. Chakravarti sir has 26 years of experience.
Those are all fancy tags. What is important is what you are giving back to the society, especially when you are speaking after the agnatic, the knowledge source and the driving force of the institute, Dr. Shashibala Madam. Slightly difficult for me, people like me to speak. Nevertheless, I'm happy a little bit. I'm speaking before my friend, Dr. Ramakishan. You're going to know why I'm saying this very soon. So I told Yashwant, I need to speak before him. So otherwise, nobody is going to listen to me. So you are going to witness that very soon. Jokes apart, It's my extreme delight to be a part of this noble initiative, I must say. Compliments to the National Institute of Pharmaceutical Education and Research, which I just called the temple for all of us, because all the educational and research institutes are temples for us. The gods are here. The gods are the faculties. Gods are the deans who are imparting that education to us, who are acting as a bridge between the academy and the industry. And we people are catalysts. It is up to you to make use of these catalysts, how best to your career, and in turn to us back to the industry. Ma'am, I just heard you saying ever since you took over, I've been following NIPER Hyderabad for a long time. I think it's extremely laudable the way you synergize with the industry, regulatory authorities, industry, and the bureaucrats as well, the policy making people. I've been watching that for a long time. I think no wonder NIPER Hyderabad has won the second rank all India in NIF ratings. As per me, it's the first rank, but for the additional facilities, 70 years old background, the other private institute stood one. But as per me, NIPER Hyderabad is #1 in India. A big round of applause to all of you and to your madam and all the deans and faculties of respective clusters and respective fields in this to make this possible. But before I start a little bit on the topic, I would like to promise you, rather, because you're asking, although you've been doing this industry connect in an extended way, in a larger way, I think that more and more is necessary for the benefit of both the parties, for the benefit of the students who are the masters in business management in the pharmaceutical education, and the masters and the graduates in the pharmacy education, and eventually for the industry as well. And as I'm lead for the Pharma and Life Sciences at Confederation of Indian Industries in Telangana, and also recently, as Dr. Ramkishan knows, I'm appointed as a chairman of Pharmaceutical Entrepreneurs, APN Telangana. I assure you, ma'am, to begin with, I will lead a delegation of the CEOs to NIPER. We'll chalk out a nice program, not for 1 day or 2 days, in year-long programs or extended programs, the way with the mentors like Dr. Ramkishan helping us together. We all will stitch a nice programs which will be beneficial for the NIPER Hyderabad, and I'll be more glad to be associated in this way. I'll be glad to spend more time in these initiatives along with the pharmaceutical CEO colleagues. Thank you very much, ma'am. This is the assurance on this stage I can give you for the future. Well, coming to today's topic, I cannot compliment more my dear friend Yashwant Mishra when he told me he's conducting a program in NIPER, and I think he also need a big round of applause. He's staying always in the background, but the man behind this working forward, even though the crowd in the hall is a little not to my expectations, but this message goes around the world because the video recordings go across, and by name itself, Life Pharma Coalition, they're all online. So anybody can visit their websites on the YouTube channels and go back to the previous congresses, whatever they conducted. I think it's a big way you are contributing to the pharmaceutical and healthcare industry. Compliments to you and your team, like Mr. Verma and Balaji and all the people. Absolutely. Well, today, my dear friends, because we are standing in the cup of pharmaceuticals, Hyderabad. As you all know, the Hyderabad is a powerhouse of the generics. But is that enough for us? The future lies much ahead of what the laurels we got. We have more number of FDA approved plants, more number of ANDA submitted from this cluster. When India stands tall in the world, the Hyderabad is surpassing the New Jersey, which is the largest ANDAs and largest FDA approved plants. It's a matter of great prestige for us. No wonder the Hyderabad is going to be the world's healthcare cluster. It's not just India's alone in the future. But eventually, with all the coordination of the academy, industry, and the people. We have to remember the services of the legends like Dr. Anjireddy Garu and others, and followed by all these current CEOs in the today's scenario, how they are helping the industry to supply the globally affordable medicines and globally affordable healthcare. Well, when we are talking about the main pillars of the whole sort of healthcare, the complex manufacturing facilities which are there in Hyderabad. I'm not going to elaborate that because today's topic is something different, which will deal on the manufacturing side sometime later. And as we very much know in the NIPER itself, that research angle, research and development, that is another major area. And now one thing surprises you, many of you may be knowing, but not too much. Are you aware the Hyderabad is hub for very high-end cross value chain global capability centers, that's called GCCs? Be it Novartis. Recently I had an opportunity to interact. I've been meeting Vas Narasimhan for a long time because every time he's a visitor here at BioAsia, not just because he has around more than 80,000 people working on the back end of pharma research. Are you aware? 80,000 numbers in Hyderabad under Novartis. So Novartis, Bayer, Medtronic, Schrödinger, BMS, Sanofi, all these, the global capability centers are stationed here. What they do? They drive and support the key R&D, the analytics and engineering globally to all the pharmaceutical and healthcare companies. So this is the greatest advantage we have. So we talked about the pharmaceutical complex manufacturing. We talked about R&D and innovations. We talked about GCCs. Now coming to the today's topic, convergence of the healthcare and technology. That's the need of the hour. All these days, the healthcare is isolated, technology is isolated. Technology, we see that it's a separate. Information technology is something different, and the biology, chemistry is something different. No longer it is the case. Tomorrow, technology has the ability to change the way we see the life sciences evolving into the future, and the way diseases are diagnosed in the future, and how the healthcare is delivered. That's the key always, the synergy. We talk about the biology meets the technology. We talk about the life sciences meet data sciences, which we are talking about in the today's seminar. The points of intersection, please note a point, my dear friends, especially the students. The point of intersection of information technology and the biotechnology, and that is what makes the future. And for all you, it's a big driving force and gives us the opportunities of the innovation and the disruption in the life care and health sciences. Of course, they offer the great value proposition to all the stakeholders. Development of holistic healthcare is possible with dynamic transformation. Of course, I would like to give the quote of Nelson Mandela here. No matter wherever you are in the life, but you have a lot more journey ahead, and you need to dream big, like our former most idol, the President of India, Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam said, always dream big. Ultimately, to give you the life-saving, cost-effective therapies and the devices, which is the need of the hour. Well, my dear friends, when you're talking about, I'm a futuristic guy. Be it it's my thoughts, or be it I learned from people like you, I always derive today's healthcare systems are always under enormous pressure. No longer, earlier in our childhood, we used to go whenever we feel like a fever or a pain in the body or something like that. We used to go to a doctor. He used to prescribe some medicine. We used to take it. And the landscape of the pharmaceutical industry and the gamut of the healthcare is completely changed. It is very unpredictable today. And it's no longer the way the healthcare was treated those days. It's completely changing. And we saw this, especially during the COVID pandemic time. We are not visiting any doctors. We're not going to any pharmacies. And the healthcare was under severe threat. We all felt this. And the rise in the lifestyle, the changing lifestyle, rapidly changing, the diseases related to lifestyle are on the rise. So the solution is always how the life sciences, how the healthcare can be evolved. And today we are talking about preventative medicine. It's not just when the disease comes, you'll be treated with a drug or something like that. For that, and the theme of this conference, the digital transformation. Don't get confused with the digitization and the digital transformation. Data is the key. We all learned data and artificial intelligence. Move away from the reactive model, which we are talking about. The reactive model is nothing but we go to a doctor, after we get a disease and he prescribes some drug and then we get treated up. But instead, imagine you will be diagnosed completely in the next 10 to 20 years. What are all the diseases you might be getting based on your gene therapy? And we are talking about it. And you must have heard the Reliance is already a front away. $150, they'll be diagnosing you with all the tests, which realize ourselves what we are going to meet with any kind of diseases based on the body structure and the chemistry of our body. So imagine even the personalized and the precision healthcare is on the anvil. We are talking about healthcare becomes more predictive and largely enabled by AI and data. We are talking about artificial intelligence intrusion into the healthcare, how it is effectively is helping us, how the data is analyzed so that the more and more personalized healthcare can be provided based on this digitized healthcare tools. Based on the remote diagnosis also, thanks to the high speed of internet, we are able to diagnose the patient, of course, supported by the proper diagnostic reports. And then in the video call, the physician, wherever you are, wherever in the part of the world, he'll be able to diagnose you. You'll be able to sense what exactly the problem and then prescribe the drugs and looking and staying at doors. You'll order that medicines or e-pharmacy or whatsoever. If something is required in additional, you'll then go to the clinics. That is how the healthcare is divided. And this is something in the new, especially for the students. I wanted to give you 2-3 more points. The body and biohacking. Have you ever heard about the biohacking? We all heard in the digitization hacking. You hack your computer, hack your mobile phone, hack your data, and corrupt your data, and they will be using for somewhere. The biohacking is going to be the key. This is a future prediction. Definitely, it's going to happen. And gene editing, genomics. This is going to be the key. Advances in the prosthetics. You must be knowing the prosthetics is when you lose a limb. Now the latest advanced medical healthcare, providing a limb which actually acts like a real human limb. And similarly, the lab-grown the body parts is going to be the future. Robotics and nanobots. Robotics you already seen. Maybe a couple of decades ago, we never thought giving our body, handing over to a machine. Can you imagine? Now the Tesla has proven a machine can go around with a heavy traffic with a 0 accident tolerance. Similarly, a robot can operate on your body with a 0 tolerance. So that has become a reality, and the robots is helping physically paralyzed people to get back to the day-to-day work. So that is one part. And the nanobots, can you imagine? Some of you might be knowing, and Dr. Ramakrishnan, I think, telling him is like a student telling a professor. But yet, I wanted to make use of this platform to ignite your minds once again. Nanobots. Nanobots is teeny robots. They'll be introduced in your body, and the particular cell which is affected dearly will be targeted in that very, very specific area in your body and release the drug and work on that particular cell only. It is still in the laboratory, and it's going to happen in the future, especially the blood cancer, the advanced blood cancers and all, which are untreatable almost nowadays, are going to be a passe. In fact, in my childhood, Dr. Ramakrishnan, if I'm not wrong, if somebody is affected with a cancer, however rich he might be, he used to be laid down in the veranda, not in the bedroom, because we are only waiting for that guy or the lady to die, maybe because the death is predicted. Once somebody got a cancer means he's going to die, that's all. Now today the cancer is no longer a severe disease. It's just like a small bleach on your skin. Of course, the advanced blood cancers are a little highly difficult to treat, but these nanobots in the future are going to treat that very complex blood cancers as well with a focused drug release only in the affected cells. That's going to the future, my dear friends. Well, digital transformation, I don't want to take a lot of points I noted down, but I leave it to all my learned colleagues. I think I see in the list my good friend, the Dr. Ranjana Pathak, and I don't, she might be joining, I think, and Ramesh Juneja, and so many the host of people are there. Compliments to all of you, and you will have a plethora of sessions, plethora of knowledge. Of course, Dr. Ramkishan is going to enthrall you all. I'm going to tell you, but this initiative is a wonderful initiative. Once again, I wanted to congratulate, especially the NIPER, which is our body, our Hyderabad body, which is catering to the South India part in the education and research under the guidance of able Dr. Shashibala Madam and her colleagues. Today, I have seen her empathy towards her colleagues, how she treats her colleagues, how she treats the other deans and the heads of the institute, just like as a family member. So it really touched me, Dr. Shashibala Singh. It's not to be seen nowadays so often in other societies where I mingle along. I think this is what Vasudhaiva Kutumbam, that kind of a feel will pave the way for the future and achieve more results and benefit to the society at large. My wholehearted compliment to your leadership and all your colleagues who are leading in a big way this wonderful noble institute. And today's initiative by Yashwant and his colleagues. And you need to take more and more in the future. And my compliments to one and all. And my thanks to my dear friend, the chief guest, Dr. Ramkishan, once again, for coming and accepting this invitation on their behalf, and also to give his part of his knowledge. Thank you once again. And a big thanks to all of you for listening to me.
Thank you so much, sir, for sharing your knowledge and expertise with us today. Your presence has indeed made this gathering much special. Dr. A. Ramkishan is the Deputy Drug Controller of India and has dedicated over 25 years of his career to the regulatory service in the Central Drug Standard Control Organization, CDSCO. Sir's achievement and contributions to the field of regulatory service are impressive and received several awards, patents, and publications to his credit. Sir has served as the convener in the Scientific Service Committee of the Indian Pharmaceutical Congress Association, IPCA. We are honored to have you here, sir, today as our esteemed speaker, and we are excited to learn from his vast knowledge and experience in this field. Welcome, sir. I now request our chief guest, Dr. Ramkishan, sir, to kindly address the gathering.
Guest of honor and pharma captain Chakravarti ji, AVPS, always versatile public service personality. His simplicity and service oriented principles when a person keeps a lot of challenges. So a great man, he's supposed to be chief guest today, but I am replaced by him, and that is his kindness and great honor for inviting me here to keep me as a chief guest. But I am not that great. I'm also a simple man like you, chairperson of today's conclave, professor and respected Dr. Shashibala Singh ji, a eminent scientist. Met her in the year 2018 when she took the charge as a NIPER director Hyderabad. Only she was having 2 faculties probably. The rest of the people are all on contractual basis. Now Madam is having full-fledged faculty. So my congratulations to all the faculties, those who took their charge at National Institute of Pharmaceutical Education Research, Hyderabad, one of the prestigious campus. Organizing committee convener, Dr. Mishraji, Lakshmi Madam, and Shastri, and all the faculty members invited here today, and all eminent speakers, special invited Dr. Ramnaji and my colleague Dr. Shavan from CDSU Journal Office, and ladies and gentlemen, press personnel from media, and good morning to one and all. On behalf of Central Drug Standard Control Organization, it gives me immense pleasure to share some of my thoughts, which has allocated today for this important theme of this conclave is digitalization and pharma 4.0. So I am also new to this. When I had my graduation in the year 1989 from Kaktan City, just we used to a last page of the book, genomics, proteomics, chronokinetics, digitalization, cell therapy, gene therapy, enzymatology, like that. So now things are changing. So this credit goes to our Honorable Prime Minister of India, and under his able leadership, our very dynamic and dedicated Honorable Minister for Chemicals and Fertilizers. In addition to that, Health and Family Welfare, holding both charges, none other than our respected Dr. Mansukh Bhai Mandavia ji, and under his able leadership, lot of bureaucrats are working day and night. So because we talk much, but we don't take some important initiatives. Under his able leadership, Department of Pharma Secretary, very dynamic, Aparna Madam, Gujarat cadre, hails from Tamil Nadu, and again some time she was in Kerala, but now she is working for the country. Under her able leadership, the complete transformation is going to happen in near future. Probably her superannuation is going to be in the month of July, but she has allocated a major assignment with respect to change of comprehensive existing Indian drug legislation. So this is one thing I want to share with you all, so that you can understand how government is going to take lead in near future with respect to transformation and digital health and other important areas with respect to pharmaceutical sector. So thank you very much, Shashibala Madam and Hamara Chakravarti Saab. Definitely, only thing is where we are leading is, where we are lacking is ego. So this is one of the good conclave. I am really happy. Sunday people might be enjoying with the biryani after 10 o'clock in Telangana, particularly. They take whatever they want. They generally don't waste their valuable time on Saturday, Sunday, particularly Sundays. But I really want to congratulate the organizing committee for taking initiative and interest with respect to imparting quality education through this conclave. So this is one thing I want to just express from my heart. And this credit goes to our director, madam. When she's giving free hand to the faculty with the freedom, without any violation, and within the available resources, they are putting their efforts with respect to the grand success, what we feel end of the conference, with greater learnings and important inputs to the society. End of the day, our funeral attended by good people means that is your asset, not $1 billion and BMW car. No care, no one cares, right? So this is the thing one has to keep after this pandemic situation. So LPC, Live Pharma Coalition, all great people starting from Ganesh Nayak, OP Singh, Akum Drug CEO, हमारा चक्रवर्ती साहब, हमारा शाबत जी, हमारा जो digital Delhi based person, and 150 conferences conducted based on that. So they got Best Appreciation Award for conducting various seminars, including important topics today, digital transformation across the pharmaceutical sector. So please give a big hand to the NIPER so that they can feel happy, and one should motivate and we have to encourage friends. Generally, we go always for the leg pulling. That should be avoided. Second, ego. Third, short temper. Fourth, अरे हम तो बहुत बड़ा हो गया. If I know something 4.50, 4.0, digital, health, or जो भी pharma, when you go back the transformation, because before the 18th century, 1784, these machines developed with some limited knowledge to mimic the human psychology, human brain, important intelligence activity. And after that, again, 18th century, we got important some inputs with respect to some modification with respect to missionaries to get some good output. That too in the year 1828. Then 1970, 72, people started thinking about some automation with some digital tools. Then again, reach to 2000, 2001, 2011, India started implementing all important principles of the digitalization. And in the year 1952, Samuel invented the machine learning and artificial intelligence. In those days, now we are all talking about 3D printing, digitalization, machine learning, and whatnot. SAML, software as a medical device, software as a important tool in the maintenance part, software in the equipment, and software on important technologies. So now people want, customer wants quality product, quality medical product. In our country, we call drugs as per the definition of Drugs and Cosmetic Act. So we deal with the drugs. Drugs mean not all other drugs, but yes, drugs includes all important allopathic formulation, important novel formulation. That is the reason why when the biomapping and other biohacking, when Sir said, now things are changing, nanotechnology, nanotherapeutic, nanospheres, all these important novel formulations have been included in the Rule 2W of NDCT rules of 2019 of GSR 227E, which was published on 19th March 2019. Lakshmi Madam knows, they are all familiar with the regulation, but things are changing. Now, the existing law is going to be revamped completely. Just 10 days back, we had Chintan Shivir at Kanah Ashram, headed by our Honorable Minister, all secretaries, Secretary Health, Secretary Pharma, Joint Secretary, Drug Control General India, all principal secretaries, all drug controllers, union and state. Almost more than 300 people invited for the Chintan Shivir. Fortunately, as a local man, to some extent, I acted as a nodal officer with great difficulty. So this credit goes to all of you. Just I am the only just catalyst, bhaiya. Ye Shashibala madam ko jayega, because my father was also teacher. I am also belongs to teacher family. Ethics, culture, integrity, honesty, hard work, politeness, and constant learning with enthusiasm to improve ourselves. What we call quality life. हम भाषण देते, भाषण में कुछ नहीं होगा, पढ़ाई करना है. We have to educate people. We have to serve vulnerable population. तभी अच्छा लगेगा. Regulators, अरे regulators बेकार लोग हैं. They talk much. Now regulations are transforming. How we can increase the pride with respect to global market, honesty, accountability, predictability. We are putting our efforts, friends. Try to concentrate on important global regulations and Indian perspective at the federal level. Yes, maybe having lot of challenges at the provincial government. I don't want to comment, but still things are changing. At least 70% we are meeting with respect to global market. So try to understand. At the same time, you are all from academia and industry side. We should have good interface, clubbing regulatory people, academia and industry. We can overcome with lot of challenges and we can provide important unified approach towards the pride, what we call in total pride in the global market. Maybe academician, maybe regulator, maybe industrialist. So this is the one thing I want to express Man Ki Baat. Number two, yes, because industrial first revolution, second revolution, third revolution, and fourth revolution, we are all talking about important transformation. It is important because technology day by day increasing and we have to act accordingly. And robotics, now you go to any surgeries in clinical practice, lot of people are focusing on important robotic machines only. So that no accuracy, less blood and more precision and with less pain with respect to patient care, what we call medical care. To avoid cross infections and hospital acquired infections in hospital or clinical community settings. In total, the healthcare practices, what we call the pharmacy practices or clinical services, whatever you feel. But things are changing. Accordingly, we have to act and we have to support and we have to educate our students. Maybe pharmaceutics, or analysis, or chemistry, or organic chemistry, or biochemistry, or nanotherapeutics, or biotechnology, or enzymatology, or important immunobiological products, or important xenografts. So things are changing. हम पढ़ाई नहीं किया, बच्चों को क्या पढ़ाई करवाते हम? I'm sorry to comment. This lethargy should be weeded out, particularly from the faculty. Still, we are reading. Today is Sunday. I can enjoy with my family today, but no. Our Chakravarti Sahab says, Doctor Sahab, can you come on Saturday? Sunday is very happy, भैया. हम avoid करेंगे. हम सुबह हम 6 बजे को मार्केट गया, मार्केट जाके वाइफ को सब चीज देख के आ गया. That shows your passion. अभी हम उधर फैमिली को आप satisfy नहीं किया, इधर आके भाषण देने में क्या फायदा? So this is also violation. Don't neglect. It is my appeal to youngsters particularly. You have to have the balanced approach. अरे हम सब आज बहुत हमारा नाइपर में प्रोग्राम है, हम चले जाएंगे. अब शशि वाला में मैडम बोला 9 बजे मीन्स 9 o'clock आई हैव टू बी देयर. अभी टाइम कहाँ है? तो शॉप तो 7:30 को खोलेगा. उसको हम शाम को फोन किया, भैया हम 6 बजे को आएंगे आपके शॉप पे. Because I am a non-veg, I would like to have the traditional chicken, right? So because without compromising all masalas, you have to prepare. I told to my wife, I'll come at sharp 12 o'clock. We'll have the chicken. So when you express all your proteins with respect to quality education, you can enjoy. अब उधर झगड़ा करेंगे, इधर आके हम ब्लफिंग करेंगे तो क्या फायदा? So this is my extra thing I want to share. Don't go for the violation. Young friends particularly, young friends can enjoy. Now everyone is busy with the mobile. रात को 12-1 बजे तक गूगल में रहते हैं. अभी शादी करने की क्या जरूरत है? लेकिन our parents, because our grandparents and their parents, a circle. We have to respect the nature. We should not neglect. At the same time, God has given good brain. Except blood and brain, we can change with all important medical devices. Kidney, you can have artificial this thing. Pacemakers, beautiful pacemakers you can get from the California or your San Francisco, USA Medtronics. Stents, cardiac stents, drug-eluting stents, prosthetic tubings, all important orthopedic implants, hip replacement. And now skull is also developing by the Germany, titanium powder import karke, people are developing good skull with respect to your injuries, if any. So except brain and blood, you cannot change. So all our scientists, they are also transforming through digital technology, 3D printing and other important machine learning. Important tools are going to be in place. And after 2030, India is also going to be equally competitive for the world market, friends. We are not inferior to anyone. Olden days gone. Now we are completely transforming with transparency and accountability. Now 85 to 90% e-governance is in place. Online system in all ministries, not only health sector. So things are changing. So just we are a growing baby. 2014 May 15 to till date, 10 years time mila. Our 10 years time milega though, we can really transform and we can globally competitive with respect to ensuring all important medical products moving in international commerce. Therefore, Indian market, now when I joined in the year 1998 at Mumbai, $11.2 billion market. Now 49.22 means almost touching $50 billion market. So how the Indian entrepreneurs, excellent judiciary, excellent scientists, excellent QA people, excellent production, excellent engineering, excellent academia like Shashibala madam and all their faculties in Naipur. There was only one Naipur at Mohali, Chandigarh. Now we are having various Naipur, more than 10 or 9. Chandigarh jao, Hyderabad jao, Ahmedabad jao, Raebareli jao, Calcutta jao. We are having, but where we are lacking, ego and communications. फोन नहीं करने का. अभी हम आके 6 महीना हुआ, almost 1 year computer. कभी हमको आया नहीं. I am external examiner to the JSS University, Delhi DIPSAR, Gujarat Forensic Science University and JNTU Hyderabad. इधर का लोग कोई PhD नहीं करेगा regulations में, time नहीं है. हम पढ़ाई किया. We are having patents. We are having more than 40 international publications. So try to involve good regulators also, madam, for your evaluation with respect to regulatory. 11 branches you are having in Naiper, Hyderabad, you told. Take good people, get some inputs so that your students can get some opportunities to interact with the people. Whenever they go to industry, they can also learn certain good, important, novel technologies with respect to their career development. Not Ramkishan, other people. There are good people available in CDSCO. Forget about Ramkishan, although Bhashan dega, don't worry. But we are all here to facilitate you. Phone kiya karo. Faculty ko hamara office mein bhejo. We will show our Center Drug Testing Laboratory how government agencies are working, so that we can have some intimacy, interaction, and some important MOU. Your minister, my minister, both are same. Today Mansukh bhai hai, ab 2024 ke baad dusra aayega, but we will work with synergy. When our Chakravarti AVPS sub is there, sir is going to be the chairman for the Andhra and Telangana. In that, all CEOs, starting from Manke and Juneja Saab se, all people are going to be present here. I will be there in the interest of students, not any dhanda pani, no commercialization, sorry. But to facilitate your postgraduate student, to facilitate your undergraduate, to facilitate your faculty, and to facilitate you in total, so that we can elevate and we can increase the pride of Naiper Hyderabad branch when this IDPL campus headed by our late Dr. Dr. Anjireddy Saab, a great man. We are all blessed today and having a beautiful auditorium. We are all discussing. I am not doing any euphoria, but I am telling actual facts, friends. This is required. Take respect, give respect is very important. So with this, you can understand, we are always with you. We are always with Naiper, because when I was in Calcutta, we used to interact with Naiper Kolkata. When I was in Ahmedabad, just started, I used to interact with all Naiper faculty in Ahmedabad. Now our Sharaf Saab is there, Naiper. Last week I was there. Hum educate karke aaya. We are conducting FDA training to all regulators in Naiper, Ahmedabad. Why not regulators training in Naiper, Hyderabad? No interaction, no communication, ego. I am not criticizing, madam. You may be busy. What about our faculty? They should come. They should interact. We are all belongs to pharmacy community. So when transparent people are there, it is our minimum duty to interact, develop relationship in a good way, not bad way. But we can do wonders. That is the real transformation. If you can take lead under your chairmanship. After 2-3 साल के बाद आप भी retirement हो जाएगा, क्या करेगा? दूसरा director आएगा. लेकिन what is your contribution towards 2018 to 2024, 25 or 26? मैं ऐसा किया, इतना नाइपर किया, 150 प्रोग्राम किया, हमारा मंत्री जी आया, दूसरा आया, खाना खाया, गया, ठीक है. But what about faculty? How many people gone to abroad? How many people are having MOU? How many industries are in Naiper Hyderabad? I am not criticizing. I am telling by heart, because I saw in Naiper Kolkata, Naiper Ahmedabad, Naiper Mohali. Kitna acha dedicated. So that Department of Pharma in the year 1991, late Rajiv Gandhi proposed to encourage research and development centers. वो टाइम पे परविंदर सिंह साहब था. Then started, because Naiper हम कहाँ दे देंगे? So National Institute of Pharmaceutical Education Research, the terminology developed in order to promote innovators, startups, scientists with respect to global demand, with respect to important life-threatening diseases. Now we all talk about RNA viruses and DNA viruses. Now things are changing. Conventional products gone. Now 70% chemistry is going to be shifted to 70% biology. Now 30% biology, 70% is chemistry. By 2040 and 2060, we are going to be completely reverse. 80% is going to be the biology. So friends, accordingly, we have to strive and we have to put our efforts and we have to educate our students for the betterment of global health with respect to our curriculum is concerned. So change the curriculum, discuss with the Pharmacy Council of India, AACT, change according to the requirement, boost the people so that we can have good innovators, good scientists for the betterment of society, madam. This is only my pain I am expressing. My father was also teacher. My father-in-law is also principal. My sister is also teacher. We always discuss. भाषण देने से कुछ नहीं होगा भैया. Implementation, personal proficiency test. We have to take evaluation after this conference. How many speakers given important inputs with respect to novel technology, digital transformation, pharma 1.0, pharma 2.0, pharma 3.0, pharma 4.0. Next, after few years, pharma 5.0. We all talk about robotics. Okay, but you have to have effective evaluation procedure also. When you are having a good SOP for organizing the symposia, you have to have SOP for evaluation of all important delegates, students, attended. And our speakers came from different parts of the country. With a lot of pain, they are attending on Sunday. We must respect them and we must salute, and accordingly we have to reciprocate for the betterment of society and betterment of the country. आने वाला समय में इंडिया का हमारा स्वास्थ्य और परिवार कल्याण मंत्रालय विभाग की तरफ से, हमारा केंद्रीय औषधि नियंत्रण मानक संगठन की तरफ से, संचालिक हैदराबाद की तरफ से हम सब है देश के उन्नति के लिए विचार करेंगे, देश के प्रगति के लिए विचार करेंगे, मरीजों को सुरक्षा, गुणवत्ता और मानकता का दवाई मिले तो विल गेट सम सेटिस्फैक्शन फ्रेंड्स. ये कोई नहीं होता है, बट एज अलर्ट सिटीजन ऑफ द कंट्री, एज ए प्राउड फार्मासिस्ट, वी आर ऑल विथ यू. We are all here to facilitate 24/7, but in the interest of public, not in the interest of personal family of Ramkishan or Chakravarti Sahab or Shashiwala madam. Forget. But we are all here to facilitate. India is going to be number one in near future. All other countries are looking for the India. India is going to be a good destination, and that too in Hyderabad. This is temperature point of view, humidity point of view, and cultural point of view and languages point of view. We are all having lot of advantages. So you are going to have bright future, my young students, after completion of your post-graduation, any discipline, pharmaceutical technology or pharmacology or toxicology or analytical chemistry or inorganic chemistry or biochemistry or medical affairs or medical devices. But you have to, provided you have to put your fundamentals on toes. Important this thing. अभी एक इंटरव्यू को गया, लास्ट वीक में अटेंड किया. वन पर्सन केम फॉर क्वालिटी एश्योरेंस मैनेजर. आई टोल्ड हर, मैडम कैन यू डिफाइन व्हाट इज फार्मेसी एज पर द फार्मेसी एक्ट 1948. उसका मन में जो आया बता रहे. सो दैट शुड नॉट हैपन. फर्स्ट, फार्मेसी कौन है? हु हैज इन्वेंटेड फार्मेसी? व्हाट इज मीन बाय फार्मेसी? फार्मेसी, इट इज ए Greek word derived from Greek. Pharmakon means drugs. Again, C means science. Science and technology deals with the drugs. Drug means what? A drug substance or medical substance or liquid or solid meant for diagnosis, mitigation, prevention, cure in human beings or animal ailments, either for internal or external use. In clinical practice is nothing but a pharmacy. Compounding, drug development, pre-formulation, drug discovery, toxicology, safety, purity, जो मन में आप बोल रहे. So just to go through the basic differences so that people will feel happy. Interview should be attracted by your important external experts so that you will have important things. So I will not hammer you, but I am thankful to organizing committee and thankful to our Chakravarti Sahab and Shashibala madam for inviting me here. I will come and take important technical session for 3-4 hours. First, this is the third visit in Naipur, Hyderabad, sir. एक बार हम वर्ल्ड फार्मासिस्ट डे का हम सेलिब्रेट किया. सेकंड, BDMA फंक्शन, पीपल आर स्टैंडिंग इन क्यू आउटसाइड, पूरा हॉल फिल हुआ था. एंड टुडे इज थर्ड, एंड एट दैट टाइम आई वाज ऑर्डिनरी पर्सन. टुडे मेरा थोड़ा ये डिसिग्नेशन बढ़ा दिया चीफ गेस्ट करके, बट नहीं, वी आर ऑल विथ यू. आई विल गिव ब्यूटीफुल टेक्निकल प्रेजेंटेशन. लक्ष्मी मैडम, शास्त्री साहब एंड हमारा मिश्रा साहब एंड ऑल अदर फैकल्टी. अभी आपका एप्लीकेशन पेंडिंग है, फॉर्म 37. मैं आज ही जाके देख लूंगा, अच्छा है तो ठीक है, नहीं तो कल ही रिजेक्ट कर दूंगा. आई विल रिजेक्ट इन द इंटरेस्ट ऑफ पब्लिक. दैट इज माय दिस थिंग. हम कुछ आपका चॉकलेट नहीं चाहिए, आपका कराची बिस्किट भी नहीं चाहिए, लेकिन इन द इंटरेस्ट ऑफ पब्लिक, GLP, गुड लैबोरेटरी प्रैक्टिसेस, देयर इज इंपॉर्टेंट प्रोविजंस ऑफ ड्रग्स एंड कॉस्मेटिक एक्ट व्हिच डील्स विद द शेड्यूल L1. Schedule L1 deals with requirement, premises, equipment, laboratory manual, reagent, other important solutions step by step, including quality control for microbiology, BET, sterility testing for carrying out effective analysis for testing, analysis, examination, as per the provisions of drugs and cosmetics called as a GLP. ऐसा करो, ये होना चाहिए. మేము కూడా తెలుగు మీడియం है, हमको अंग्रेजी नहीं आता है, डरने का नहीं. तेलुगु मीडियम गांव से 10 किलोमीटर चल के पढ़ाई किया. We can command US FDA commissioner, we can speak with UK MHRA director. हम क्यों डरने का? Provided if you put your efforts sincerely, then God will definitely bless my young friends. So don't waste your valuable time. Your parents are having high dreams. Please fulfill their dreams without going any love marriages and all. I wish you should have the bright future. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity.
Thank you for your kind words, sir. I now request Dr. Shashibala Singh ma'am to facilitate our guest of honor, Mr. AVPS Chakravarti sir, with the memento and shawl. Yes, sir. I now request Dr. Shashibala Singh ma'am to felicitate our chief guest, Dr. Ram Kishan sir, with memento and a shawl.
I became a family member, so not required.
I now request Meenakshi Iyer ma'am, founder director, Niche Therapeutics, to felicitate our chairperson, Dr. Shashibala Singh ma'am, with memento and shawl.
Yes.
Now we request our honorable guests to please join the audience. Now I request our campus placement coordinator, Abdi Ali, to share the achievements of Department of Pharmaceutical Management, Naipur, Hyderabad.
Hello everyone, good morning. This is Abdi Ali, Head Placement Coordinator from the Department of Pharmaceutical Management, Naipur, Hyderabad. And today I'm here to take you all through the journey of Department of Pharmaceutical Management towards excellence. And I'm pretty sure this journey is going to be very enticing. So speaking about NIPER Hyderabad is one of the 7 national institutes of pharmaceutical education and research in India. And it was established in the year 2007 under the aegis of the Department of Pharmaceuticals, Ministry of Chemicals and Fertilizers, Government of India. And aligning with the vision and mission of NIPER Hyderabad with our visionary leadership of our director, ma'am, Dr. Shashi Bala Singh, and pertinent and unparalleled efforts of our faculty members and the students, it's indeed a great pleasure and pride to announce that we have been secured 2nd position in the latest NRF ranking under the pharmacy category. A big round of applause for this achievement. Now about Department of Pharmaceutical Management. Now, pharmaceutical management is a 2-year flagship course offered by the department in academic institution that focuses mainly on the business and management aspects of the pharmaceutical industry. And the DOPM is committed to nurture the B.Pharm graduates and transform them into the industry-ready professionals who are efficient in management concepts and take the industry to a greater success. And the department plays a crucial role in meeting the demand for the skilled professionals in the pharmaceutical industry, and graduates of the department can pursue various career opportunities in the industry, including product management, sales and marketing, business development, regulatory affairs, among others. Speaking about the course architecture, the students of the department represents the diverse set of talent from the academic fields of the different states across the country, having qualified and gained the top ranks in the 2 national pharma level entrance exams, namely GPAT and NIPER JEE. So this is basically the course architecture of the department. We begin our orientation for the junior batch from the August onwards. From the September onwards, our campus placement drive begins for the final year candidates. And October onwards, the summer internship hiring process begins for the first year candidates. From October to March is the duration where we conduct industry interaction events. And in the June and July, the first year candidates have 2 months summer internship to gain corporate exposure and to get accustomed with the nuances of the corporate world. Talking about the course curriculum, 80% of our course curriculum is imparted by the functional practitioners with decades of experience from the top-notch pharmaceutical companies, and the syllabus is updated time to time to meet the dynamic industry requirements. In DOPM, to ensure the smooth functioning of the department, we have different committees being structured. Number 1 is the campus placement committee, which is responsible for coordinating and managing the campus placement drives. Next is our professional development committee, which plays a very vital role in creating a culture of continuous learning and improvement within the department and support the professional growth and development of the candidates. Next is corporate relations committee, which is responsible for establishing and maintaining the relationships with the various corporate organizations on behalf of the institution. And the primary role of CRC is to develop a mutually beneficial relationship with the institution and the corporate sector. Next is Media and Communication Committee, which is responsible for managing and coordinating the media and communication activities of the department, which helps in disseminating the information to the various stakeholders. Next is Events Management Committee, which is responsible for planning, organizing, and executing the events that helps to achieve our desired goals and objectives of the department. Now, throughout the year, the Professional Development Committee ensures that our candidates are proficient in various technical skills, right from the MS Office to technical skills like Power BI, Tableau, SQL, and SPSS. Also, Professional Development Committee ensures that the students are engaged in the activities throughout the year, right from conducting mock interviews, GD sessions, case study presentations, and also the various industrial visits. Recently, we got an opportunity to visit the BioAsia conference, which was mostly meant for the corporate giants, but it was a great exposure for us to have got this opportunity. Our esteemed faculty are mostly from the various industries who come with a decade of experience in the pharmaceutical sciences, and they are instrumental in guiding and equipping us with the knowledge and desired skill set for the industry needs. Round the year, Corporate Relations Committee ensures that the students are engaged in the various corporate activities with the corporate giants. We organize various events and webinars and seminars with our prominent speakers. Some of them are listed here. Now, this is one of the very exciting part which I will be liking to share with you guys. This year, we created a breakthrough in the history of NIPER Hyderabad with conquering the remarkable milestone of reaching the highest ever package of 27.8 LPA. It may sound a flabbergasting figure, reason being those figures we can usually observe in the IIMs only. And this year, our average package has also shooted up if we compare the previous year's package trends. And our top 25% of the students have got 9.5 LPA plus package. Our domain snapshots in which the companies usually recruit us are sales and marketing, business consulting, business development, project management, strategic management, supply chain management, and operations management. These are our top recruiters for the year 2021-2023. And on behalf of the Department of Pharmaceutical Management, NIPER Hyderabad, I would like to express heartfelt gratitude to the entire LPC team, event partners, and the event session organizers for organizing such a wonderful event on our campus and putting in a lot of time and efforts to make everything run very smoothly. Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So before we go ahead, as some of our dignitaries need to go, they have other commitment. I request all the speakers, I request all the speakers come for a group photograph along with the chief guest, guest of honor, and the chairperson. I request AVP Chakravarti sir to come to the dais. I request Shashiwala ma'am to come to the dais. I request all the speakers, please come. All the speakers. Pankaj sir, please come. Sir, come. Praveen, come. Aisha, Mapatro, come. Arao, come. So because they need to go, sir, please come. We will have a group. Devasi sir, all of you please come. We will have a group photograph with the faculty. Then we will go ahead. And NIPER faculties also, please come, sir. All the faculties of today's session, all the faculties, panelists, please come. Nasruddin, come. Everyone, please come, please come. We will have a group photograph, then we'll go. All the faculties. Rajesh sir. Come. Chakravarti Garu, Randy sir, please come, please come. Come. Sir, please come. All the tall people can go back. Sir is already Come. Our LPC team members, we can sit like this. LPC team members, come. LPC team members, come. Yes, please.
Here, mundu unnaru, faculty mundu.
Please come. Come quickly. Don't break from the atta. Arasan, come. All the faculties. All is fine. Yes, sir. Please come. Space is left for the actual. I request all the faculty so we can have a photograph. I request please come to the center. Come forward. Hello, hello, please sit down, please sit down, please don't go back. Please don't go back. Padmanabhan, sir. Okay, so we are starting with our next session. All of you, I request Debashish Sarkar sir come to the dais, Debashish sir's presentation. And to welcome Debashish sir, I request Praveen Kumar Pandey to come here and welcome Debashish sir. Sir, upar sir. Photograph.
Mr. Debashish Sarkar is the Senior Vice President and Head of Emerging Markets at Aurobindo Pharma Limited. Sir has a rich experience of over 25 years in marketing in Cipla, Dr. Reddy's Laboratories, and Macleod Pharmaceuticals apart from Aurobindo. We are glad to have you here, sir.
I now request Mr. Debashish Sarkar sir to please take the stage and share his thoughts on the topic opportunities in emerging markets on this occasion. Over to you, sir.
Good morning, everyone. And it's a real pleasure and privilege to be here. I would like to thank Yashwant for organizing this and his team of LPC. I have been witness to the first conference in Mumbai. It was a fantastic one, and post that I missed one or two, but this again is a privilege. And since I am now in Hyderabad, and it's a fantastic place to be, it's a real delight to first come to NIPER to speak. And we all know that what prestige NIPER carries in this entire world of pharmaceuticals, at least in Indian industry. So with this, I would just like to take 15 minutes of your time to talk about what we all kind of follow, do day in and day out, right? And what do I do? I manage the emerging markets business for Aurobindo Pharma, and as you all know that besides being a company originating from Hyderabad, Aurobindo Pharma is the second largest pharmaceutical company in India in terms of volume sales that you see, and one of the largest exporters to the United States from India, right? So it talks about the real prowess of this particular company. Just to highlight, Aurobindo has more than 700 ANDAs filed in the US, right? And more than 350 ANDAs filed in Europe, with an average of 50 ANDAs per year, which I don't think is matched by anyone in the global pharmaceutical generic industry. So that's the company that we work for. And but I'm not here today to talk about Aurobindo Pharma. I'm here today to talk about what does the emerging markets as markets stand to do in the global pharmaceutical industry, and how do we look at it for the next 10 years, and why we are all excited about emerging markets. So this is this is a kind of highlight of the global medicine market, as you can see. And what is interesting is that the growth projected in next few years, as you can see here, is very steady growth, which is projected in US dollars, right? So the pharmaceutical industry is growing, as we all know, and it is growing very fast. And this is a data source from IQVIA, and I saw the placement here. A lot of you are going to IQVIA, and you will find that they are very important data sources that you can see. And you will find that the global pharmaceutical industry is growing not because of the US and the Europe market. It is actually growing very highly because of these markets that we talk about: China, Africa, and the Middle East, Asia Pacific, LATAM, and of course, India, right? So if you see in the upper quadrant of growth, upper quadrant of the growth is dominated by this, what we define as emerging markets, right? So hence all the organizations, irrespective of their size and presence, not only Indian organizations, but global organizations, are actually very excited about this piece of the quadrant, right? The traditional behemoths that you see, that the North American market, the Western European market, and the Japanese market are in the lower spectrum of growth, right? Although the volumes are high, but they are in the lower spectrum of growth. Which are the higher spectrum of growth? Is these markets, right? So hence, emerging markets becomes a very cornerstone of strategy for any Indian company and any global generic company that we know of. Coming back to this slide, which talks again about the global market, what does it talk about? What are the top 20 therapy areas in 2027 in terms of global spending with forecast, right? So you will find oncology and immunology has got the biggest global spending, because as we heard today morning also, not only on the current disease patterns, but coming into the emerging disease patterns that you will see, and the emerging researches that is happening. You all heard about nanospheres and nanobots, and God knows what else is becoming nano in these days. We are seeing a huge research spending in these areas of oncology, immunology, and of course, non-communicable diseases like diabetes and so on and so forth, right? Because of COVID-19 and all that, vaccines and ex-flu and COVID-19 things came into this horizon. But if you see these slides, at least 2 years ago, these were not there in the horizon, right? We were all talking about these 4 or 5 top diseases. And of course, a lot of focus on the CNS space these days. Why are we talking about this in the context of emerging markets? It's because what we have seen as the diseases of the West, because of lifestyle and things like that, are now becoming diseases of the emerging markets, and hence your strategy should be aligned what you do in these areas, in these therapeutic areas, before we are talking anything about emerging markets, right? These are the outlook of what is going to happen in the emerging markets. What you can see here is this strata. Emerging markets were supposed to grow very, very fast, but I think due to global economic crisis as well as the COVID pandemic, some beating took place, and these 50 million kind of a potential was not fulfilled. But still, the outlook for emerging markets remain very, very positive with the focus on the growth that you can see. How much value each company can capture out of this growth is what we are all fighting for and what I am actually being paid for on a day-to-day basis, correct? So what do we talk about when we talk about the larger emerging markets are present there in the footnote. You can see BRIC countries, Brazil, India, Russia, Algeria, Argentina, Bangladesh, Chile, Colombia, Egypt. These are some of the bigger markets when we talk about the emerging markets. So why we wanted to do this is because of these countries where we wanted to focus very, very much as an organization, right? What is the emerging markets? As we talked about in few slides back, as I can tell you that if you see the growth of the world market, right, you will find that the North American growth and the Western European growth are stagnating despite all the newer products, all the huge, what do you call, costly medicines and very, very specific targeted medicines coming into these areas. But still, you will find that this is the growth in these markets are very, very low or stagnating, correct? Where the growth is actually coming from, what you call is these emerging markets. You see here, BRIC, as we talked about, Eastern Europe, Asia, other emerging markets, which includes Africa, are going to be the biggest growth drivers of the global pharmaceutical sales in the coming decade or coming 5 to 7 years, correct? So what are those markets? Again, if you have to see, a lot of African markets feature here. You see here, Algeria is the second biggest country in Africa by landmass. You will see a lot of business going there, and they are very, very targeted. And all of these countries where we probably didn't know till yesterday where were they situated are going to be the global growth drivers of pharmaceutical industry. So what are the issues here? So from my experience, I can talk about 3 or 4 insights that I have in general about emerging markets. And what are those insights? And you can talk about many things, but what you talk about is this, what is happening to the emerging markets. By 2025, largest emerging markets will together account for 38% of the world's GDP. And of course, please take a caveat here, because those includes the BRIC countries, including China, Brazil, and India. But without that also, you will find that the emerging markets contribute hugely to the world's GDP. 36% of private consumption, out-of-pocket consumption, is going to happen in the emerging markets as we define them today. 30% of the pharma market is going to be the emerging markets, which again is a huge chunk of volume and sales that you can see. And naturally, 2/3 of the population is going to be the emerging markets, right? Why these emerging markets are becoming more and more attractive is what we see is in India is getting replicated across the markets where we keep visiting. Nearly 1 billion new people will be added to the middle class. This means if your out-of-pocket expense is 40% in the total pharmaceutical industry space, this middle class is going to consume more and more, and healthcare is going to reach them even in more significant manner, and they will be the most major contributing factor. This is happening during an overall increase in access. So I will dwell a little on this word called access, correct? Because that is very, very important and is being used in all the pharmaceutical jargons that you will see globally: patient access, healthcare access, access to medicines, and so on and so forth. So I'll spend one slide on this issue of access, but as an example here, nearly 51% of the population in the Asia Pacific region is expected to come under some form of universal health coverage in the next 5 to 10 years. Now, this is very, very significant when someone wants to speak to you about what is going to be the healthcare spend going forward, who is going to be the payer, what is the role of insurance, and so on and so forth. We know in India, the penetration of insurance is very, very low. Private insurance, what I mean, but with schemes like Ayushman Bharat and all other insurances that government is now focusing on to bring everybody under some kind of healthcare coverage, you will find that this is an universal truth, not only happening in India, but it is also happening in other major emerging markets and countries like that, right? So this is a very, very important aspect. As and when the insurance penetration increases, as and when the healthcare coverage increases, you will find access to medicines even going higher and better. What are the other 2 insights? there is one more thing which you will see in these countries, right? There are a lot of growing economies that are inherently volatile, because nobody expected what is happening in Ukraine these days. Nobody expected what is happening in different parts of the world these days. These results into severe issues with the economy, because we are facing a lot of problems in extracting the value of our medicines, extracting money from these countries because of geopolitics, because of currency devaluation, and because of policy. A country like South Africa has seen a 10% currency devaluation, through which, to tell you in very, very crude terms, in this month of March, when the financial year is ending, your sudden achievement has gone down by 10% if you look at it in dollar terms, right? Because ZAR, which is the South African currency, has devalued more than 10% in terms of dollars. So your achievement, which was looking 100% till yesterday as a sales guy, is now becoming 90%. So that is an essential threat that you will face in this major countries and economies. And I'm talking about South Africa. I'm not talking about Myanmar, where probably every day the dollar devaluation is more than 10%, right? And if anybody can name the currency of Myanmar, I'll be really, really happy. But just to tell you, it's called chats, and chats devalues every morning 8 a.m. Correct? So this is where we are in terms of emerging markets. What are the threats here? What are the challenges? Naturally, the economy itself is a challenge. Currency itself is a challenge. Geopolitics, like what is happening in Ukraine, is a challenge. And policy, of course. Policy, what I mean by the policy is policy of the government, policy of the regulators, policy which in emerging markets these days every country wants to do is local manufacturing, and they want to do a huge. So Make in India is not happening only in India. Make in India is replicated in Make in Angola and Make in Algeria as well. So all of these are huge threats if you see overall. But what we have learned, what successful companies in emerging markets have learned, is that if you persist today with these difficult times, correct, your companies that maintained a presence in tough times reap rewards for their commitment, because that's when the country starts to replicate. So you will find a lot of Indian companies who have been doing excellent business in countries like Ukraine and Russia is facing a huge problem these days, because there is hardly any business, but still they persist with their field force. And every Indian company that I know of has not laid off anyone in Ukraine till date, correct, including our company. But I can tell you that persistence is what is required as a strategy in emerging markets, right? So there are a lot of successful emerging market models which exist not only in India, but you will find a lot of companies from Jordan, from countries like Eastern European countries like probably Poland and Italy are doing very well in the emerging markets, right? But what they have done actually as differentially is that wherever they are headquartered, but they are placing some of their muscle in any and few of the emerging markets. They're opening their own subsidiaries, they're opening their own headquarters, and being direct on-ground presence helps very, very much. So these are the few things that we need to remember when we are talking about emerging markets. We cannot be discouraged because of the economic situation, currency devaluation, geopolitics, and policy changes, which happens very, very frequently. We cannot be discouraged by that, but we will have to be persistent there. So what are we talking about when we talk about this whole insurance thing and a lot of people coming under the payer coverage in emerging markets? So what is happening exactly here? You will find, and this is just an example of Latin America, where you will find that non-retail channel, that is semi-government kind of a channel, actually funded by the payer or the public and private payers in terms of insurance companies and all that, fund 40% of the total pharmaceutical healthcare spend. That's just an example. You can find it divided in terms of therapy, in terms of what they call as national disasters and so on. In India, you all know that National AIDS Control Organization funds the entire HIV treatment almost for the total HIV positive people. And you will find vaccines also coming under universal coverages and so on and so forth. So 40% of the total industry is funded by the payers or the government in some sort. Out of pocket is again a 40% spend. And here I was talking about how the middle class, if the middle class increases in any country, how this spending also keeps increasing. And they generally fund it via the pharmacy channels and the retail channels, and which is very, very effective in dealing with dealing with some lifestyle diseases like diabetes and CNS. So if you have to participate in any market in the emerging markets category, and you are very good in diabetes and CNS, you should look at how are we affecting the pharmacy and retail channel? How are we bringing in the value proposition here as a distribution model rather than looking at only it from the point of view of disease and therapy, right? And then again, of course, OTC is a very, very dynamic kind of a definition. A rabiprazole may be in OTC in Australia, but it will not be in OTC anywhere else. So OTC is defined very, very dynamically. Nasal sprays are OTCs, as you can see in many, many countries, including UK, where they are very, very pure prescription drugs in India. So OTC is a very, very defined dynamic category. But again, you will find that a lot of it going under the next 20%. So how do we divide? 40% is going to be paid by the government or the insurer. 40% is going to be out of pocket, and 20% is going to be the pharmacy retail channel through OTC that you can see. Normally, this is just an example, a studied example in a published literature in Latin America. Similar such data is available for all parts of the emerging markets, which one needs to be cognizant if you want to be successful in the whole era of emerging markets. Correct? Now, this another example from another continent, why we are bullish about emerging markets. You will find Africa has how many countries, by the way? Anyone? Just a loud guess. Yeah, 50 plus is a nice guess and very, very accurate. Actually has 53 countries in Africa that you can see, and you will find that they are very, very diverse, and we all hear about the lawlessness that is there in many, many African countries. They are subjected to civil war, corruption, and so on and so forth. But amidst all of these are the recent trends in Africa, which is very, very encouraging. If you can just see that. If you see that how the market is growing, it was very, very volatile, and this is COVID spike. But you will find that it was very, very volatile. But the growth, both volume and in US dollars, that means it is currency corrected growth projections that you are taking actually is very, very stagnant and very, very promising and very, very steady in Africa, right? You will find that by 2050, 25% of the world's population will live in Africa, whatever you may hear about migration and migrant boats capsizing. But this is going to be the truth. Increased expansion in universal healthcare as a continent-wide priority. And you can see that those people who have traveled to Africa very recently, and I have done that last week itself in 2 countries of North Africa, you will find that this is becoming a increased strength of Africans, and they are coming under some kind of universal health coverage, either by the government or private. African cooperation on regulation and pandemic preparation is also a reality by this way. So you will find till there were different economic blocks in Africa, and East African economic cooperation is between countries like Kenya, Tanzania, Uganda, Malawi, and Rwanda is actually very, 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 very strong, and they are trying to develop a uniform regulatory mode which will help in having quality products for their people, and it will ease a lot of manufacturers to file in these countries on a very, very routine basis, because diversity in language, because if you have to file in Angola, it has to be a Portuguese pack and a Portuguese filing thing, but you have to file in Morocco, it has to be a French Arabic pack, and if you have to file in Kenya, it has to be an Anglo pack. Correct? So these differences, which I'm citing most common ones, but there are deeper differences in regulatory thing, which makes it very, very difficult to file in all of these countries. And actually, that is why we all appreciate this statement very, very much who operate in Africa, that if they are trying to do something in common, it will ease a lot of pressure in the overall regulatory landscape. Non-communicable diseases, and that is why I showed the earlier slide. What you see as a disease of the West, like cancer, diabetes, and heart disease, are also the diseases of the emerging markets these days, correct? And you see, despite wars and despite all other things, non-communicable diseases will be the most common cause of death by 2030. And we are talking Africa here, and we are not talking US or Europe, right? So this is why the global trend is also very, very important to see when we think strategy about emerging markets, correct? Africa has the most genetically diverse population who are undeserved by current pharmacotherapies. And this is again an area of research. This is again an area of a huge unmet need. And this is again where Indian pharmaceutical companies and companies like us stand to innovate and do much more than what they do are they doing today. So some examples of what is happening: New Africa CDC headquartered in Addis Ababa, which is in Ethiopia, has opened, signifying a new era of intracontinental cooperation. Egypt leads in Egypt has a very strong domestic industry, if you don't know, and Egyptian pharmaceutical companies are very, very good. They manufacture today. And if you see a small country like Tunisia has got 44 local manufacturers, 44 local manufacturers, and they manufacture anything from oral solids to injectables. And these days I found that there is one more company who has invested in a peptide facility in a country called Tunisia, which has got a population of, if you convert it into millions, it's just 12 to 13 million people live in Tunisia, which is probably half the size of Bombay, correct? So in this country, 44 companies are locally manufacturing, right? And manufacturing not only simple dosages, but complex dosages like peptides. So you can understand where these things are going. And you see, when I talk about Algeria, which is a $4 billion market, Algeria met goal to produce 70% of national demand domestically in 2022. Can you imagine a $4 billion market manufactures 70% of their total requirement nationally, locally? So this is what the continent is changing, and many of us has a difficult visions of rhinos and tigers, so the big fives about Africa. But this is also something that we need to realize and understand and tailor our strategies when we talk about emerging markets. So again, this is the same slide, but we actually talk about how the burden, although the volumes as compared to Middle East or Southeast Asia is less, but you see the growth of the non-communicable diseases, which is happening in Africa, which again has to be part of your filing and portfolio strategy coming today. So what do you need to do? How do you capture growth in the opportunity and opportunities in the emerging markets? You'll have to have defined clear long-term strategic objectives, and you cannot be deterred by short-term policy issues, short-term economic downturns and currency devaluation, right? Because we know at a time that Nigeria was one of the biggest markets in Africa, correct? And Indian exports today to Nigeria is more than $400 million US, which still is one of the biggest markets for Indian companies. But a lot of companies left Nigeria and manufacturing plants in Nigeria because of this great currency devaluation, which happened in the mid 2015s, right? So you will have to stay put. You will have to adapt your business model. You cannot have the same business model because the payers and the payees and everything is different in different countries. So you'll have to build an agile organization because you need to adopt the business model. What do you do exactly? You'll have to prioritize portfolio country by country, explore new commercial models and channels, because if you are in South Africa, you'll have to deal with Medipost. Medipost meaning post offices acting as drug delivery centers, right? Medipost is one of the biggest buyers in South Africa, who takes medicine and distributes all the chronic medicines to different parts of the country where normal pharmacies are not available or normal channels are not available. So you'll have to prioritize portfolio country by country. It cannot be a universal approach, which a lot of people do, but you'll have to adapt. You'll have to look at new commercial models. You cannot have the same model that I'll have a distributor and he will distribute my products, or I'll have my franchisee and I will distribute my products. You cannot have such straightforward models. You'll have to pivot from traditional commercial approaches to access-driven ones. And again, the word access comes here, means you'll have to look at how medicines is accessed by the mass population of that country, and then devise your models to see that those access and those commercial channels are exploited by you equally to reach all of these things. you'll have to adjust to the needs of the out-of-pocket and consumer markets, right? And you will need to see that different countries actually have different importation models, correct? You will have to understand that how you can piggyback on the local expertise to see that your drugs are produced there, available there, and are available to all the patients that are available. So these are some of the things as a general principle. I mean, we can discuss country by country a lot, but these are some of the things as a general principle you will have to recall or remember if you are dealing with emerging markets, correct? And this is one of the frameworks that I use from McKinsey, and which talks about access and which talks about how you will have to deal with emerging markets if you need to be successful in these areas, right? So some of the most important things that day to day you will face as a hurdle is these two lines. You will have to engage on regulatory and health system policies, because this is the most significant barrier that you will find if you want to make your product accessible in a particular country, right? A country may take 5 years to register, a country may take 2 years to register. But glad to tell you, everybody is looking at improving, like CDSO director also spoke about it, that how India is looking to improve their frameworks and policies to make sure the products are available faster and quicker. Similar things are being done in Africa as well, in Asia, of course, and different parts of the Latin America, where they are trying to maintain the quality by improving their regulatory systems. And second thing is, you'll have to find solutions to infrastructure barriers, because you cannot expect the same infrastructure. You cannot expect your pharmacy to operate in a way that everybody does Google Pay and medicine is there, because you may not find such solutions everywhere, right? So what you are used to here may not be your pricing, your access, your everything has to depend on what the local currency can deliver and how much a patient has the capability to pay and how they can pay. So you'll have to find solutions to your infrastructure barriers, right? And accordingly, you have to price your product and conduct negotiations with the payers as well as the government that is incumbent therein. So all of these are very important. But I think, to me, these two things are the first steps if you want to get into any emerging market, if you want to learn about any emerging market. And then the third step is to build collaboration. Correct? You can imagine the importance. You may be a very big company, you may be a Glaxo, you may be a Pfizer, but without local collaboration, it won't work. It won't work anywhere. And I can tell you that from whatever I have done in emerging markets, right? So this is something which I don't use daily, but I keep revisiting just to remind myself what I need to do in a particular country. With this, what I'd like to summarize what I'm trying to talk about, which I talked about in last 15 minutes, is emerging markets are going to lead global pharma growth. That's for sure, right? We've seen that with data. Better healthcare is a huge unmet need, be it from the patient point of view, be it from access to medicine, surgeries, hospitals, and everything. It is better healthcare is a huge unmet need, and India, being the leader here, cannot shy away from emerging markets. Markets are volatile and are uneven. I mean, I could find this word the most closest to what I feel about emerging markets, right? They are very uneven, very divergent, very different regulations and policies and practices and behaviors, right? A French educated doctor of a North Africa will be totally different from an English educated doctor of Central or East Africa. So you will have to understand those things very clearly before you want to invest in any of these countries, right? And you will have to persist, because these markets are volatile. You will find 5 years of turbulence followed by 5 years of stability, which you can use to the maximum. You'll have to define clear long-term strategic objectives. You cannot run away from one country and go to the next because you had a short-term setback. So you'll have to kind of invest optimally in these countries, right? You'll have to adopt the business model, build an agile organization, because organization, as you understand, is not just the front end and the payer pricing, which we take care of. Organization is also the back end, right? A simple manufacturing problem that we all face is if US requires that product let's say 1 million tablets a month, Kenya would require probably 1,000 tablets a month, correct? So if your manufacturing batch size is 1 million tablets a month, Kenya will never get serviced with that kind of batch size, because how will you manufacture? You cannot supply a 10-year demand with one batch with 2 years shelf life, correct? And please understand, this is where building an agile organization stands for. Why do I use the word organization and not use the word marketing or sales? Is because your manufacturing, your distribution, your supply chain, everything has to react to the needs of the emerging market, right? They have to produce 100 packs in English, 100 packs in French, 100 packs in Arabic, and 100 packs in Portuguese. So those are the real difficult manufacturing and supply chain challenges, which are not very easy to overcome, as it may seem, seeing here, correct? And that is where the delivery lead times are very, very important. And agile organization is talking about manufacturing, it's talking about logistics, because when Suez Canal was blocked, half of the medicine sent from India perished, and no insurance company was ready to pay for that. So this is what the challenges, and that is why we write, we'll have to build an agile organization and hedge your bets so that you don't go deep losses into it, right? Access is important. We'll have to accelerate access, and that is why we need more collaborations within each country, right? And we'll have to understand the access environment, develop a strategy for patient access, because those are the most important stakeholders in this entire value chain story, and create value stories backed by compelling evidence. Value stories for the government, value stories for the company, value stories for the patient, which is ultimate. So I guess this is what I could encapsulate in the time that was available to me. I once again thank everybody for the patient hearing, and thanks a lot for giving me this opportunity. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for sharing your valuable insights on the global medicine market and the role and challenges of emerging markets in the growth of pharmaceutical industry. Your expertise has greatly expanded our knowledge and understanding of this topic.
I now request Madam Chitra Ramnan ma'am, Chairperson SIES School of Business Management, Navi Mumbai, to felicitate our guest with memento and shawl.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much. It was nice in learning from you about the tremendous opportunities in emerging markets for Indian manufacturers. So thank you very much again. So we are going to have our next session, that is the leadership panel discussion. Okay. Before that, we will have, I request to highlight leadership panel discussion. Next, do it. This one. Okay, so with that, just 15 minutes tea break. We have a lot of session. I request, humble request from my side, all of you, please come back in 15 minutes so that we can start this leadership panel discussion. All the leaders here, I request them to be present, right? So please take a break of 15 minutes and come back sharp. No, breakfast, not required, not required. So tea is there in the lobby. Have tea and come. No, sir.
Hello. Hello.
तर पाण्याची बॉटल सगळी
Hello.
Outside, please come back. Please come back. We're starting the session. Now to start to take the journey ahead, we are going to have our first panel discussion, that is leadership panel discussion. So I request everyone to come. Those who are outside, please come. Now request NIPER students to start the session by welcoming all the dignitaries and the moderator.
So we will now begin with the first panel discussion for the day on the topic current trends and future pharma sales and marketing, which would be moderated by Praveen Pandey sir. I request Praveen Pandey sir to please come on stage, and I request Madhuri Joshi ma'am to welcome Praveen Pandey sir. Madhuri. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
I now invite the panelists on the stage. Rajendra Reddy sir. Sir is the former Director of Sales and Marketing, Domestic Business, Serum Institute of India Private Limited. Sir is an alumnus of Osmania University as well as Indian Institute. Sir is an alumnus of Osmania University as well as Indian Institute of Management, Bangalore. Sir started his journey as a medical representative at Cipla and has also worked in Novartis and AstraZeneca before joining Serum Institute of India. I request Shiv Shankar Maurya sir to welcome Rajendra Reddy sir.
Our next panelist is Kiran Kalavadia sir. Sir is the director founder of Healthcare Formulations Private Limited. So started his journey in 1998 with Cipla and has a total of 24 plus years of experience with Cipla. So his expertise include market planning, sales management, market analysis, and hospital sales.
Our next panelist is Dr. Srinivas Nanduri sir, Professor Department of Chemical Sciences, NIPER, Hyderabad. Sir was previously associated with Biocon, Dr. Reddy's, Origin, and has also worked as Director, Medicinal Chemistry Department at AMRI, Hyderabad. I request Basant Pachasia sir to welcome Professor Nanduri sir.
Our next panelist is Dr. Saurabh Srivastav, Head of Department of Pharmaceutics at NIPER, Hyderabad. Sir has more than 15 years of profound industrial and research experience working with several pharmaceutical R&Ds, including Ipca Labs, Wokhard Research Center, and Dr. Reddy's Laboratories for development and commercialization of various NDA and ANDA based products for different regulated markets. I request Mr. Nasruddin Chishti sir to please welcome Saurabh Srivastava sir.
Our next panelist is S.V. Krishnan Balaji sir. Sir is the founding director of Renocare Pharmaceuticals Private Limited. Renocare Pharmaceuticals Private Limited was established in 2005 in Secunderabad, Telangana. He also serves as a speaker and mentor at various conferences and events. I request Harna Lula sir to please welcome S.V. Krishnan Balaji. Sorry, ma'am, sorry.
Our next panelist is Pankaj Srivastava sir. Pankaj Srivastava sir is the Vice President of Biotexas Pharmaceuticals. I request Arasan Arumugam sir to welcome sir on stage. I would request Praveen Pandey sir to please take over the panel discussion.
Thank you, everyone. Good morning, Hyderabad. I think, after 2 hour session, especially when we are getting a lot of information, it's very difficult to digest the next session. So, very rare chance we get, to talk with the students, and especially the expertise of pharma industry. This is a good chance where experts of pharma people are there, and academia is also available. You won't believe, but this is the fact. One study has been conducted in 2020 by Nagpur University, and it shows there is a big gap between practice and academia. Do you believe how bigger the gap is? At least guess some students. It's 84%. 84% is a huge gap, like what we are studying and what is required in market or in industry. So this is a good platform where we are going to, get information with expertise, and that will evaluate our CV. Again, it will excel our career. Second thing, we were talking about pharma market, industry, and places. See, being a student, even we all were a student sometime, right? So being a student, most of the attitude, the student attitude, तूने मुझे फोन नहीं किया मैं क्यों करूं, right? The policy called the people who will remember, they will be remembered. That is a student attitude. But now you all are coming in pharma industry, maybe in manufacturing, maybe as a business associates or some marketing teams. That time, our attitude should be changed. That should be your network is your net worth. Here we are talking on the different topics like digital transformations. Before, even I should say 10 years before also, up to 2010-11, it was not very easy to get connected with many people. Yes, mobile was there, WhatsApp was not there. Messages, mostly it has been charged by 1 rupees or 2 rupees. That time even 2 rupees was expensive. But now many forms are there to get connected with many people. So I just say, students, cheer up, get connected, make big network. Your network is your net worth. This is the fact. Here we are going to talk with our expertise on current leadership and future of pharma. So first of all, we would like to know how the topic it is, from expertise, like, is it good to talk on this topic? So I'll just leave open discussion with all panelists, whoever wish to opt this, like, is this good topic to talk on leadership, current trends, and pharma, future of pharma? Please, whoever wish to opt. Sir, please.
Hi, good morning, everybody. I think when it comes to this topic, my opinion is that it's one of the most apt topics looking into the audience that we have today, Mr. Praveen. I can tell that the biggest challenge that you mentioned of 84% gap between what reality strikes them when they get onto the real job and what they are going to learn, that itself makes this particular topic very, very relevant and most important, because the honorable panel who is sitting here, apart from me, they do come with their practical experience. They do come with loads of analysis done for so many years. I'm sure this topic can dwell some light on what's going to hold for your future in the pharma industry and what exactly is required for you to really be successful in this industry and take forward this industry. I think that's my personal opinion.
Sorry, good morning, everyone. I think it may sound as a cliche if I say that COVID has actually transformed everything. It has transformed the way we have been interacting with people, with patients, with doctors. And if you see this current topic, leadership, current trends and future of pharma, I think if change is the way of life, we are going to have a lot of changes in the way we have been dealing, not only with doctors, with patients, with our colleagues. And one thing, if you talk about once you become a leader in any pharma industry, I mean, compared to say 30, 40 years back when I was a medical representative, the way, it was we were interacting with our superiors 40 years back, yes. And the way now the people, those who are coming, there's a sea change. I mean, there was a control when we were medical representative, there was some sort of like dominance by our superiors. But then today, when you are interacting with the youngsters, they are very smart, they are very knowledgeable. And therefore, integrator and energizer is the way what we have been talking about when we are talking of interacting with these people. Same is the case when you are dealing with doctors. I mean, I remember, sir will agree with me, there was a patternistic model, like whatever doctor has said, the patients used to adhere in letter and spirit. That is not the case now, because when the patients are coming, they have got some sort of knowledge. So even for doctors also, the way they are dealing with the patients has actually entirely changed. I mean, I do conduct sessions with the doctors on soft skills, and I basically tell the same thing that, look, the way you have to deal with the patients is also entirely become different. So anyway, with these initial thoughts, I will hand over to my other panelists. Yes. Of course, this is such an interesting topic. We can keep on debating on that. Yeah.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Hyderabad. Visiting Hyderabad almost after 4 or 5 years. Had a small but good connect with Hyderabad when I was doing my executive MBA from ISB Hyderabad. And what we talked of, the industry and academia disconnect. See, I have when people tell me what you have done or what you have studied, I say DBM, that is Diploma, Bachelor's, and Master's in Pharmacy. So all three I have done. We were the first batch of Rajiv Gandhi University, Karnataka, and then went to Cipla, worked there for 20 years in sales and marketing after doing M.Pharm. That bit people don't digest. And then now as an entrepreneur into manufacturing of pharmaceutical products. As you said, 84, at our time, I think it was more than 90%, wherein what we studied and what we saw, there was no connect at all. Whatever we could study in medicinal chemistry, pharmacology, the molecules, what we studied over there were very, very basic. There were no new molecules which we were launching, was nowhere mentioned in books, right? What we did in pharmacognosy, till date, I have not experienced anywhere in my professional life. I can tell you that, right? Pharmacognosy, nowhere I have seen. So all these things which I could relate, and what he has asked is, there was a big difference at that time. But yeah, in today's world, there are lots of connect which is happening between the industry speakers or industry people and students. People are lucky enough wherein you are getting this kind of symposiums, where industry people are coming and speaking to you, authorities are coming and speaking to you. Probably in my 9 years of my academia, I had not seen even a single speaker coming and speaking to us when we were students from industry. Only interaction what we had was in 4th year B.Pharm, we had an industrial visit in Bangalore and we saw a factory over there. Otherwise, there was nothing. The tablet punching machine which we had was, you have to pull something and punch one tablet at a time, kind of. So that was our time. But yeah, your time is a bit more exciting. Whatever you could learn from industry people and the regulatory authorities which come, learn from them. They have lots of experience. People sitting over here, all put together, would have more than 100 years of experience over here, at least on this stage. So to the students, all the best in terms of your learning. Thank you very much.
So thank you, and thank you, audience, for being a part of this panel discussion. And coming to the topic of this academia and industry linkages. So I myself spent close to 2 decades in the industry. So before graduating to be a part of this academia, so this is NIPER Hyderabad. In that way, I think I should thank NIPER Hyderabad for inviting people from industry to be part of their faculty. So this is a unique kind of institution. I don't think I have ever seen any other institution in welcoming faculty from the industry, because I think they rightly identified the need to bridge the gap. So that is the first comment I would like to make. And coming to the second point of, how we are trying to do from in NIPER Hyderabad, how we are trying to make the students industry ready or make the students appreciate the value of, certain practices which industry does. So coming to my background of, the discovering the drugs as a chemist, both in the Dr. Reddy's as well as a Biocon and Origin and several research-based organizations. So what we have learned is, how do you take a drug from the concept to the clinic to the patient? And the fundamental principle is, first you have to understand the patient, you have to understand the unmet medical need, then you have to work backwards and try to understand how do you put a proper therapeutic intervention. I think the best time which all of us had, testing time all of us had, and which is also a learning time all of us had, is the COVID-19, wherein we did not have any drugs. At that point of time, we don't have any drugs. I think that is where this digital revolution came in a big way. And they gave so many possibilities, because with all the AI, ML, which are all put together, most of the startup companies, most of the big companies, they put all of them together. Then they actually came up with a lot of the possible repurposed drugs, which can actually be utilized against the COVID-19 as a case study. And I think these are all the things which we are trying to impart to the students. How do you integrate chemistry, biology, then regulatory, then toxicology, then pharmaceutics, formulations. So all of them, they are part of the drug discovery process or drug development process, or even to the generic medicines. Normally what happens is in industry, in academia, I am a medicinal chemist, I am a process chemist, I am a natural product chemist. I have nothing to do with other disciplines. It is not that way. There is an integration which has to be done. I think in the NIPER Hyderabad, we are trying to attempt to do this. I think maybe some more institutions also should follow this kind of a conscious effort so to bridge this gap. Thank you very much.
Hello, good morning, everyone. Thank you once again to the panel members and to the organizers to invite me as for this panel discussion. And likewise, the start of the discussion has initiated from that 84% of the gap. And I'm truly echoing with Dr. Nanduri's perspective, what he has just mentioned. Like we at NIPER are trying to bridge that gap as much as possible. Sir is also having 2 decades of experience from industry and coming back to academia. Myself has a decade of experience in industry. My latest tenure was with Dr. Reddy's as a tech lead, where I was working for differentiated formulation development. And we are here to inculcate the learnings which we have acquired during this huge tenure of industrial period, so that we could make the students industry ready and we can bridge out the gap, because we understand what industry are requiring and how they function exactly. So we can inculcate those qualities in our students through the learning processes, through our journey. That would be bridging the gap. This is the first aspect. And the second thing is the boundaries are dissolving now. It is not like sir was also mentioning that process chemist, pharmaceutical analysis department, or SOTICs. It is not like that. People are changing. People are getting diversified. So boundaries are dissolving, and people from across the domain are coming together to grow further, and this industry will be grooming ahead further. I would not take much time into that. Handing over the mic to the next panel member. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Great afternoon. Friends, great afternoon. Come on, great afternoon. Thank you. Friends, we are all, more than a sitting here or sitting there at one and the same. I feel that I'm one among you, not in this. See, friends, today, it's a great pleasure and honor to see you all, because you are all the future India, future world. Today, it's a great, immense happiness to me that there's such a type of a program is being arranged by our Yashwant Mishra and Mr. Verma. It really, once again, it is a great, astonishing thing for me is that in COVID days, it was a friendly beginning, friendly start by our Yashwant Mishra and Mr. Raman Marke and our Verma ji, and all have started LPC on a friendly basis. I didn't know that they are going to do this type of a program. In fact, just to spend time might be the reason that would have started in the COVID days. But over the period of time, they were gearing up, collecting, bringing up the people, sharing many ideas, sharing many knowledges. Really, it was really interesting for me. My dear friends, we may not give you money to all. We may not give our personal money, but we may share our knowledge. We may share our experience to you all. The asset is one where I always rate as knowledge is one biggest asset, not a money. So thank you, Yashwant Mishra ji, for organizing and leading up. This is a non-commercial, activities. Hats off to Mr. Yashwant Mishra to initiate the size of the crowd or anything doesn't matter. His interest is paramount visibility for me. I'm proud of you, Mr. Yashwant Mishra, I'm telling you, friends, youngsters today you are all the future. I request every one of you to have an active participation, not for the sake of the compulsory information from a college and all. We are all great legends are here. We have all come across real pathway of life. How we all, when I was hearing, started from medical representative career, everyone have started our life with a difficulty. You all have now today technology, many things, but we all have started our career with a lot of limitations and could able to walk some distance. Friends, I'm Krishnan Balaji. In the year 1972, I born. In the year 1999, I started my career at the age of 19. I started medical representative career in Nellore headquarters as a medical representative for a new company. At that time, it was a launching company called Nebulae. And 2 years I worked for the company, and then I joined FMRI, recognized forum company. 8 years I worked as a trade union company called Valis, and 8 years I worked in the company. And then I realized 10 years I had a sales and marketing experience. More than a marketing, sales experience I had 10 years, and I started RPPL, Renocare Pharmaceuticals Private Limited. Of course, it was only emotional beginning. Even still today, it's an emotional company. But every part of every year, we add knowledge to the emotions, and we are getting a more clarity and moving forward. Today, this topic today, the leadership, current trends and future of pharma. It's really a fantastic topic. I request everyone to be more active, alive, and participate. Whatever the technology we have, unless we have sales and marketing, we may not move forward. For everything and anything, what we require is sales and marketing. Friends, huge technology is available. Research is going on. Everything is available. But the sales and marketing is going to drive everything to the people. Do you agree with me? Thank you. So sales and marketing is where I request every one of you to understand and develop the knowledge on sales and marketing. So basically, I am from the sales. I'm zero into any other thing other than sales. I request everyone to be a cutthroat sales and marketing people to handle whole world. So sales and marketing is something most interesting. Everyone, basically, we are all by birth sales people. You need not say sales is a separate department. So we all learn much about that. I request our person, our Praveen to take it forward the session. Let us participate in a much more active way. Thank you. Over to Praveen. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. As Balaji sir said, it should be active participation. So let's start some better. Our topic is still digital and digitalization transformation. So I'll just take a short question with from your students. How many have already prepared their CV? Just raise your hands. 1, 2, 3, 4. Please don't raise both hands. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It's almost 70%. Almost 70%. Good, good. Again, how many have already prepared their resume? 2. Sir, you all are very away from this digital and digitalization. You all are student of NIPER. Please, there is a big difference between CV and resume. Keep in mind, if next time I'm asking who has been ready with CV and resume, haath sambhal ke uthaiye. So, sir, participation was there. We'll go with another topic on leadership. Like, sir, nowadays, of course, digitalization. Sorry, I forgot to miss that. Pehle kya tha, just CV likh ke aa gaye, that was digital. Now the different type of CV floating in market, different platforms are there. This is a bit breeze and gap between digital and digitalization. Use kijiye aap log. So nowadays, the patient is going to meet doctors. Already they have done all type of work on Google, and they are going to ask, doctor, I have problem of glaucoma. Oh, how you come to know? I have bit headache. What? It's IOP. Why you are talking on glaucoma? Okay, I have some redness eyes also, and blah blah blah. So doctors sometimes are getting frustrated. Here in leadership, whenever you have your sessions, and the many people are sitting around in the conference hall, do you feel such type of challenges in leadership also in this digital transformation, like some people? So I'll go with some specific. Better I should start with Kiran sir. Sir.
Question, or should I start directly?
How do you see future of pharma in the leadership? That is what it is.
Leadership is required everywhere, not only in pharma. But we all know, we have seen so many lectures. There are soft skill trainers who talk on leadership, right? Guiding a team, guiding an organization, or guiding a college or students, or various other committees, kind of. Being a leader, people say it's better to be a leader and, you guide the people. When people talk of managers, what we have been taught is managers are always damagers because they damage people's career, they damage what not they can do. So that is what we have learned in our professional career. But yeah, definitely, you see, there are leaders. Take example of Debashish sir, like he was a great leader with us in Cipla. Take example of Mr. Nikhil Chopra, who was my boss or who was my senior. I reported him for 20 years and he was heading Cipla, and today is CEO and director with JB Chemicals. So probably, friends, leadership is a very, very wide and a vast topic wherein you have to deal with different situations which comes into your way in different environments, different conditions, and different people, right? Like suppose you are having a manufacturing unit and you have to deal with not a blue collar people, blue collar people, you have to deal with black collar peoples, workers. It's entirely difficult to deal with these people, right? When you require them, they are not available, and you don't require them, they're always available with you, right? And you need to follow certain or many SOPs in your manufacturing plans, these, that, but they always try to make sure that they don't follow all that SOPs. They don't follow the rules. So in this kind of situations, your leadership has to be altogether a different kind, right? You have to be a very, very hard and harsh leader to taught them a lesson in terms of what needs to be done and what not needs to be done. So with that category of people, your leadership has to be different. Same when you are dealing with blue collar people, right? Your leadership has to be changed a bit, right? Your language, the way you deal with them has to be more of an sober kind of things. You have to talk with them in a different tone. They will probably understand better than what you talk with your workers. So you have to talk in a different language with them. So your entire skills will change. Then comes a group of people who are almost equivalent to you, and you have to coach them, or you are leader to them, right? That is one of the most difficult tasks. So the lowest one when you are dealing with them and the highest one you are dealing with them, these are the most difficult challenges what you will face when you're a leader. So leadership is something which you don't read in books. It's all an acquired experience what you get over a period of time. So when you are dealing with people those are equivalent to you, your skills has to be more sharper. You have to be more prepared in terms of talking with them, dealing them well, because they are having equivalent knowledge what you have. So leadership in pharma is all about guiding your people in terms of see, in pharma also we have different things. We have sales and marketing, you have production, you have R&D, you have quality assurance, you have quality controls. But what I as a leader tell my people over there is it's not production which is important for me as an promoter, but for me my quality control and quality assurance people, QA and QC, are my eyes and ears who will tell me what is happening inside my facility. So coaching them becomes very, very important for me than coaching my other part of the industry. So basically, as I said, I'll conclude my talk is leadership changes with time, people, and environment where you are present. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go to Balaji sir if you wish to add something on this.
Thank you. See, as my friend said that, yes, future is all about the leadership, how you are going to take the responsibility. Leadership is nothing but taking responsibility. In fact, when you come out of house, let us all feel that I'm a leader. In the house, you are husband, wife, son, whatever may be. See, the person changes wherever you go. When we all go to hospital, we are called as patient. When we travel in the train, we are passengers. So when we all have a different identity for the recognition. But when we go for the profession, when you come out for the official purpose, professional, when you look, you feel that you are a leader. That's what we always feel, and keep in our mind that leaders are not born made by another leader. So leadership is a one where we should feel I'm a leader, I'm a responsible person for my the job given to me, and the responsibility is taken by me. So this is what I personally feel. That is the reason we designated even I have I'm a mentor for one company. I'm a founder director for RPPL. All designation we have given for our sales and marketing people as area sales leader, professional service leader. So we all designated itself as a leader, not as an executive or not as a this one. So friends, let us all feel that leadership is a one, it is mandatory for everyone. Even many places, your leadership quality only will get for us to move forward. Nothing else. Knowledge is one aspect, but you should feel I'm a leader. So automatically many things happen. And today the topic what we are going to discuss on the future pharma, it is absolutely in a responsibility who take to lead individual as well as the team. Thank you, Mr. Praveen.
Sir, already you touched the future of pharma. So from here, we would like to understand what is going to be the future of pharma.
See, today the big challenge is opportunities are confusing the people what to choose and where to choose, especially for the youngsters. Though many are from the pharma, even including my son, he has completed Pharm Dean Ramchandra Medical College, Chennai. So again, the pharma is having a feel that will I get an opportunity in future? Because the question mark here, pharma, though we are all pharmaceutical industry people, our industry is dominated by doctors. Our industry is being written and controlled by doctors. Many technologies, even when my friend was sharing, that rabiprazole is one way OTC in Australia, and here it comes out of the prescription category. So what I personally feel, my dear friends, let us not worry about the doctors are controlling the pharma or pharmaceutical controlling doctors. It's vice versa, that as a pharmaceutical people, we all have high future. As long people live, so long medicines will be there. There is a one aspect in that. Specifically, if you hold one niche, if you hold one segment, if you hold one therapy, if you hold one place, definitely that place will have its own recognition in future. Say example, oncology is supposed to be the big one, big niche, wide area is shown. So choose one industry, hold it strongly. Definitely we all will get our own recognition. That is what we did basically I started a company with the small Me Too products of rabiprazole, omeprazole, aceclofenac, all these products we started as a generic company, the branded generic company we started. And then over the period of time we understood that we should not carry the company on the generic pharma company, we should have identity. So then we turned the company as an infertility company. So when we started identifying one niche area and started working on one segment, we started getting identity, and now company is very successful in female infertility management and male infertility management, especially in the 12-13 states of our country. So what I suggest is something what I followed it. I request every one of us to choose one place where I am going to be in the pharma, still more specific, still more and more specific that where we want to be. But one thing is sure, that trust our future, that definitely pharma is going to have a great future. That is what I can generically say, and I can openly say. Anything else?
Thank you. Thank you. We would like to get some information and input from Rajendra sir, if you wish to add.
Yeah.
Okay. Looking into the audience that we have, most of you are students pursuing pharmacy and looking forward to enter the pharma industry in whatever capacity. But I'm a little biased towards sales and marketing, since I started in 85 and ended my career in sales and marketing only. Beautiful journey, I would say, not a tough one. Outside world looks at it as a very, very tough one, particularly medical representative. The word evokes a little different response across the spectrum of population, including your own family members. 2-3 things that would come to their mind. They hang on around the doctor's clinics, coming in the way of doctor and patient. They go and peddle some medicines with no benefits. They just sell them. Now, the moment you get into this circle of selling or peddling medicines, I'm sure you will lose motivation in a couple of years. I can guarantee you, because you will get frustrated. The best way to hold on to your future and the pharma industry's future is to take pride in what you are doing. Gentlemen, please remember, you are not peddling or selling just medicines. You are selling health. You are giving solutions to those doctors sitting out there. The doctor is more knowledgeable, no doubt, I agree. But when you are selling a product, you are more knowledgeable for your product, not the doctor. Therefore, it's your bound duty to make sure the doctor knows all the benefits that it can offer to those suffering patients who are coming, right? Just imagine the world if medical reps remained as mere peddlers of medicine or sellers of medicine. What could have happened during COVID time? I can give you my own experience in 1 minute. You know, when COVID struck, or before COVID struck, the average time taken for any vaccine, I've been a vaccine seller for a decade, used to be not less than 10 to 12 years to get one vaccine with a $1 billion, not less than $1 billion, spend on that. But COVID has changed all that. Before the second wave got hit, we had news coming in stating that there are 10 vaccines under development. And by the time the second wave was really raging across India, we had a vaccine. My own company gave a vaccine by name Covishield, right? I mean, developed obviously by an Oxford University, but it was available for people. Now that is the time when my own team understood their value. We used to take, including me as a leader, not less than 350 to 400 calls on each mobile. I have a 700 member team. Just imagine the volume of calls across the country that we used to receive. Just inquiring, when can we get our vaccine? And please, can you supply? So the reps came back after the COVID, this thing was over, and when we were able to meet face to face, they came back and told me, and a lot of people were so emotional, they were crying, saying that, sir, first time in my life, many of them are 20 years and above in the industry, they told we knew what value we hold. Gentlemen, I think that pride is what you need to carry. Do not go with a mere selling slogan and think that you are a mere salesman. Just imagine those ICICI Bank caller who must be calling 100 people in a day, not even goes back with one win. That is one acceptance from a customer saying, I will take your credit card. There are many seniors here. We would have received every day on average 4 or 5 calls. Actually, we cut them. Maybe a salesman like me, who know the value of selling, would take at least the call for courtesy second. Sorry, friend, I can't. But many of them would have put down. But yet, this guy wakes up next day morning to again call the first customer, sir, can I give you a credit card, blah, blah, whatever benefits it can. What do you think about these no's? 100 no's, after that he gets one yes, maybe the two. Whereas as a medical rep, you are waiting in front of a doctor chamber to get the interview with a doctor, and if we get frustrated, you are finished in this profession. So the future of pharma would hold for those people who are tenacious, who can carry on with passion on what they are doing, otherwise don't enter. You will not survive. Third point, obviously, our respected speaker before this panel started from Aurobindo, he has already told you, because it's already, I mean, it's always told that you have to be lucky to be in the right place at the right time. We are already lucky to be in the right place. He has already shown you what kind of opportunity the emerging market, particularly Indian market, holds. So first thing is, you are in the right place. Don't worry, you are in Indian pharma industry. 1 lakh crore industry with thousands of companies, right? About 2 million sales people or field people working. So just imagine the opportunity. So don't worry about the opportunity. Be confident that you are going to get the best opportunity as per your capability. Second point, whether it is the right time, again, he has shown which this decade belongs to the emerging markets like India. So you are at the right time. The third point, you know, this industry, however digital transformation we have been talking about, whatever digital transformation is happening now, it cannot take away the face-to-face interaction between a rep and a doctor. There can be a supply chain which may be replaced by digitization. There can even be R&D. Instead of 10 people, 5 people can really manage the whole R&D and find out a new drug. There can even be a marketing which can still be digitized for established products, and you will see many digital things coming through WhatsApp, through mails, whatever. but a sales guy can never be taken off from this whole value chain of selling a medicine. So be confident, your jobs are going to be there, and you have chosen the right course now. I think what you need to do is that pursue that with greatest motivation and passion, that you are going to add value to the society, not mere intermediary of selling medicine or peddling medicines. Last but not the least, obviously the whole industry norm is changing. The so-called digitization is taking over. We need to get definitely updated through the digitization. Tomorrow an artificial intelligence would come. Tomorrow there would be a lot of tools given to you as salespeople to actually, for you being, you can be more effective. For you to be more effective, there can be tools given, but you will not be replaced. The tools can be replaced by a typical visual aid that all of us sitting here as experienced leaders, right? We used to use that flip chart. If you all, few of you may have seen that. Now it's all about the tablets, the iPads, and tomorrow even that may not be required. You may ask the doctor to open his own app and say, sir, now I will detail you from your own phone. And once I guide you, you can see for yourself and I am getting away. I think that's the kind of digitization that would happen. And knowledge is going to drive the whole industry. If you cannot update with this digitization process and the knowledge, because today the doctors are having access to great amount of information. There is no problem for doctor. They need not depend on a medical rep to get a knowledge. But on what they depend is how that knowledge is given to them in those bits and pieces which they require. There are tons of informations that are going to be available digitally, but what is most important and the role of medical rep is what exactly the doctor requires, the need that you need to identify and exactly give that knowledge. And as long as your scientific knowledge in this industry is sound, doctors value that and they give you time and they will listen to you. Don't worry about it. I think with that small thing, I can only end by saying that if you all seen this Gully Boy movie, it still motivates me. Apna time aayega, but I say that apna time aa gaya. Apna time aayega nahi. Apna time aa gaya. Let's make most of it, gentlemen. Thank you. That's it from my side.
Great, sir. This is called Experience Talks Much, and we have learned many things from him. Pankaj sir, would you like to add something on this, the future of pharma?
Very difficult. The way he has spoken and the way he has crystallized all the thoughts, it's very difficult to add something. But then, yes, some of the things which I would like to take from him, like for instance, the role of the medical representative cannot be changed. It is going to be very relevant. Some of the other things, what I feel, may everybody has to inculcate in themselves. See, things are changing, as he has very rightly said, that digital adoption is going to be the order of the day. So yes, knowledge as well as digital adoption definitely is going to hold a prime place. Some of the other changes what I foresee are, for instance, as I've said earlier, in leadership integration and energizing your people, that is extremely important. Your power and positions are going to be less relevant. That is something which you must deal, which you must recognize, especially for those people who are in higher positions, right? Your designations nowadays are going to be less relevant. You have to be a team player. Collaboration is extremely important. And I can give you my own example. There was a time I had gone to some foreign country for some LMS training. And when I came back, I used to believe that, and I was supposed to implement this LMS in that company, MSD, for instance. I was in charge of that. And I used to believe that this is the company work. So I was, giving call to say IT person, I was giving call to medical, and I was giving call to some other, people also, those who were all supposed to implement this. And I realized that, the responses used to be very lukewarm. And then I realized that maybe people are not liking the way I'm sending the email, for instance. And then slowly I tried to bridge this. I was personally going, requesting them, egging them, then only, I could implement that LMS and MSD. So what I'm trying to say is this is the importance of collaboration now. So that is one. And then, of course, a lot of changes are going to take place the way we are dealing with the doctors. Please appreciate unfortunately, I'm saying that the type of knowledge what we were having, I'm not boasting, please, for God's sake, don't misunderstand me. 40 years back when I started with Hext, there was a company, Hext. Many of you senior persons will know. Youngsters may not be knowing Sanofi is the now advanced version, I would say, after a lot of amalgamation mergers. I mean, we used to have so much stress on training, so much stress on training and development that we were actually going and telling the doctors about not only about our drugs, but about the disease per se. Not only about disease per se, but the concomitant problems what a patient may undertake. That sort of emphasis is slowly coming down. That is what I foresee nowadays. And that's why we are not able to add value when we are interacting with the doctors. And that is also one of the reasons why doctors are losing interest in interacting with us. So therefore, knowledge upgradation is extremely important. And moreover, imagine when I was a medical representative, I was dealing with some 30 odd products. Today, most of the organizations have got specializations where you are having some 3, 4, 5 major products, right? And if there also, if in-depth knowledge is not there, I'm sorry, you will not be able to add any value. So that is one. Secondly, of course, the manner in which you are going to interact with the doctors, you need to understand a lot of other things, the behavioral styles of the doctors, because based on the behavioral styles of the doctors, your communication styles must also change, right? With an autocratic doctor, you cannot have the same type of communication styles. So those are little bit, things which are required at the grassroots level. Now, when we are talking about leadership again, one thing which is there, I think Kiran sir actually talked. You see, your leadership style has to vary from situation to situation. I mean, you will get a person, for instance, whom, I used to say, he is high on motivation, but very low on skills. I mean, these mostly typical, a person who's in new roles. I'm not saying new person, youngsters, no, new roles. You may be, I may be 40 years in the pharma industry, but if I'm given a new job where I don't have the expertise, I am new to the role, right? There, my boss has to be very directive. If he is not directive, I can create a lot of problems, right? Same way, if there is a person who is high on skill, but low on motivation, there also your leadership style has got to be directive. Then comes a category where you will find a mediocre, middle. I mean, skill level is also there. Knowledge is also there. Motivation is also there. There you have to be supportive. Then comes the encouraging style. As Kiran sir said, there is a person who is as competent. He may be your junior, but he is as competent as what you are. And he is just, he's knocking the door. Next day, he will become your colleague. Now, when you have got such type of persons, you have got to be encouraging. Your leadership style has to change. So no one style is going to be applicable to everyone. So it has to modulate. It has to change as per the situation, right? Then again, I mean, if you talk about future of leadership, lot of understanding on what are the requirements of the doctors these days. Understand, I was interacting with the recently, some 2 months back, with the Cloud Physician CEO. And he said that, I said, what do you do? He said, look, in acute care, we actually tried to integrate the ICUs of various hospitals, because most of the hospitals, they may not be having very good intensivists. So he said that at one platform, we provide services to say 30 ICUs of hospitals. Now imagine such a fantastic thing what he's doing. Now, if you have got acute care products, I mean, he is your core customer, then I would say, because again, through this person, you can impact so many ICUs. That's one. So you need to be aware as to what are the current trends which are there. Secondly, I will again give you another example. Sir, do I have got time? I can? We can. So another example I would like to give you. For instance, we always know about metros. Metros have got good hospitals. You have got Apollos, Fortis and all this. What about tier 1, tier 2, tier 3 cities? And again, I came across one person who is manufacturing certain machines. I'm sure many of you may be aware, but I'm just sharing with you, because it's very difficult for an Apollo hospital to go to tier 2 and tier 3 and establish their setups. So what these people are doing, they have prepared certain machines. It is something like kiosk, what you see in the ATM machines, right? What they do, suppose I've got a Medex group of hospitals, say in Bangalore, and they decide that they're going to create an outreach center in say Chanpatna. I'm based in Bangalore, so Chanpatna is around say 70 kilometers away. Now they will not create a full-fledged setup. What they will do, they will hire a room, they will put up this kiosk. This kiosk is embedded with some basic facilities, like you can do HbA1c test, you can do blood sugar test, urine test, etc. And they have to just have one technician, right? At the appointed time, say between 2 to 4, all the doctors, consultants in the Medox hospital, they will be available. The patients, they will be going to this outreach center. This physician, this technician will do the main test, etc. And then he will put up with the specialist, right? So this is a new way which is emerging, whereby these patients, they can have access to major hospitals through these kiosks. So moral of the story is, I mean, I can keep on giving you example after example, but you need to be fully aware about the current trends. And based on the current trends, your entire marketing strategy has to change. I mean, you all know, since morning I've been hearing about nanobots and this robotic surgeries. I mean, a lot of technology is going to come, and we need to be fully well versed what are the recent trends which are fast emerging, and we need to align ourselves, align our marketing strategies also accordingly. Chatbots, in patient support programs, there are so many things which are coming. Because this is my last sentence before I hand over to others. Please appreciate, in chronic diseases, any amount of medicine is not going to give you the desired results until and unless you change the behavior of the person. And let me tell you, that's one of the most difficult thing. And that is where, again, a lot of automations are coming, a lot of companies are coming who are trying to help the doctors in changing the behavior of the patient so that better treatment outcomes can come, right? So these are some of the things which are fast emerging, and based on that, our leadership style, the way we are interacting with people also must undertake change. I mean, what is currently relevant may not be relevant after 2 years. So therefore, change is the way forward.
Thank you. So before moving to audience question, I'll take very brief input from Kiran sir also on this. Sir, keep as short as possible. We are running short of time.
Future, yeah. So I will talk industry in general, because see, most of the people you see over here are from sales and marketing. Many of us are aware, in earlier times, we used to see typhoid, cholera, right? Kind of diseases which today are not there. Though it is present, for most of it is vanished from because of hygiene and whatnot, which has happened over a period of time. More and more, if you see industry or disease pattern or industry or pharma is moving towards lifestyle disease. Now, Debashish sir had shown oncology is one of the biggest market in world. Why? Right? Immunology, many people, most of the people who present over here who are still not experienced would not know what immunology is. What molecules are which are present in immunology? We have not heard about rheumatoid arthritis. Very less people have heard about rheumatoid arthritis. Today, world's biggest product is from this category, Humira, adalimumab. It is almost $22 billion product worldwide. So different diseases are there wherein new therapies are coming. This is how pharma is moving. We was talking about peptides. We are talking about vaccines, right? We are talking about many innovative therapies. So world has moved from traditional disease like cholera and it has moved towards lifestyle disease. 1% of the population in India is suffering from rheumatoid arthritis, but which we are not aware of. People are suffering it, but they are not aware of. Out of top 10 products in world, 6 are biotech products. Out of that 6 products, 3 are from oncology segment and 3 are from rheumatology segment. Rheumatology, most of us have not heard about it, right? It's all about infliximab, etanercept, and adalimumab, right? Oncology is trastuzumab, bevacizumab, and rituximab. So these are the kind of molecules which are there because of different diseases, what we have seen. So industry has transformed in a great way, and further the way different therapies are coming. Stem cell transplantation, we have never heard of it. It is coming, right? The way we have heard heart transplant, liver transplant. Now stem cell transplantation. There is a company in Bangalore, Stemputics, which is owned by Manipal Group, right? They are working on it. So they have already launched the product. I think Alchem has launched that product, I think in collaboration with that. So this is how things are changing industry, is changing pharma, is changing. We have a very bright future. This is a industry where you will never see a recession. So that's the biggest thing what we have seen. Every other industry you will see recession. This industry you will not. So as the panelists have said, you are at the right place in the right industry. It's all about how you work it out on it, how great you are or how bright you are, and how you choose to make your career in this industry. Thank you.
Thank you. We are really, running with short time. We had planned to take questions from audience, but I'll hardly take one question, whoever wish to ask from the side. Yeah, please. We are leaving again Backbenchers Association back.
So great afternoon, sir. And this is Vishwanathan, Sales Manager from Conclave Pharmaceuticals. So I have one question to you that the complete industry is today facing is attrition. I just want to know from your end that what sort of solution we can give to stay our people for longer period to get the best performance. Thank you, sir.
Good question.
Anyone of you can address just your
So you have asked, first of all, a burning question, right? Because attrition is ranging from 18%, 20% to, in some of the organization, 30%, right? And it's a very complex problem, because if you ask me reasons of attrition, it will vary from company to company. I will not name some of the organizations, but I can give you some of the examples, right? So there's one organization where one of the reasons for attrition is that the type of targets which are being given, they have got no relevance with the secondary sales. If secondary sale is say 20 lakhs, and if you're giving target of say 35 or 40 lakhs, giving 80%, 100% growth. And again, I would say Vroom's expectancy theory always apply. What is in it for me? And before putting in any efforts, a person analyzes whether the support system which is there, they are good enough for me to accomplish my task. If they see yes, they are highly motivated and charged, and they go all out. Valency is positive and negative, vice versa. So if this is the case, what will happen right from day one? The person knows that he is not going to achieve numbers. The person knows that whatever incentive schemes this company is going to give, I will not be. And after some time, what happens? There is some amount of scare also which starts creeping in. See, when 5 months consecutively, I am achieving 60%, 70% my targets, I will be scared. So then what happens? The person will keep one leg outside and will start searching. So that is one reason, right? Secondly, I have also seen in terms of motivation, team building. I mean, I always tell managers that when you are actually going and working, what is the motive of your working? Your motive is not to go inside the doctor's chamber and detail. I mean, that's one mistake which most of our managers, they've been doing, right? That's not your motive. Your motive is to equip him, to not only motivate him, to give him some sort of guidance so that he equips himself with the current challenges. So the 3 days what you're going to spend, you must try to help him in upbringing his confidence level. Now, if you're not going to do that, again, when you are leaving, and many times I've seen managers when they're leaving on the last day, they will do, firing. You have not done this, you have not done that. And I always say, if you have to fire also, on the very first day, when you call the person, you fire. Whatever you have to say. Next 2.5 days, you should try to motivate him so that when you leave your headquarters, you must keep him fully charged and motivated so that next 25 days, he is working fully. So in terms of team building also, I think our managers, they are not able to equip themselves. I feel many organizations, they should have some provision, some budgets also allocated for the team building so that at least the persons are charged and motivated. And of course, the managers also play a very important role. People often say people don't leave the company, but they leave the managers. So as I say, integrator, and energizer. If your managers are integrator and energizers, so when you are selecting somebody, for mid-level roles, for RBM, for ZBM, you must see whether he is, obsessed with power or he is a co-worker type of person. If he is a co-worker type of person, he is likely to be more successful rather than those people who get fascinated with power. So, I mean, these are some of the thoughts what I have.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, before closing this session, as we have many students, and students first learn what is my benefit, right? Being a student, always think what is my benefit. Already expertise has been discussed about sales, salesman, business associates. Please understand there is a big difference between sales and business associates. Sales means you just sold goods. That's it. You should never just be a salesman. Think from first day as a businessman. You are selling goods, you are getting money from the partner or whoever. Again, if he's buying from you, then he's your customer. Not just you sold once and his customer. No. Second thing, yes, my benefit, many students are there. If somebody wish to approach for subinternship, they can reach us and definitely we will arrange something. Okay. Thank you so much and very nice and response. Thank you.
Now we would request Dr. B. Lakshmi ma'am and Debashish Sarkar sir to please come on stage to felicitate all the panel members. We request Lakshmi ma'am to please felicitate Praveen Kumar sir. Kiran Kalavadia sir. Rajendra Reddy sir. And Krishnan Balaji sir.
I now request Debashish Sarkar sir to please felicitate Dr. Srinivas Nanduri sir. Saurabh sir. Dr. Saurabh sir. And Pankaj Srivastav sir. Thank you, sir. Moving on to our second panel discussion for the day, which will be on the topic women leadership, and it will be moderated by Dr. Vasundhara ma'am. I now request Rajesh Ragela sir to welcome Dr. Vasundhara ma'am. Dr. Vasundhara, Assistant Professor, Department of Pharmacoinformatics, Sniper, Hyderabad. She also served as Department of Science and Technology, Inspire Faculty at National Institute of Animal Biotechnology. Dr. Rajesh Ragela sir will felicitate Dr. Vasundhara ma'am. Sir, I have.
Our next panelist is Meenakshi Iyer ma'am. I request Chokalingam sir to welcome ma'am on stage. Ma'am is the founder director at Niche Therapeutics Private Limited. Nishi Therapeutics Private Limited. She is also a certified life coach, motivational speaker, trainer, and facilitator.
Our next panelist is Madhumita Manna ma'am. Ma'am is the Director of Healthcare at Indian Chamber of Commerce in the Slovak Republic. Ma'am started her journey with Kodak India Limited as a product executive in consumer imaging. She later joined JK Ensel Limited, and she also has been associated with Dr. Reddy Laboratories, Pfizer, and Torrent. She is an alumnus of IIM Calcutta. I now request Mr. Kannan sir to please welcome Madhumita Manna ma'am.
Our next panelist is Smita Kulkarni ma'am. I request Aisha Mahapatra ma'am to welcome her on stage. Smita Kulkarni ma'am is founder at Sketch Consultants. Ma'am has been associated with IPCA Laboratories, Medley Pharmaceuticals, ICPA Healthcare Private Limited, Crosslands Research Laboratories, and Themis Pharmaceuticals. Overall, she has 30+ years of experience in corporate. I request Vasundhara ma'am to take over the panel discussion from here.
Yeah, a very good afternoon to everyone. And once again, I will welcome all to Naipur, Hyderabad. So the topic is on women leadership, as you could see. It's a topic very close to all the women's, I would say. And the very much need that the crust of the thing is why this topic is needed in all the conclaves, why it's so. So if you understand that concept, that why is the requirement to have this particular woman leadership? Leader is a leader, whether a man or a woman. It is the one who shows you the path. You have to follow their personality and trait. You see a mentor in them. That's a leader. But when we talk about woman leadership, is that we know that we have been living in a world where there is a male dominance, but that thing is breaking now. Right? So this is the main theme behind celebrating the woman leaderships. So now I will request my panelists with us to just throw some light on this topic and just to have some keywords and opening remarks on this. To you, ma'am. Thank you.
A very happy afternoon to all of you. Can I see some bit sound? Because when you are low, we will be already low. Can we all say Vanakkam? Vanakkam? Vanakkam, Hyderabad. Yes. So before I start this, I'll apologize to all the men for quoting this word. Pharma industry is meant only for blazer wearing men. It is never for a woman wearing a sari. But thank you to LPC for breaking that rules. We have got one exclusive panel for women leadership. And we all very know that pharma is mostly women, and especially in leadership roles. No, we don't want to bother about India because globally we are only 5%. But don't value only that 5%. Those 5% overseed this 95%. So we are already overseeding those 95%. That is what, as a women, we have to feel for that. Thank you, LPC, for giving such a wonderful panel for women. I think in most of these episodes, like they have got 4 segments. And in that segment, one is a women leadership. That is to encourage and motivate the future women leaders to come into pharma. When I came into pharma also, the same word I heard. It is not meant for a woman. I said, oh, who told like that? Aisa kuch hai hi nahi. There is no gender for a leader. Can I get one answer from all of the people here? Can you tell me one women leader who is very close to all of you? Who is a women leader whom you admire the most? Is it not your own mother? Don't you have a leader at home? All these future leaders, I'm asking, when are you in a trouble, with whom you will seek an advice? Who is your mentor? Who is your coach? Who is your friend? Will you go and ask your appa? Papa, mujhe ye problem hai, aap solution batao. Nahi. You will go to your mom. She is a first leader. So don't think that women leader percentage is very less. Everywhere, every men leader is backed up by a women leader. So this topic is actually very close to all of us, like women leadership. So there is leadership is always with the abilities. It is never with the gender. It is always for the abilities, how we can rule, how we can take, how we can initiate. So that is how this topic is very, very wonderful topic. Today, we will be definitely showing some insights about the women leadership so that it encourages the women who are all awaiting to come to this pharma industry. Pharma industry is like an ocean. So there are so many fishes are there, but when a woman comes, it is like a whale. So be a whale in the big ocean. So that is what I want to share on the topic. I'll pass it to Madhumita for sharing her insights.
Very good morning. No, I made that deliberately because I knew that there would be some response from this thing. So very good afternoon. And I do thank LPC, Yashwant and Mr. Verma for actually taking this session. We were just discussing about this session some time back and they introduced it. I'm really thankful to them. In terms of women leadership, let's take out the women from the leadership. Let's talk about leadership now, okay? Let's focus on that topic because yes, women leadership, if you look at some of the data, as I was reading some of the data, Mercer says that out of the 49.5 million workforce that we have in the Indian pharmaceutical industry, women just represents about 11%, out of which the highest representation is in the R&D, followed by manufacturing, followed by corporate, and then followed by a very dismissal 4.2% in the sales and marketing. Okay, so let's look at how we can enhance our leadership in this session rather than saying we are women leaders. So let's keep that aside for some time. The dynamics of leadership remaining the same, what women bring to the table as a value is something we need to discuss. So with that.
Hello, everyone. Yes, all of us, we are all proud to be a woman and we are all proud to be in pharma industry. So women leadership need not to be discussed separately. In my 3 decades plus journey, I have seen lot of generations of women coming. And today morning also, I was welcomed by the girl students here. So I feel that it's a long way. And yes, now for you all, I am addressing to the girls here, girl students here, that you have a future here. You have seen so-called veterans like us in the sari here. And I'm very happy to see you in blazers there. And I'm sure after a few years, you will be also be on the panel and discussing. And that time, there's this line will be blurred between what Vasundhara ma'am said about women leadership and men. Of course, women are leaders, then they forget whether they are women or not. And yes, as in my journey and anybody, men have also always mentored and supported. So we will be integrated in future and there would not be a separate topic to be discussed. This is what I see in the future. Yeah.
I want to add just one line to what Smita ma'am told. I recently read one caption on Women's Day, which really inspired me a lot. A woman without her men is nothing. Here you put the comma on nothing, right? Is it clear what I'm saying? A woman without her men is nothing. A woman without her, the comma is here. Without her, the men is nothing. So we are always integral part of a man. Like without a man, see, when we are all sitting here without our husband support, we will not come out even. So there is a man always standing behind all of us, and there is a woman standing behind all of you also. So we are already an integral part, either it is in the leadership or is in the life. It is an integral part.
Thank you for your thanks for your nice word, ma'am. So I think with whatever ma'ams have highlighted, we must acknowledge the women's not only in the leadership. We start from the home, your mother specifically, because at every point of time in life, they are playing a crucial role in decision. They always say that behind every successful man there is a hand of a woman. But let's change the code to that. Behind every successful woman there is a man. So for this support, all the men are supporting us. We all are here. Today is a Sunday. I came here leaving my 3-year daughter because my husband is there and he's sitting at home and he's taking care of my kid. So that's a representation how the things are changing now. Our male counterparts, not other colleagues, everyone is supporting us. So another quote from Hillary Clinton is the best suited for that, that women are the untapped reservoirs of the world. We just need to touch and see them. Specifically for the pharma industry, if ma'am said the dominance is more of the males, NIPER Hyderabad is one such institution where we have more than 50% of female students. So they are going to change the pharma industry in the future.
Even SAS.
That's the future we are changing about. That's how the pharma sector is about to change in the future. So the next question with the future, would I like to ask the panelists also, that how do you see the women's future in pharma, not specifically in R&D, but in other various fields? Because R&D, which several women opt for, their parents also say, sales and marketing, they say, no, it's not meant for you. But the things are breaking now. We have MBA students with us. We are not doing R&D, and they are doing very good. They are the highest package takers at home. So I really want your views about it, ma'am.
I think Madhumita can start, then I will share it.
Can I just repeat the question one more?
Future.
See, with, women are natural caregivers. They are naturally empathetic. So obviously, it's a very natural culmination that, in pharma, women are going to be successful. Sometimes what happens is, if you look at various industries, because I have worked in diverse industries, starting my life with FMCG for almost 10 years, then media, then of course, pharma. What needs to be enhanced in terms of our leadership is our openness. Some time back, she just said, sales and marketing does not belong to us. Many people in many households, the parents may not want their daughters to go to sales and marketing. Okay. Now, the first thing, I think it's not mantras, it's something I've learned over a period of time with my experience, and something which I'm not going to use jargons at all. One is openness. Every lady sitting here, let's be very open. Open to what? Open to the learning and being more agile. So when I say open to learning and more agile, is that you are in an industry which is going a sea change. It's a VUCA world. So every day something or the other is happening. So if digital is going to be the future, make sure that you grab digital then and there. In a company which was to do with men's sexual health in 2000, I launched a website which was unknown now because internet was just emerging at that point in time. But if it is needed to be done with facts and figures, everything, you need to be a very, very agile marketer. You need to be a very agile professional when it comes to leadership in general. But with women, it has to be more. Second, be open to opportunities. It's not that, I'm going to work in R&D, I'm going to work in marketing and strategy, but I'm not going to take sales. My entire career with Unilever's as a summer trainee started with sales. They really used to take us to places where, your leg will actually go into the mud. And that's the best way to learn. So sometime in your career and early in your career, girls need to take up sales, because I've seen that there's a lot of aversion to sales. Second, look at various other opportunities. Don't just follow one line of business. For example, if somebody is into sales and marketing of derma, for whole life you remain there, not necessary. I've looked at in the pharmaceutical industry, ethical products. OTC, of course, was my domain because I came from FMCG. I've looked at OTX products, which has a mix of OTC and OTX products, and across 7 or 8 therapeutic areas. So make sure that you have diversity of experience as you go towards leadership. Secondly, be open to a lot of opportunities that are given to you. Sometimes because of a lot of things back home, we are not open to taking up opportunities or responsibilities that are given by the organization. Don't do that. So be open. Second is, of course, about strategic collaboration and networking. We women actually take a backseat when it comes to networking because we have so much of other responsibilities. But it's very important that you develop your support network, which is your friends across the industries within the organization who actually advise you what is right or wrong. You have external networking, which is people other than your organization in diverse field to understand what's really happening in this world. Then you have your internal networking, which is your internal networks across cross-functional team inside the organization. It means a lot of, what we think is it means a lot of investment of time after office. It need not be. It is how you maneuver it, okay? Who will actually, when you are not there in the house full of things where a lot of decisions are being taken, they actually sponsor your name. So sponsors are not going to come to you, but identify and get mentoring and sponsorship there. So networking is extremely important. The third point that I would say is, opportunities are not going to fall on your feet. Please grab them. You need to present yourself wherever there is an opportunity. Don't think that's an additional responsibility. It's very important. If there is an opportunity, just see to it that you're there and you're grabbing them. It also shows your enthusiasm to grow. Third, of course, fortunately or unfortunately, we are a little bit gender skewed as a industry, because if you look at creative industry, for example, agencies, there are loads of women. If you look at the banking industry, there are loads of women. So there are going to be instances where you will face a lot of unconscious bias. Don't get emotional about it. Speak up in a very, very assertive way. Fourth, which is in correlation to this, is our communication. When we talk, sometimes tends to be very emotional. And if you have a larger audience of, say, 70% men there, possibly that's not something they understand. Just cut out the emotion, have your facts, figure, maths in place. Very, very important that when you speak, you don't speak out of emotion, but you speak because there is a lot of data behind it. So these are some of the things I think the women leaders really need to get up.
So I would just like to add few points. As a woman, yes, what Dr. Vasundhara was mentioning, we have the best support from family. But I would like to talk more about, coming into the professional life for all the girl students who are the future pharma women leaders, that there is no excuse of being a girl or a woman in the industry once you are in your professional life. You have to show your expertise. You have to be the expert of your subject. I remember my own instances when, as a girl of 25, I went for field work with the medical reps as a just young girl. It was difficult for the field people to accept that who is this girl, why she's come, sir pe baithiye. But when they saw that in the doctor's chamber, my performance, and that is what, typically at the age of 25, you are crazy. They started calling ma'am, that have you worked in the field? So there is no excuse of being the best or the master of your subject. And there is no concession there. You have to earn your respect for that. Second point is also there that I myself had a team of around 16 people as a L&D head and around 100+ people as a, pharma HR, field HR head. So again and again, you will have to show that you are with them. That is a natural instinct of a woman leader to be empathetic, but at the same time, you will have to showcase your leadership, that you cannot be taken, advantage as a woman. Smita ma'am to kya, she's like a mother, so we can just turn around her, give her some excuse. No, that time you will have to showcase that you are a true leader in every aspect. You are not just a woman and just so-called empathetic or sympathetic. They consider you. So you will have to learn from your mentors, and you will have to observe from other leaders also, that how the leaders are executing their role. And I was fortunate to get my mentors in pharma industry, and of course they were all men. So my gratitude to them. And for you all young girls, this is a time to start early. Not that we have learned by following. You can learn by, by such occasions of conferences and learning from leaders here. Thank you.
So thank you, Smita. Thank you, Madhumita, for adding wonderful points. So let me conclude this thing on this particular question. What is about the future in pharma? So like we all know that the percentages as of now is only 4 to 5%. At least in the upcoming years, like NIPER is there, SIS is there, and so many pharma colleges are there. So I think more women will come into sales and marketing, especially in that field. Why I am so specific on sales and marketing, I want to share a small story. See, I am a woman from a family, very, very traditional, Tamil Brahmin. We call Tam brand. In US, we got a brand name called Tam brand. I didn't know what to mean by that, but recently only I heard that. It's a Tamil Brahmin. They made it as a short. Very, very conservative family, wherein I was very, very passionate in sales. I completed my Master of Corporate Secretaryship. I was supposed to work only inside the chamber, inside the 4 walls. But I cannot take that job because my passion is only on sales. So I started carrying my sales bag at the age of 22, wherein my father used to curse me like anything. I made you to study this postgraduate, and you are in a field which is nowhere related to you. Are saying that I want to become a salesperson, this, that. So like that, my father used to scold me all the time for doing a sales. And in a Tamil Brahmin family and all, no, the safest profession for a girl, when you want to work, you have to go as a teacher, because my whole family is a teacher. I have got 15 teachers in my family, right? From my mother, sisters, fathers, everyone. My father is a teacher. He's a Tamil teacher. So the safest profession, number 1, you can go for a teacher. If you want to other like IT, now it is accepted in this generation, not in my age. I am right now 43. So when 20 years back, it's not accepted. IT and all, they don't send you for abroad and all. Now the parents are sending everywhere. So I came from such a conservative family wherein they don't allow for anything. But I used to roam like a man right from my 22 years. I have traveled almost all the parts of India. I have been an importer. I was the first importer in a wellness sector. I was in wellness and nutritional sector. I was the first women importer, that too from Chennai. Everyone will be from Bombay and Delhi, and I was the only one woman. So what I'm trying to say from this is, don't worry about anything. If you really have a passion on sales, nobody can stop you. Now also, I can say a live example. Now also, I am working with my medical representatives. I am going to the field. I will sit in their bike and I will go as if like I'm a manager. I'm running a company wherein we have got 10 headquarters, and I used to travel with my managers and my representatives. Initially, when I traveled to small places of Andhra Pradesh, they used to look me very differently. Who's this woman? Most of the clinics, no, it will be very embarrassing for me. The sister will ask me, Madam, aapko checkup karna hai? Doctor se karna hai? BP check karna hai? I said, no, I have come from the company. क्योंकि उनका अजीब है वो, they have never seen a woman ऐसे साड़ी वेरी पहन के. I always look like this only. I never changed my attire anywhere. So I used to get a very embarrassing moments when I was when I go to the hospitals. Initially, I also thought, I don't know how they are going to take this, how they are going to respect. But you won't believe me, girls. I got a highest degree of respect than men. If they say no to men, they will say, Madam ko bulao. When I give the card, no, they will say, "Ha, yaar, kaun hai?" Or new madam is there. And every doctors used to appreciate. Meenakshi, I'm very proud that I'm seeing a woman in sales and marketing. And that too, I used to travel. I used to take 15, 18 calls per day with my representatives. I never bother about going in a bike, going in an auto. Kya karna hai, kar do. But sales is my passion. So I have taken it for 22 years. This is what the inspiration I want to pass to all of you. Never bother about your anybody. Anybody will say that pharma sales is not for a woman. It is absolutely wrong. People are saying there is a glass ceiling. I saw kuch hai hi nahi. There is no one is putting you a glass ceiling. You are only sitting inside the glass. No man is putting a glass ceiling. All my people, they gave lot of respect when I'm going to the field, I'm carrying so much of respect. And my company, it has got a unique identity because people take it as a women driven company and they give lot of respect. So the future for women is more in pharma industry. Please break all those barriers, whatever you have in the mind. But one thing I want to say you, if you don't have a passion in sales, please don't come. Like sir was saying, Rajendra sir was saying, no, if you are only a peddler, don't come to sales. You will get fed up within 1 month. If you really have a passion to achieve something, to create a pattern interruption, you can be a successful salesperson. Don't worry about anything. You have got a lot of scope, lot of opportunities. Even in Chennai, when we are planning for expanding for other places, I have a vision like to keep an entire women team. Like starting from the medical representatives, first line manager, second line manager, everyone will be a lady, a female. So that is how we need to give chances. And I put a request to all the companies here also, don't hesitate to take women candidate, please. It's a request to all the owners, all the founder directors are there, CEOs are there. Please don't hesitate to take a, don't see the gender there, see the ability there, see the capability there. Don't think that women are not fit for sales. Those who are all living in Mumbai know how women will sell in a train. We are all Mumbaiites. We know how the women will sell in the train with so much of baggages. You can't even board the train with 1 feet, but they will be carrying tons of material, bangles, this, that, and they will sell such a fantastic selling. So selling doesn't require physique. It is all here. So please give opportunity for the women also. And women also take that opportunity, like whatever Madhumita told, grab it. They will not give you, grab it. That is how the future of pharma will be definitely for the women.
Thank you, ma'am, for your kind words. So the take-home message from whatever ma'am said is the openness. Your mindset is one thing. If you're open to take the challenges, you can achieve anything. It applies for everyone. It's not a man, woman, it applies for men also. First, you have to fight within and you can take the challenges. So in continuation with what Madam mentioned about the sales leadership, so one thing I'd like to ask Meenakshi ma'am itself, that what could the possible reason of such a big vacuum? And what they could indulge or inculcate in themselves so that they break the barriers? Because first they have to do something from their own, within should come that I can do wonders in sales and marketing. This is meant for me. This is not for men. I like to know you.
The vacuum is because only of the mindset of the own ourselves. See, we are thinking that, see, when I asked my husband regarding keeping a women in the thing, what he told in the beginning, no, it's very tough for them to travel, ma, you can't keep them. They can't take 18 calls. When I proved I can take 18 calls, he said, we will keep a women wing. So that is how you need to break the barrier. There is nothing called breaking the barrier and all. The vacuum is there, but you can definitely fill it when you have a clear mindset. The companies are also open now. So I'm seeing so many women representatives, women leaders. I'm seeing in Chennai, I saw one lady with coming nicely in a sari and other thing. I got an idea. Why can't we do everything in sari? Now there is a video which I saw in Instagram. One lady was doing all the gym activities with a sari. See, women are now proving that I can do anything with my attire. Nothing matters. Attire doesn't matter. Only your attitude matters. Gender doesn't matter. Attire doesn't matter. Nothing matters. Only your attitude matters. If you really have the attitude, I want to become a successful salesperson in pharma, pharma will definitely welcome you. You please come and fill the vacuum. I say rega vacuum. Unless you come and fill it. So please come and fill the vacuum.
Thank you, ma'am. Madhumita ma'am, you want to add something?
I touched upon this topic that, some industries are gender weak. So pharma, typically legacy has been a male bastion. So, that's there right now in the DNA. The unconscious bias, conscious bias, subconscious bias, because I've also led a lot of diversity initiatives, especially when I was in Pfizer and completely trained into it. There's a lot of jargons out there. But believe you me, the pharma industry is gearing up to this. They are very, very cognizant. If you look at any of the companies, most of the companies have a diversity team and men are allies there. But yes, I do agree with Meenakshi that it is your attitude which is going to break it. I remember sometime in the summers, I was asking one of my product managers to just go and have a field visit. That is in Bhubaneswar. I think at that time, the temperature was 49 degrees centigrade. Okay. Now I couldn't make out. Obviously, she gave very genuine reasons that her mother was not well, and then her niece was also not well. I said, okay, fine. But somebody came and told me, she has all these issues about skin. I took the next flight to Bhubaneswar. I did my Bhubaneswar visit on a bike. So sometimes you have to lead by example. That can break the unconscious bias. If the unconscious bias breaks, that's the turn, it will be the turnaround of vacuum. So the vacuum, as rightly said by Meenakshi, has to be broken by us, by being very tough, by being completely assertive, rather than talking about there is an unconscious bias. We've spoken about it quite a lot. Now it is time to take action, speak up very, very assertively. And with the kind of policies that are there in place, for example, one of the policies that the diversity team put in one of the companies was for a position, they will have both male and female candidates. Okay. Now, you should not have a female candidate because you want to have a female candidate. There is a rider there. It has to be meritocracy also. How will that meritocracy come in? Which is how we gear up ourselves. Okay. So the unconscious bias, which is creating so much of vacuum, it is up to us to break it very, very assertively and leading by examples. That's what I feel.
I would just like to add one point, which is not touched, or which I felt throughout my journey as a woman also, that as a girl or as a woman, we have, a societal expectation, family expectation, and we have our life cycle also. We are not married and getting married and then childbearing age. I have been a trainer and a coach for women leadership programs. And I would say that there is nothing to be extraordinarily adventurous. We should accept our feminine, whatever life cycle in a graceful manner. I have seen women at a time when there is a pressure point, they have taken a break, and at the right point, they are also coming again in the industry. So we should be open to all. Some people just feel that, oh, I give up permanently, now I can't go back. So there is no point. Welcome all the changes in life. Enjoy family also, right? Get best out of the family, and also think of the career in different ways. So I myself have been a medical rep before getting married. Then I was in medico marketing team when I got my son. After that, I came into training and I really enjoyed my whole career. So throughout the life, we can match our career with our family life. There is no need to put extra pressure or, or give up totally. So that is what is most important in the life cycle of a woman as a person, as a professional. That's what I want to say.
One more thing, I think most of the successes, I of course have done hardcore sales in my FMCG days, but most of the successes in most of the companies was my people connect with the field force. That, if you do it very well, also breaks the unconscious bias. So for example, I'll give you an example. When I first entered the pharma industry as an FMCG specialist, I go to the market and I see that, the district manager, the MR just gives the banner to the retail and says, aap dal lena. Wo kabhi bhi nahi dalega. So if you can take a stool and put it up, which I've done it, you lead by example. You also have a people connect that she empathizes. So your entire thing of caring, empathy needs to be geared up. That's our strength, okay, to create that people connect.
Yeah, so the last question, as you're running late. So Meenakshi ma'am, what are the key traits would you like to acquire to be a successful woman leader? And additionally, what will the best leadership model for a woman leader? Because we have n number of students here. Really, I want to hear on this.
That's a very good question, which is need of the hour actually. So what are the key traits to be a women leader? The first trait, what I used to say is never claim a sympathy in the name of a gender. Don't go and ask sympathy. Don't ask sympathy to anybody that I am a woman. How can I do that? No, there is no, don't expect sympathy, but You have to be very empathetic. See, when you are becoming a women leader, the first thing what I want to develop, the first traits, what you need to develop it, emotional intelligence. You should be emotionally intelligent. You should understand yourself and you should understand others also. You should be empathetic. And second thing, you should be very strong in communication skill. Because when you are handling a men, no, even a small word will poke their ego. The 3-letter word is the biggest headache. So your communication should be very strong. You should be you should have a crystal clear communication. What do you want to convey to the people? You should convey it exactly without poking anybody's ego. So you need a stronger communication skill. And third key traits, what I prefer is be inclusive. You have to be inclusive with the team. Actually, the women leadership is one which always includes the team and also which is mostly with the transformational leadership style. So always be so much with the team, inclusive. See, when I go and work with my medical representatives, they enjoy working with me because I used to go and take chai with them. I used to clap whenever we get an order. I used to do a thumbs up. So this is how I made them connect with me so close. They forget that I'm working with madam. So always be inclusive. For a woman, it is very easy to get that kind of a connect because basically we are all mothers. And we know how to give that kind of a thing for the team. So be inclusive, very strong in your communication skills. And apart from that, no, wearing a different hat. Don't wear the same hat. Wear a different hat. Do a multitasking. Be a team player. Be a mentor, coach, whatever it is. So you have to develop all these skills. Say, I want to say this thing, women leadership is, there is no like men leader, women leader and all. But there is a thing in a society like when I'm handled by, only for a woman, I think they say like a lady boss. ऐसा कुछ है ही नहीं, lady boss नहीं है. Lady is also a leader. So don't, yeah, lady boss, Kadu's boss. So they say like that. So don't be in that way. See, that is all depend on our way, how we are treating them. So be inclusive. And you asked another question, what is your favorite leadership? See, there are 100 number of leadership styles are there, autocratic, mediocratic, bureaucratic, laissez-faire. But I don't take any of those leadership because I am a 100% traditional Indian where I take only one leadership from our Indian. What is that leadership? It is the leadership of Krishna, Lord Krishna. Who is the world's first mentor? People will say Tony Robbins, Brian Tracy, no one. It is Lord Krishna. What he did in Mahabharata, he was a mentor, he was a guide, he was a coach, he was a friend, he was a relative, he was a charioteer. He did everything for Arjuna. So he was the first person of the universe to be called as a coach because I am a mentor, I am a coach. So I do coaching for a sales team. I have done a lot of, I have trained more managers, like close to 500 managers I already trained in coaching and mentoring. So I always follow only one style forever. That is Krishna's style of leadership, wherein it includes everything. Whenever Arjuna wants to do something, he will say, Aap karo, you do it. You try it, you experiment it. Whenever he needs a suggestion, he will correct it. Whenever he needs to give a coaching, he will do that. Whenever there is need of a mentoring, whenever there is to handhold something. So that is a one style which I want to follow is that style of leadership. That is the Krishna style of leadership. So now also we are more surrender ourselves to the men only. Krishna style leadership is the best leadership what I want to take. Finally, I want to end this my panel discussion with only one small story. Like for a woman, can I take 1 minute for sharing the story? If you don't mind, I'll share it. See, I will share one small story because from the morning you are all hearing so much of insight. So when I'm sharing a story, I want to stand because I can't share the story by sitting. See, once upon a time, Krishna and Balrama, these both brothers were crossing a forest and they were going to the another city from Dwarka, from their place. So you all know that on the other days, in forest and all, there is no electricity. Thomas Alva Edison was not there at that century. So there was no light. So these people, what they will use to follow, they will walk for some time. They will take a rest at one place. When it is 6 o'clock, 6 bajenge to they will sleep. And next morning only they will walk. So this is a practice what they used to have because they have to go by walking only. So these two brothers started walking and like they have a system within them. What is that system is? One person will be sleeping and one person will be walking like this. seeing anything is coming there because it is a forest, So they will be walking like this. So that is how what Krishna told. Krishna is always very smart, no? He said, "Bhaiya, aap karo, main abhi thode der rest lenge." So he just said, "I will sleep, you do the watchman job." So Balrama was walking here and there in the forest. And all of a sudden, he saw a very big monster, which is in front of Balrama. Actually, by seeing that monster, Balrama got scared. He was just, his whole body shook for a minute. He asked, "Hey, who are you?" And this monster said, "I'm a monster. I'm going to eat both of you." And Balrama was little bit scared. And second time also, Balrama asked the same question. "Who are you?" I am asking, "No, tell me, who are you?" So whenever Balrama raised a question in fear, Balrama was actually in a high fear. So whenever he raised a question in fear, that monster was growing and growing. Pehle itna tha. Second question, it has come like this. Third question, when he asked, "Who are you?" he asked only same question 3 times. "Who are you? Who are you? Who are you?" And the first question, the monster was like this. Second, it was like this. Third, it has become so big. And every time Balrama was becoming small, this monster is becoming big, big, big. And at one point, what happened, Balrama the monster started screaming very heavily to him. Balrama got fainted. Before he fainted, what he did, he called, "Krishna, mujhe bachao." And he just fall down. By hearing this sound, what Krishna was thinking, okay, Anna's duty is over. Bhaiya ka kaam ho gaya, abhi mera kaam shuru karna hai. So he didn't see even Balrama lying down in the floor. He started walking like this. Now Krishna is watching like this. Without noticing, Balrama is already fainted. So the same monster came and it screamed in front of Krishna. And Krishna was smiling and asked it, "Hi, who are you? How are you?" He was asking, "Aap kaun hai?" The one difference between Krishna and Balrama is Balrama asked the question out of fear. Krishna was very comfortably cool and composed and he was asking, "Who are you?" And the monster screamed more. This time what happened? The same 3 questions Krishna also asked. "Who are you? Who are you? Who are you?" But with a smile, with a confidence, with a fearless attitude. This time what happened? Every time Krishna asked the question, Krishna is becoming taller and taller and taller. Monster is becoming smaller and smaller and smaller. At one point, this time the monster fell down and just Krishna took that monster in this size. He connected it in the corner of his dhoti. And morning, the whole night was over. Morning, Balrama and Krishna were crossing the forest. And Balrama started saying, "Are aapko patta hai kya hua raat ko?" There was a very big monster and it screamed me like, I never thought we will be alive in this morning. Then Krishna just opened that dhoti knot and showed, "Are you talking about this monster?" And Balrama was really astonished. "Are yaar, how did you manage to get this monster this small and hold it in your dhoti?" He said, "It is all your attitude. When you are having a fear, fear grows more when you are fearing. When you are fearing, can anyone complete this? Fear grows when you are fearing more. If you are fearing more, that fear will grow. Don't fear for anything. If you have a fearless attitude, everything is very small for you." So this is what I want to pass the message to all the ladies. Never fear. Fear always grows when you fear more. So have an attitude, a fearless attitude, a passion, and you can be successful in any field. Thank you so much.
So as we are running out of time, so I will have to end it. I am getting a lot of messages to end the session. It has become a quite... No, that's okay. So I'd like to end up saying one thing, especially for the girls: keep your head, heels, and standards high and achieve your goals. And especially you have in dais 3 women role models today. Follow them. You have to step up in the game. They are already in the game. Now it's your turn to step up. And last, please give a big round of applause for the men also who are supporting us throughout. Thank you.
Thank you all. Thank you all the panel members. Now I would request Mr. Rajendra Reddy sir and Mr. Rajesh Ragela sir to please felicitate all the panel members. I would request Mr. Rajendra Reddy sir to please felicitate Dr. Vasundhara ma'am.
Meenakshi Iyer, ma'am. Now I would request Mr. Rajesh Ragela sir to please felicitate Madhumita Manna ma'am. Smita Kulkarni ma'am.
I would request Alisha Mahapatra ma'am, Jharnadulla ma'am, Dr. B. Lakshmi ma'am, and Dr. Chitra Ramanan ma'am to please come on stage.
Ma'am, please come. And I want all the panelists to stay. Sir, you can move. So actually, recently, as you know, recently we had International Women's Day, and LPC, one of the power is the women power. You must have seen our brochure. There are lot of women mentors and leaders who grace the occasion in our virtual sessions, and we have the power. So to commemorate the International Women Day, we want to felicitate women power in pharmaceutical, sales, marketing, as well as academics. So, ma'am, please come. Now you tell the names. And to felicitate them, we want to request some of the dignitaries to come.
I request Dr. Rajesh Sonti sir to felicitate. Sir, I request you to felicitate Alisha Mahapatra ma'am and Jharnadulla ma'am.
Go.
Sir, Jan. I request Kiran Kalavadia sir to please come on stage. I request sir to please felicitate Dr. B. Lakshmi ma'am. And Dr. Chitra Ramanan ma'am. I would request everyone to please stay on stage for a group photograph.
All the ladies to come, all the girls to come for a group photograph. All the girls to come. Please come, please come. One group photograph to commemorate International Women's Day. Please come, all the girls. Madhuri ma'am, please come. Anita ma'am, Natarajan ma'am, please come.
Ma'am.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, everyone. Now we need to move to the next session. Please. Now we request our session partner Kuldeep Solanki sir to come to the dais. Kuldeep Solanki and Vikram Kumar sir, our session partners, to come, and they're going to discuss about artificial intelligence and how it is going to help us in pharmaceuticals. Kuldeep Solanki sir, don't go. After this, we are going for a break. This is a wonderful session on how AI is going to help in pharmaceuticals. Kuldeep sir. Come. I request Arumugam Arasan sir to come and facilitate Kuldeep Solanki sir. Sir, please come. And Nadaf Hamid sir to felicitate Vikram sir. Please come, please come. We will save time. We'll save time. Ma'am, bouquets. By the time Kuldeep sir is arranging the session, I would like to invite Mr. Arav Garg. Just 2 minutes. I would like to invite our Arav Garg, who is the young entrepreneur, and we want to felicitate Arav also. And to felicitate him, I request Basant Pachisa sir to come to the dais. Basant sir, please come. Please come. Arav, over to you. He will share about how he has started the internship journey.
Hello, everyone. I think there are 3 main differences between me and the audience present here today. One is that I am only 17 years old. Like, I've just turned 17 and I'm in my 12th grade, which means I am having probably the least number of experiences, compared to anyone that we had on the panel today. And then I also probably have the least amount of experience in pharma, or actually no experience, because I'm completely into technology. And the third thing is, I completely hated biology, unlike everyone in this room today. So on that note, I'm Arav and I'm 17 years old and I'm an entrepreneur. So I've been involved with technology since a very young age. When I was in my 5th grade, when I was 10 years old, we were introduced to programming in our school. So until then, in the name of technology, we had only MS Word, PowerPoint, and Excel in school. But then they introduced computer programming to us for the first time in my 5th grade. And that was when all of us started to gain a lot of interest in it. But in our school, obviously, they teach you the very basics because the curriculum is meant for everybody. So, but I started to gain a lot of interest in it. So I was not satisfied with the curriculum they taught in school. So I went on the path of self-learning. I went to, YouTube and started to watch a couple of videos on the internet. And that is how, there's a little recommended section that recommends videos to you. That is how I started to get to know about robotics. So that is how, when I was 11 years old, I built my first robot. So it was a little line follower robot that could, follow a line on the ground if you made it. So that was the very first robot I built. And that is how my journey with technology and robotics actually started. Then going on from there, I, in 2018, I had built a couple of robots and I had learned everything for free from YouTube, right? I haven't spent a single rupee learning anything so far. So because of learning everything from YouTube, I actually knew there were a lot of gaps that were needed to be bridged. And I wanted to share my knowledge with the world. So in 2018, when I was 12 years old, in my 7th grade, I opened up a YouTube channel with the name Tech Nutties. So all I did was I created videos of, so I used to work on my own projects. I just recorded those and posted them online for others to also learn from them. So I got a lot of traction. One of my early videos got over 100,000 views, which is over 1 lakh views in a couple of days. And that actually motivated me a lot because they were, so I was in my 7th grade of school and they were engineering students from 3rd year and 4th year, which is probably almost like 10 years older to me, commenting on my videos that, I had helped them make their robots for their final year projects in engineering. So that really motivated me to, keep going on the content creation journey and trying to educate others on technology. Then after that, in 2021, I realized that, we need to go beyond a YouTube channel because you can't really grow it that much. So I launched, I registered my company with the exact same name, Tech Nutties, the name with which I had my YouTube channel. And then I launched a startup with the same name. And we launched a mobile app, which we released on both Android and iOS, trying to expand on our exact same vision, which is educating the youth on technology, right? So students, so, in India, people start JEE preparation and starting to go to engineering college preparation for like, parents put their kids in these coaching institutes at their 6th grade or 7th grade, right? Which means parents know that they want their kids to become engineers. So they start studying what is required to go into these colleges right from their 6th grade. But until probably getting into their engineering and even completing their engineering is when they start learning how to code or start learning how to actually build stuff. So when people are actually interested and students are interested, what we are trying to do is we are trying to get 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th graders and high schoolers to come onto our app and start, their journey with technology and with emerging technology, especially things like robotics, AI, nanotech, etc., at an age where they are interested and they can start comprehending stuff. So that is what we are trying to do. We have a lot of content on our app. We have partnered up with brands like Boat, Rapido, Fazos, Oven Story. And again, all of this was done by me writing cold emails to the founders of these companies. So it's all about networking that has actually helped me. So we've partnered up with these brands that actually give offers and rewards to our users. So what we do is we're building an ecosystem for students who want to learn the technologies of tomorrow, right? So I know whatever I spoke until now would be 90% of it would have sounded jargon to most of you, as none of you are actually into technology. So what I'll also want to talk about now is something that you can relate to. So while I was actually sitting there, I was thinking, I am into technology and most of you are going to be working with the healthcare industry. But with the developments in technology and all of, the next session is probably again going to be about technology intervening in healthcare, right? So that is what we have, a very new industry kind of that has popped up recently, which is the health tech industry. So I think this has some pretty massive potential. So if we break down healthcare, in my opinion, which I don't understand about anyway, but I'll still try to. So the three major stakeholders, I think, right? One is patients, and then we have the doctors who treat the patients. and they treat them using the medicines that are made by pharma companies, from where we have veterans sitting here today, right? So these are the three major stakeholders that we have. Now, let's talk about patients, right? We have technology heavily intervening patients. Patients are able to search everything from Google, and they're able to completely talk about technology in their thing. Doctors are using technology to conduct robotic surgeries. Now, the only thing that's left is pharma companies starting to use technology to actually grow their thing. And as everyone talked about, that is going to happen very soon. So that is the reason I think, it is very important for all of you to get into entrepreneurship. And I know if I tell this, it's not that the entire room will go and start their own pharma companies or start their own health tech startups. But I think there'll be somebody maybe out here who will, stick with the thought that becoming enterprising and providing jobs to people and creating innovation in the health tech industry is valid. And maybe years down the lane, you will realize that, and maybe we'll have the next health tech startups and next health tech unicorns coming out from here. So I think that is what I have. We are limited on time. So that was my time, guys. Thank you so much.
And take his number. It will be a great thing. Take his number, contact number. You can visit his site also. Yes. Now I request Vasant Pachisa sir, founder director of Pharma Plus, to felicitate Aro, young leader. Great. Thank you very much, Aro, to accept our invite and be a part of LPC today. We are really honored to honor you. And now I request sir, Hamid Nadaf sir, to felicitate Kuldeep Solanki sir. Hamid sir, please come. Bring bouquets. And I request Arumugam Arasan to felicitate Mr. Vikram. So they are our session partners and going to discuss about what is digitalization and what is the future holds for us. Over to Kuldeep sir and Vikram sir.
A lot of insights, gyan, implications we have taken since morning. Now see how these the things are happening, how the pharma as well as medical devices companies are using the digital health technology, like rightly Aro point out, HIT, whatever the services which is available in the building blocks of digital health, right? So basic to understand, most of the people will aware about it. What exactly the difference between a digitalization as well as digital transformation, as our topic is. Next slide, please. Not this. Yeah. Digitization is more towards the conversion, like whatever the images that we put, whatever the data that we put, and where we are using the technology, that is the conversion is a digitization. And what exactly the digitalization is? Digitalization is how we can streamline the process, how we can automate the process, right? Both the mix of it. So combination of digitization as well as the digitalization is the digital transformation, right? Next slide, please. So whatever we are at the age of 38 and started as a career as a medical representative in a Nicholas Piramal, my experiences in 18 years and whatever I am pursuing from IIM Raipur to my mentor, Mr. Rajendra Prasad Gupta, I have put it some thoughts here. These are some digital health building blocks, starting from HIT, software, webs, then wearables, devices, point of care devices, then data analytics, AI, ML, now generative, coming era of after a map in 2005, then again a genomics and biosimilars and all. And then a AR, VR, DTX in a robotics, DTX in a VR, digital consulting, as well as a mobile health, as well as a prescription-based digital therapeutics platforms, right? Next, please. So proudly as a medical representative, as a bootstrap company in last 4 years, these are the services that we are catering to the more than a 27 plus medical devices company, as well as a pharma company across India. So we are covering HIT, we are covering IoT devices, we are doing a AI, we are working for augmented reality, and you can see outside a demo of our virtual reality also, where we have a tie-up with the Hypno VR, a France-based company, and we are doing a trial with 1,000 patients in India. Next, please. Yeah. So always for me, and in a competitive market, and as whatever I have been shared as a medical representative and learning from, there are two perspectives of my company. See, in a competitive market, nobody can take, मेरा brand है ना, आज ही 100 करोड़ का हो जाना चाहिए, या मेरा कैंपेन है जैसे फार्मा में चलता है 3 महीना, 4 महीना, 6 महीना, डिवाइसेस में चलता है ईयर, right? How does as an agency we can contribute? There are two perspectives. By putting a campaign for a long term, there should not be a separate budget for a digital, because digital is just a channel. Second thought, no, you will not get a rocket sales within a 1 month or 2 months or 3 months, right? So whatever my colleague Vikram will also share, how does we are using a campaign engine, using a AI, which could be help to track the patient, track the prescriptions also. The second, which is one of the most important thing, like in a digitalization, like my 7+ pharma companies are using my platform to reduce the capital efficiency in the terms of how does, suppose our brand is not growing, then budget का issue आता है यार. अब उस बजट को इश्यू को टेक्नोलॉजी यूज करते हुए मेरा मार्केटिंग बजट मैं कैसे कम करूं. So that type of platform we have, and I don't have a much time, otherwise I can give an entire demo to you. Next slide, please. These are our in-house platforms, like starting from tracker, prescription tracker to content aggregator till modular content repository. See, colleagues, my brothers and younger brothers and sisters, whatever we are putting here and whatever effort we are doing in India is a 10x in the UK and the US. They are doing it, but efficiently the way we are doing, even they are not doing. Right? I just give an example of 3 platforms, right? Which help the pharma marketing as well as medtech companies to reduce the content marketing cost, right? So this is an AI-based content aggregator and curation platform. Within a 5 minutes, you can find the content, you can curate the content, and you can send the content. And by using a different omni-channel, you can push the content and you can track the content also. We are also working for a site code, Drupal, Aqua, everything. Next, please. Next, please. See, little bit for, I can't say a mid-sized companies or small companies, bigger companies are following. They believe in a SaaS-based model. SaaS-based model in the sense for a year subscriptions. We have a ready platform for a patient education and for a patient adherence. What exactly we are doing in India for a patient, right? For a pharma and medical devices. Either we will have 1 month, we will put some videos, then we will give some 3D images, then we will give some, infographics, then we will give some vernacular regional languages content, then we will do some digital diaries, but in tit-tat, in a different part, and in phases where we can't track the patient, where we can't can't connect a doctor to the patient. And now the challenge is too much digitalization. I can say this is a digital detoxification. So how does it could be? Once the patient has left the clinic, how does we can untap the patient, and our platform or doctor should be reminded every time. Next, please. Here I can't say more on it because you can real-time experience how the things are happening in a DTX for a virtual reality. Thank you. My colleague Vikram will take care of you for a customer centricity in artificial intelligence.
Yeah, so thanks to all of you. It's a very brief presentation, some 6 to 7 slides. And I'm going to just be talking about that a marketing manager without data-driven marketing is set up to fail or very likely get misled. Okay. It's a post-GPT world. What has changed is the expectations that are there from people, and entire thesis about our company, etc. We are 70 people backed by a top US investor, focused working with the top brands. Our focus is on how do we make these marketing managers super performers. Yeah, next. So I'm just using small glimpses so that you understand, I mean, where the problem is. So if we all know medical reps, and a lot of them are having challenge schedules, and you see a lot of them when they talk, there's a problem about that they may not have visited the doctor and are reporting that to be visited. Okay. How can a marketing manager manage that? It's not possible unless you have geotagged the doctor location and are able, your systems are able to tell you whether the person has visited or not. So anybody who's managing a medical rep and claiming they are managing the visits and others is set up to fail unless they have that kind of a data-driven approach. Email or marketing campaigns or WhatsApp campaigns, you will be getting reports from your digital teams every week. 80% of that in the industry is fraud. Okay. Why am I saying that? Because you pick the email list. That email list is junk. 80% will probably not even belong to any connection of the doctor. So if that email list is not cleaned up, then any email marketing done, and if you are managing an email marketing campaign, that is basically a setup to fail. Same way for WhatsApp messages, if the phone is not of the doctor, then any numbers or metrics you are saying, you can't manage that. So that clubbed with the pressure that every year you have to increase your results by a 20 to 40%. What that simply means is that you have to set up systems where you are knowing your physician better than anybody in the industry at a very large scale. Which means if you are reaching across to, for your brand, 500 or maybe 1,000 physicians regularly, okay, these data-driven systems, setting up them will allow you to reach across to 10,000 physicians or maybe 40 to 50,000 physicians. So the expectations with or the capability in a post ChatGPT / post data-driven world is that you can have a reach that is at least 10 to 50 times of any marketer who is not set up or using these tools. And I'm saying at least 10 to 50 times. Yeah, next. Yeah. So we work with a number of the top brands. We do multiple things. I'll not go into that, but largely it's about cleaning up systems, ensuring that the central marketing team and the leadership team is set up to succeed. There's a partial list of it. For most of them, we are cleaning up their entire list, making it data driven and ensuring that prescription returns happen. Next. So here I'm giving you very simple examples of what is an old school or a new school. And you can call it what is a younger marketer and an older marketer. And or somebody who's really able to manage a lot of people versus somebody who's not set up to manage that. So old school is basically rely on a rep for the data. That's how most pharma companies are set up. Okay. The new school case studies, each of these are where that you have a central, refreshed, richer list of every physician details that is coming to you, which is smarter than what your medical rep knows. So we have 70 fields coming on about every physician. Which competitor sponsored the pharma company, sponsored the physician? What is the doctor's top of mind on a scientific forum? Are they pro or against a brand?
Even what are their hobbies? What is the, where did they qualify? Is that, are they relevant to the brand? Maybe they are qualification general physician, they are practicing diabetes. So that's old school, new school. Okay. Old school is you train the rep and retrain the rep on your product 100 times. Okay. Sales and connections won't happen with the physician unless you are training the rep on the doctor or the physician or the physician needs. So what one of our case studies about how you set up a update that comes to the medical rep before every visit, which is about the physician. So imagine yourself as a medical rep meeting the same doctor the 10th time. Neither the doctor wants to give you time, nor you want time with the doctor. So this small bit of thing can motivate the medical rep and can make it valuable and useful for the doctor to give more time. Okay. So 100+ Indian sites, completely healthcare sites, completely dumb, tracked. I cannot go into details on a public forum, but it's giving you anything that is the footprint of a physician in detail for your medical rep in an actionable form. Other thing, the third row, old school is rely on incentives to convert non-prescribers. New school is you have tools like AISEO, where you're talking of 5,000 to 10,000 physicians who are getting exactly that relevant of physician profile, patient profile to the doctor without any ad spend, which means we have run this at scale, 4,000+ physicians for one of the pharma companies, and we were able to show close to 150 extra new patient calls coming to the physician at a cost of 600 rupees only per month. That kind of power, you don't even need to send the medical rep for the doctor to be able to go back. Yeah, so, okay, next. Yeah, so I'll not go into detail. I've just given 2 screenshots on it. One is how the medical rep is getting an alert on their WhatsApp or whatever, which is the best compiled thing about the physician, whatever the physician for each of the physicians every week. Right side is a full detail about a doctor, which is anything that can be a 10 to 15 page PDF, which trains the medical rep about the doctor. So medical rep is looking for ways to establish a relationship, understand the scientific inclination, and connect with that. Yeah, next. Missed one slide. Yeah. So this is the other set of case studies. Old school is you do one CME with a big of Allah and months of preparation. And then there is a email or some gap with it. The new school is you have a set of physician influencers identified who are a micro network of 100+ physician influencers, each of which is regularly pushing material that is relevant to education online. So this is how the effectiveness is huge. You can't rely on one event to be able to do that. So the other is on doing an email rep, which is the row 2. Okay. The newer way is you get a profiling engine clubbed with WhatsApp or any other channel where at every point, if your campaign is the same message to everybody else, it's not going to work. You have to get the latest insight and have to have segmentation so a doctor gets the message in that same intelligence that an Amazon or a Swiggy uses to customize what you see on their screen. It's a very different world. Doctors, like all of us, are overcrowded with digital information. Unless you are able to hyper-personalize, your response rates will be low. So this is where, and we run this omni-channel implemented for the largest pharma companies in India, where we are running a purely personalized, every message different kind of. Yeah, next. So this was the products I talked about. AI-based deep doctor profiling delivered either as a WhatsApp message or as a curated list that of the 13.5 lakh Indian doctors, we've got profiles of all of them and very detailed profiles for the 3.5 lakh who are very active and practicing doctors. Physician micro-influencer network, we set up, build, run that network with content going in a personalized matter.
AI doc SEO, which is getting that 20 to 30 extra patients per month to a physician that are relevant to the brand. Think of for entire list of 5,000, you are able to add 20 prescription relevant patients. It gets you more than 20 prescriptions from that physician, and the AI campaign engine. Details are there. The company name is Multiplier because our products are focused on how do you multiply the revenue. So, yeah, next. So this is the number. Just look at the last line, which is the number of new patient phone calls coming to the doctor. In January 2021, when we started from that separate number traceable channel, there was 0. And we took it to 144 new patient phone calls to the doctor. Even if doctor is getting 100 to show up, that is like 5 lakhs of extra incentive for the clinic. Okay. And if the patient does 4 repeat visits, that's like 20 lakhs per month extra of patients being accessed or cured. Okay. So, and the cost of it is probably the lowest in the industry. So the power of AI SEO, AI data-driven marketing is there in the industry. All these are case studies that are being executed. The opportunity for each of us is to think 10x. Start thinking, how can we go 10x using these data-driven approach? So that's all from my side. Thanks to the Yashwant sir and the LPC team.
In a nutshell, in an AI doctor profile, I can say you have to just put the name of the doctor, PIN code and mobile number. Whatever the doctor's digital footfall will have will become in a single report. The biggest challenge is we don't have exact data also of the doctor. We are totally dependent on a medical representative, and we all know the attrition rate of medical representative. मेरे को वेबिनार करवाना है स्ट्रोक में जोधपुर के लिए, मैं करवा रहा हूँ अरविंद शर्मा के साथ जिन्होंने स्ट्रोक के लिए कभी बात ही नहीं किया. So that gives a report to you. Similarly, for Google My Business is an AI SEO where we can give a assurance every month a 20% increase of patient footfall for a clinician. Thank you.
Thanks. Sir, please come. Wait. So thank you very much, Kuldeep sir and Vikram sir, for wonderful session on what is the technology involving and how technology can help pharmaceuticals. Right. We would like to request now Kuldeep, Krishnan Balaji sir to come and felicitate them, and Devasi Sarkar sir. Sir, please come. Do come, sir, to felicitate them. Yeah. Wonderful session. So I request now our event partner. Thank you very much, sir. Krishnan sir, be there. I request our event partner, Rajesh Regula sir, to come to dais before lunch break. We want to felicitate our event partners, Rajesh Regula sir and Basant Pachisia sir. Sir, please do come. So without your contribution, this much of event is not possible. We want to felicitate our event partners, Rajesh Regula sir, founder director of Rexon Healthcare, and Basant Pachisia sir, founder director of Pharma Plus. Do come. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much again. So one last announcement. Rajesh Regula sir is not there. So we can have post lunch, sir. So before lunch break, in last announcement, we are going to have a group photograph of all of us here, because when some of you are going back after lunch, our chief guest will be. So I request each one of you to come here. We will have a group photograph, everyone. Then we'll break for lunch for 45 minutes. And immediately after lunch break, we are starting with the poster presentation by the students. Our MBA Pharma students have done very good poster presentation. We request each one of you to come here and witness what is their thought process about digital transformation in pharmaceuticals. Please come, all of you, please come to the dais. All of you, please come to the dais. All of you, students also, please come. We'll have a group photograph. Then we'll go for the lunch break, followed by that poster presentation. So I request a dignitary to sit up. Everyone please come. Hello. Everyone please come. Some of the students are requested to sit here along with me. All the students that come here. All is fine. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Sharp at 3 p.m. We are starting for 3 p.m. 45 minutes. Please have your lunch.
Oh boy.
चल फोटो ले
Aram.
So welcome back all. Welcome back. I request student leaders Tushar to come and start the poster presentation. Every group will give 5 minutes for presentation, followed by 1 or 2 minutes for question answer. So let us start with the first poster presentation. Names. Display the name. I hope all the groups are there inside. No. Who is available? Who is available? Sir, you display the names. Form of department. First name you announce. Mr. Sandesh, Yash and Nirja is there. Please come. Please come. Give them a blow hand. Sandesh, Yash and Nirja. So they're going to present poster on digital transformation in pharmaceuticals. Over to you. 5 minutes for the presentation. Go ahead. Just who is the next? Which is the next one? Next group. Just check. दो slide आगे कीजिए. Just check. नेक्स्ट ग्रुप का देखिए. इसके बाद कौन सा है नेक्स्ट ग्रुप? सर आप दीजिए मुझे स्लाइड चेंजर. गिव मी. इसी में कंटिन्यू है ना? लेट मी चेक. Where is this next one? What? No, keep in one PPT, yaar. Keep in one PPT. What's the... चलो इनका कर दो. संदेश नहीं आता. Every time don't open a new PPT. चलो continue.
So first of all, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for being here. And I would like to give a big shout out to LPC for organizing this poster presentation for all of us, so that me and my colleagues can share our thoughts towards Industry 4.0. So before starting the presentation, I would like to ask one question to all the audience members. Can you tell me that as pharma industry as a whole, have we imbibed and adapted Industry 4.0? Any answer? No? No? Okay. So can anyone tell me what is the extent that we have actually adopted the industry 4.0 in our pharma industry? Anyone? Percentages? Okay, so it's around 15% that we have done. But still, this 15% has done some significant work for the pharma industry. And to signify that 15% of work, my colleague will start our presentation with Pharma 4.0.
So we'll be basically discussing major trends that we have observed, starting with the holistic digital enablement. So holistic digital enablement basically refers to integration of all the digital technologies involved in various steps of the drug development process, like including manufacturing and commercialization. So it can help us to go from individual value addition to gross value addition for all the drug products. So a great example of this is Sanofi's collaboration with Evidation, which allows the use of computational platforms for data processing and analysis. The second one is process mapping. So we know process mapping is basically a visual representation of all the steps that are involved in completing a process, basically. So a great example for this would be Pfizer's integration processes. They have implemented various continuous improvement programs to help develop their products in the pipeline. The third one is plug and produce. So plug and produce helps to quickly and easily connect all the systems to each other with minimal human interruption and disruption. So it helps us to get a flexible production line. A great example of this is Boehringer Ingelheim's MapScene platform, which is a highly automated platform used, and it basically is used to produce monoclonal antibodies, which is used in various cancer treatments and other diseases. So the rest would be continued by Sandesh.
So again, good afternoon. Let's talk about natural language processing. So what is natural language processing? Basically, it's a human linguistic hybrid with artificial intelligence and machine learning. And great example of it is one of Hyderabad's beloved company, Novartis, is using it. As we all know, Novartis is big on clinical trials. It's big on innovation medicine. So as we all know, whenever a clinical trial starts, it starts with the first clinical milestone. It is called as first patient, first visit, FPFV, which is, and the second one is first patient, first treatment. The amount of days between these two milestones is generally 30 days. So what Novartis has done is, Novartis has used this NLP and created a model which can reduce this screening period to just 2 to 3 days. So basically this model can tell you beforehand that is this patient will be good for our trial or not. It is actually reduced to 2 to 3 days. You can understand the amount of resources and time that we are saving with the help of NLP. Second thing is real world evidence. As the name suggests, it talks about the data which is going on in our real life. The biggest example I could give of it is via Eli Lilly. Eli Lilly has actually made a Pharma 4.0 product called as Overcome. So what does this Overcome do? So Overcome is actually a Pharma 4.0 product with respect to migraine. So actually Eli Lilly has 100,000 patients which are actually registered with Overcome, out of which 60,000 patients are US citizen. As we all know, in US, every 5 out of 2 people suffer from migraine. And generally they receive these migraine attacks during their work hours, making them inefficient. So what they have done is they have provided them with the monoclonal antibody solution, a novel drug created by Eli Lilly for migraine. And they are monitoring them with the Pharma 4.0 product, which is Overcome on an application. So basically they can get the compliance data, is their monoclonal antibody working or not, and get each and everything basically on a single app. So they can actually check it in real time, that how effective their medication is. The last thing is validation 4.0. Now this is a little interesting. As we talked about before, that only 15% that we have adopted the industry 4.0. One of the biggest reason is validation. Because pharma is a highly regulated industry, it's difficult to incorporate technology easily when it comes to pharma. So validation 4.0 could be an amazing solution. And one of the great example would be Sugam by CDSEO. It's basically one-stop shop for all thing validation, may it be your pharmaceutical products, may it be your diagnostic kits, may it be your medical devices. Another example could be Sanofi, as Sanofi has already streamlined their all the validation processes, maybe made be QA, QC, and digitized it. And I'm happy to tell that our Naipur Hyderabad colleagues are actually placed in Sanofi regarding that thing only. So yeah, next will be done by my colleague Yash.
Thank you, Sandesh. So for going to the story of 7th, that is management communication strategy, I would like to go back to the speech of Steve Jobs in Stanford, that connecting the dots. We think that we can connect the dots when we are in the process or after the process. But now we are in industry, wanted to know how we can go and see, we can do it now. For that perspective, this Pharma 4.0 helping us. For example, a strategic manager want to share a confidential document to the operational manager. So for that, it is the best to place the technology for that application. And that, for example, SAP has created one HANA database for strategic application. And later, for the 8 point, that is process verification and automation, that involves the digitalization and process selection for a specification of documentation and disseminating in the organization. It helps us. For example, the recent Emeril has tying the documentation with the US FDA for that application in the industry. It revolutionized the process of automatic verification of document with their development in the clinical trials. So it streamlines the process of 30 days to 28 days to 2 days only. That process is very significant on that manner. So thank you. Thank you all. Yeah.
Last slide. So in the end, we would like to say, where there is data smoke, there is business fire. So thank you all for your patience. And we are ready for questions if you have any. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Wonderful presentation. I request now the second group to come. Second group, please come. I request Tushar to take charge and tell who are the group 2, group 3, group 4. Anywhere you must have written, na Tushar? You must have written group 2 kaun hai? Bol to do. Group 2, group 3, group 4 should be ready. Please come, please come. Group 2 ka naam kya? Fly? Flyden group, please come. And third group? Third group? Piyush and others. Piyush and team. Ready? Piyush and team ready? After Flyden, Piyush and team should be ready. Next. Sanli and Pen. Ready? Fourth. Vishwajit and team. Please be ready.
Good afternoon to all of you. I hope you are good after a good lunch. So we are going to present on the topic digital transformation in pharma industry. So quickly, does anyone know what is digital transformation? So I'd like to say, so what is digital transformation? So digital transformation is the process in which businesses embed technologies to drive fundamental change. So what I have shown here is where can we apply digital transformation. Yeah, so first one, drug discovery. So in drug discovery, where and all can we apply digital transformation? It can be through artificial intelligence, machine learning. For example, there is a startup called Inventus. It's an Israeli-based startup. So what it does is, using artificial intelligence and machine learning, it develops data and which helps in easy discovery of drug. You know, the normal conventional drug discovery, is very expensive and time consuming. So that's where this digital transformation is very helpful. Next, clinical trials. So again, clinical trials is another expensive process. And sometimes when, you have to file a patent when the day you get an investigation, new drug is filed at the regulatory authority. So that means that you have a very less time to get to recover all the costs before your patent expires and the drug becomes generic. So what this is doing, so clinical trials, if artificial intelligence and machine learning is used with the predictive models of data, it can tell which data, which molecule is apt for it. So that is very helpful. Next, manufacturing. Again, I'll come back to manufacturing a little bit later. I'll just tell you maybe virtual reality can be used, as well as remote use of devices. Manufacturing equipments can be another thing. Next, operations, digital supply chain. You have heard of Zoho inventory management or Oracle Cloud Fusion inventory management. So what all this happens is they increase the efficiency, they give transparency, and also they streamline the process. So there is a proper information from the supplier to the customer. There is nothing like maverick spending happening there. Next, commercial, like digital marketing, for example, HiDoc. So what is HiDoc? HiDoc improves the relationship between the customers, that is marketing from customers, the doctors, to marketing representatives. Next, regulatory. These days, FDA is increasingly approving drugs, which are drugs and medical devices, which have been prepared by artificial intelligence and natural learning system and machine learning algorithms. Any questions? Moving on to the next slide. Okay, so startups using AI. Yeah, just a minute. Yeah, so digital transformation in pharma, sooner than expected. You can see 4 graphs here. The first one here, from Accenture Research, you can see this is how they used to adopt the data. So you can see emerging technology jump from 70% to around 86% from 2019 to 2021. Similarly, IT infrastructure, AI and automation, Internet of Things, cloud as well as data saw a good jump. The reason here is nothing but COVID pandemic. So what you can also see, the number of granted AI patents has also increased in 2020. You can see artificial intelligence is one of the most sought after in the pharma companies. And how much COVID-19 has accelerated COVID-19 has accelerated pharma. Some believe it's up to 6 years. So if there is no COVID-19, everything would have been in a conventional way. But since the COVID-19 has come, people believe the need for this. As I told, I will come back to manufacturing. For example, there was someone used to get infected. Everything used to be stopped. The entire manufacturing device, the manufacturing used to stop. And moving on, next one. So here are a few startups using AI, BioXcel Therapeutics for drug discovery, Navya Care based in Bangalore for cancer and oncology, Medicoma, a Chinese-based startup, In Citro, Intelligentsia, AI, and Chiron Medical Technology is only for malignancy. It, especially for breast cancer, it can early detect the malignancy due to its machine learning system. So what is the conclusion here? Digital transformation is here to stay in the pharma sector. Like if the companies are not going to adapt digital transformation sooner or later, they're going to find themselves in deep trouble. That is the startups having AI, ML, big data and analytics are very likely to prosper. For example, Novartis is collaborated with Path AI to detect the cancer images. So and also I can tell that FDA is also increasingly approving such AI ML based softwares and devices. This shows that the regulatory authorities are also in favor of this change. That is the transformation. So at last I can conclude, however, this artificial intelligence and digital transformation is the need of the hour in the pharma companies. However, data interoperability, that is the network, the data is from diverse functions and systems. They must be used in a unified use. That is something which is an issue which has to be sought after, maybe with digital plumbing, and also with the right standards of privacy and transparency as well as data security. Because if this is achieved, we can achieve transformation at patient level, doctor level, and at the industry. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Wonderful, wonderful. Now we request Piyush and team to come, and after that Dheeraj should be ready, right? Piyush and team, please come. Wonderful presentation. I request evaluators to just write down the group number and rating out of 10 and remarks. That will be a great help to us. So please, over to you, Piyush. Yes, they will check.
Okay, so am I audible? Okay, so good afternoon, everyone. Our today's topic is digital transformation in supply chain management in the pharmaceutical industry. So I am Piyush Lulu, and here is my partner Adarsh Conclave. We have prepared this poster. So digital transformation is in a boom in the pharma industry in today's scenario. There are various sectors which can be changed massively by use of the digital transformation, some of which are manufacturing, R&D, market research, sales and marketing, every other sector. And also the sector which can be completely transformed using the digital transformation is supply chain management. As we know that supply chain management is the backbone of the pharma industry. However good a drug a company can prepare, it is of no use if it does not reach its target customers, that is the patients. So good supply chain is very important for every pharma industry. And digital transformation in supply chain management is of great use. Next slide, please. Okay, so digital transformation process. There is a 9-step process there is a process which can be sorted in the 9 points, which starts with defining the scope. We have to analyze our industry, our products which we are providing, and define the scope in the supply chain, which can be changed by use of the digital transformation. Then we have to assess the current capabilities. There are various requirements for any industry, like cold chain of the supply or parental supply, which are different for each and every product. So we have to assess the current capabilities and also identify the technology solutions which are which can be used for improving the current status of our supply chain. There are various platforms like Zoho, which group earlier mentioned here. So a company must make use of the technology solutions to its full extent. Then develop a roadmap. The roadmap should be developed based on the budget and the requirement and all the conditions in which the industry is currently, and build the required infrastructure accordingly. And then test and refine. Testing is very important. As we are in the pharma industry, we are highly regulated. So there should be no breach at any stage in the supply chain. So whatever digital transformation we do in the supply chain, like use of the blockchains or inventory management or any other thing, it should be completely tested and evaluated. And train and educate. As we know, in India, we have largest number of working force, but we seriously lack in the trained working force. So there are various online platforms and even offline trainers which are available for training the personnel for the digital transformation, which can become a possibility in the supply chain management. And final is monitor and measure. Whatever changes we have made in our supply chain, are they really up to the mark? Are they really benefiting us? Are they really economically viable? Should be checked. And the most profitable way, whichever is available, should be implemented, and continuous improvement. Even any company, if it has to grow, continuous improvement is a necessity. Digital transformation, whatever technology is present in the world, it is changing at a very fast rate. So we should cope up with the continuous technological improvement and grow our profits massively. So the benefits of the digital transformation will be explained by my partner.
Thank you, Piyush. Thank you, Piyush. The benefits of digital transformation in SCM, I would like to firstly the increased efficiency, which mean by going digital, we can reducing the time required for delivering our product to the end level customer, and that's why increase efficiency. The second one is improve visibility. So by this, the manufacturer or drug developer actually can track their product throughout the SCM process and see how it visible and how the process is going. It is going in right direction or not. So the third one is enhanced collaboration. The key elements in SCM, like from API providers to end user or our customers, mostly doctors, we have to be collaborating with them to increase the efficiency of supply chain, by which we can go digital and communicate well with them and increase the enhanced collaboration. The fourth one is greater agility. Being agile means to take a competitive thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Wonderful presentation. Now request Dheeraj to come. Next is Dheeraj to present. Thank you very much, everyone. आपका PPT वहाँ पर है ना? Dheeraj from which? Dheeraj has come from Manipal. So thank you very much, Dheeraj, to come from Manipal. Udupi. He is coming from Udupi.
I was working in Novartis.
Novartis. He was working in Novartis. Now he has come from Udupi and Manipal. So Dheeraj, you can start talking. By the time they are open, na? So what is the background? You can start.
Okay, actually, I'm from B.Pharm and M.Pharm. I'm did in pharmacy administration in the College of Manipal, College of Pharmacy, Udupi. So I was working as intern in Novartis as a SAS programmer. So can. Okay, today the topic is like digital transformation. Can you tell which is the technology is mostly widely used in pharmaceutical industries? Can you guess any guesses? Okay, it's also a good answer from your side. So nowadays the robotics, and I want to tell about how the robotics are used in different sectors of the pharmacy, like quality control, like sales and marketing, and that is a one type of developing stage that robotics is a type of technology. And after that, the artificial intelligence is also most, it is used in like open strategies for the manufacturing of the drugs and all. So I'll tell about my I'll tell about what I was doing in projects. Okay, currently I'm doing the on to next. So this is the introduction. Today what I was going to discuss about, like first is like Internet of Things and artificial intelligence. Just now I spoke. And after that, robotics and the blockchain technology, it's also main vital source in the pharmaceutical industries, from the drug to from a wholesaler to customers. So important. So there can increase the cost. Okay. Now, according to that importance, so importance there may increase the customers' expectations. Customers' expectations means, for example, if any new technologies came, so customer need to satisfy their product, and after that increase the external competition. External competition means, for example, if the one company is design one programming, for example, we are using the Citrix workspace as a software to develop this as programming, but Eli Lilly uses the another software, but concept is the same. So according to this, the Internet of Things, so it is a commenting computers, machineries, and all whole over group is called as that as Internet of Things. So in this, first the drug discovery and the development, it may be useful for the wearable devices for the health monitoring, like SpO2, blood levels, and all. And second thing is sales and marketing. Here the database like HCP is a kind of database. It's mainly used in the ADR process to know the drug, like if you take like paracetamol, how the what is their ADR reactions and all. And after that, the patient access mainly depends about the small pills like creatines, like which we use, like generally it's take like as a OTC products, like nutrient supplements and all. And coming to, these are two applications, that is a sorbitry tracker. It is useful for the drug addictions. Means by this we can know how much the person is addicted to drug. And Nobu is a mental health management, like if you are getting any like depressions or anxiety, from there we can find out how much the person is able to have that disorders and all. Next slide. So this is a robotics in the pharmaceutical. It's mainly involved in the R&D sectors. For example, in manufacturing and HTS screening for the sampling and for the quality control sampling in the different containers. So now instead of the human, the robotic can perform that samplings and all in the microbiological laboratories. So, and coming to filling and package, it's a formally into the packaging sector for the preparation of the various preparations like liquid and solid dosage forms, and like safety advantage like chemotherapy. It is used in mainly like cancer therapies and surgeries, etc. So this is a blockchain technology mainly used in. So once the drug is manufactured, so and marketed with it having that one type of the unique code, from there it will be getting into the wholesaler. Wholesaler done transactions to the pharmacy agent to retailer. From the retailer, it is added to transactions to the drug was delivered to the patients. It's a process of the blockchain technology introduced. So this is artificial intelligence. So I want to deal about that open targets in a new strategic program like it provides like identifying the targets of various diseases. For example, if you take any if you take any like paracetamol, it's mainly their targets is mainly on the fever and the pain like migraines, headaches and all. So second thing is the deep neural network. It's include the framework of a rations like a therapeutic classification of a drug. It's like a flowchart. It's a process. And coming to drug repurposing. So drug repurposing means, for example, if you take the COVID as an example, in COVID-19, if you see the ART drugs, antiviral therapy drugs, first it will be mainly used for the virus. Again, they are purposing for the COVID, and remdesivir is a type of example of antiviral drug. It's again used for the COVID-19. So this is a market for the, if you see that artificial intelligence is having over the 58%, and robotics in India only the 4% in India, but it should be in the developing phase. So this is a top players in the artificial intelligence. If you see the Pfizer, Johnson & Johnson, these are some of the companies using the artificial intelligence in India. So according to this, I conclude that over past 2 and 3 decades ago, the pandemic has been increased. So the major role of the in this technology involves about the biomedical engineers, pharmas, and all other people to work to gather this information and to proceed this technology into better ways, so such that patient can utilize that process which we done. So currently, international regulatory convergence will be useful for encouraging the industrial adaptations for connectivity, productivity, and adaptivity. So connection of the people can gather the lot of technologies, so these strategies can be implemented. So according to that, the people need to adapt their life. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next. Sandhi and Payal group, please come. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Next group after Sandhi and Payal. Siddhas and team should be ready. After Sandhi and Payal, Siddhesh and team should be ready. I request all the teams to take 5 minutes to tell the key points. 5 minutes to tell the key points and 2 minutes to closing. Right? So we will be able to finish. Welcome.
A very good afternoon to everyone present here. Today, I, Payal Kivlani,
I, Sandhi Jain,
are here to present and share our knowledge on the topic digital transformation in pharma industry.
So good afternoon, everyone. So today we are seeing the 4 crucial segments of the pharma industry and how the digitalization is going to affect it. So starting with, let us know what is digitalization. In a much simpler words, the digitalization is simply the incorporation of information into a digital format. So how does it being used in the pharmaceutical industry? The process of using the automation computerization in a digital format to making our pharma work more easier, making it more flexible, increasing the productivity is being using the digitalization. So when we are seeing the first crucial segment, that is manufacturing, sales and marketing, supply chain, and research and development. So starting with first manufacturing. So manufacturing. अरे सर यही ना so sorry everyone, there was such a technical glitch. So as we are in manufacturing, as we know, the digitalization has played a very important role in the manufacturing. Today we are seeing some of the effects in the quality control, the personalized medicines and the predictive medicines. So starting with quality control, the digitalization have been in the quality control, making it more reliable, more accurate, starting all the automation process, starting from raw material input till its finished product output. It makes our process much more easier. And being in a pharma, we know that it should be crossed with all the regulatory requirements, and digitalization will make sure that the quality control is being encompassing all the regulatory encompass.
So talking about personalized medicines, digitization has paved the way for personalizing the medicines for the customers, or we should say the patients. So the customer profile or the patient profile is maintained through digitalization, which will help the doctors to know better. And the information will be stored also properly. So one such example, next slide. No. So Johnson and Johnson one. Yeah. So one such example for digitalization in patient centricity is Johnson and Johnson RA. RA is remote assessment in rheumatoid arthritis. So basically it is a mobile app through which various things can be tracked, like sleep duration, heart rate, and the most important thing which is tracked through this app is the pain one experiences in their joint, the older patient which experiences in their joints. So we can monitor whether the medications are working effectively or not, and whether the condition is improving or worsening.
The third one is predictive medicines. So predictive medicines helps especially the manufacturers using of the sensors, the medical devices. It has been working properly. It decreases the downtime. It decreases the cost of maintaining them, helps manufacturers to know whether the equipments are working much more effectively and properly.
So, let us. So in research and development, digitization has paved a way very important for the drug discovery, drug development, as well as the clinical trials. It has fastened the process and make it easier to develop the drugs, and it has saved a lot of time, energy, and resources. So there are three things which we'll be covering in research and development. That is patient centricity, accelerated research, and collaboration.
So patient centricity. So how the pharma industry is becoming more patient centric, which is, I guess, a more important thing. So using of medical devices, especially the wearables, the gloves, or the Apple watches, making it more customer know about what is their symptoms, making it more effectively communicating with the healthcare professionals, and and they have that they know how effectively the treatment is working, making the pharma company a more aligning towards patient, not towards the molecules.
And in accelerated research, the digitization has favored the research and development. So by using various AI technologies and by using various big data analytic tools, the research is accelerated and which saves a lot of time. Now, next is the topic of sales. Yeah. So as we can see that the global digital market trend in 2022, it was observed that the total sales were $96.5 billion. Now it is expected to grow at a CAGR of 17%. And by 2027, the total sales is estimated to be $211.9 billion. So the one of the reasons that it is being one of the reasons that there is chances for so much growth is that it has favored post COVID, it has favored the digitization, and there are various reasons like increase in the geriatric population.
So starting with the last, that is supply chain. As we all know, it plays a very crucial role in the pharmaceutical industry, especially after COVID. We know the importance the supply chain management has. So we are taking an example of a pharma trust, which is a global tracking system. It provides security to the pharmaceutical companies, the regulators, the government, and public. It makes sure that the counterfeit drugs do not enter into the supply chain management by help of a digitalization. They have been using the AI, the big data analytics, and different digital tool to make sure that all the drugs that have been in the supply chain being tracked. There will be no there will be a complete transparency in the supply chain management. And as we can see in this pic as well, that there is a complete tracking of every drug, whether it was from manufacturer to distribution channel, whether it been going to hospital or e-pharmacy to the user. We can easily record every step the drug is being using, how the supply chain is being utilized, and so on.
To conclude, digitization has favored the pharmaceutical industry in many ways, starting from the drug discovery to research and development to supply chain and to its sales and marketing. Digitization is very important, but there are some negative aspects also, like cyber security. We should take care of them. That digitization will favor the pharmaceutical industry in enormous ways. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now I request Siddesh and team to come. And again, I request all the groups that please stick to the time. 5 to 7 minutes to presentation. I request evaluator also keep it in consideration that whether they are able to complete the presentation on time or not. That should be a criteria of evaluation. Because in our poster presentation, we clearly mentioned that every team will get 5 to 7 minutes to present because we have many more presentations. Over to Siddesh and team.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Rashi and my other two group members, Siddesh and Varun. We all stand here for poster presentation on a topic of Pharma 4.0, digital transformation through pharmaceutical industry. So I request Siddesh to please start with the poster presentation.
So coming to Pharma 4.0. So Pharma 4.0, it includes 4 things, which are resources, information system, organization and processes, and culture. So these 4 things in the pharmaceutical industry comprises of Pharma 4.0. And there are 2 major enablers which help in Pharma 4.0, that is digital maturity and data integrity by design. So this is the main concept of Pharma 4.0. What is significance of Pharma 4.0? Why this revolution is taking to solve the problems with the help of or with the using data? So it will help to improve efficiency, enhance the quality, better patient outcomes, and it will reduce the cost through various digital initiatives. The regular pharmaceutical industry landscape comprises of, it is highly regulated. There is complex supply chain in our pharmaceutical industry, and it is of dynamic environment. So coming to what are the digital technologies which are involved in digital transformation, which will help digital transformation across the pharmaceutical industry. I've enlisted some of them with a very brief, like IoT, Internet of Things. It will help in remote monitoring, predictive maintenance, and supply chain optimization. With the help of real-time data or with the help of IoT sensors and IoT devices, we can track, we can monitor the patient data and everything. With the help of AI, drug discovery, clinical trials, and personalized medicines. Personalized medicines with the help of patient data can be tracked, and AI can help in drug discovery, and it can also help in patient clinical trial data storage. The next one is robotics. In manufacturing processes and logistics, research and development, robotics can be very useful in pharmaceutical industry. Next, we move to blockchain technology. Blockchain can help in supply chain transparency, drug traceability, and clinical trials. It will help to assist the pharmaceutical supply chain. Then coming to data analytics, real-time monitoring of the data through the data, then predictive modeling and drug development. These are some of the things for which these digital initiatives can help to transform the pharmaceutical industry. Over to Rashi.
Moving ahead with the uses of this digital technology in healthcare. As we can see in the slide, drug development, manufacturing, supply chain management, and patient monitoring. So starting from patient monitoring, so this digital technologies can be used for patient monitoring, for monitoring of the patient health, so that it can improve the patient outcome and reduce the healthcare cost. At the same time, manufacturing, we have to improve the process of the manufacturing. So we use the machine learning and artificial intelligence like the digital technology tools. Moving ahead to the drug development. Drug development the process can also be fastened with the help of the tools like AI and ML, so that we can analyze the large amount of the data. The supply chain management. We all know that with the help of the IoT sensors and the blockchain, which Siddesh discussed a few minutes back, we can use all these digital technologies in the healthcare for the proper traceability and the transparency detection in the SCM, that is supply chain management process. Moving ahead, there are certain challenges in the pharmaceutical industry also, like supply chain management itself is a challenge. The quality control, yes, maintaining the quality is actually a challenging task. So here, with the help of the digital technology, we can, like the companies, like big pharma companies like Pfizer, they have adopted this AI and ML like technology into the quality to improve the quality, like to have the good quality control. So that what these does is, if these ML and AI, if they detect any of the issues into the quality, they immediately signify it to the production team. This way they can like reduce the time required for actually detection of any issues related to the quality. And so data management also. A lot of data has been gathered from different sources. So actually monitoring of the data, analysis of large amount data is actually a challenging task. So this can also be done properly with the help of the cloud-based data management system, which is again one of the important digital technology tool used in healthcare system. Moving ahead, I would request Varun to please carry forward the another slide.
Thanks, Rashi. So I'll be focusing on supply chain as a part of digital transformation in pharmaceutical industry. So first of all, the question arises why we need to modify our conventional supply chain. Due to some reasons like increase in the supply chain stakeholders, which leads to lack of integrity and coordination, which hinders the real decision making. The second one would be more complex product portfolios, followed by that global markets with companies catering across multiple geographies in order to increase the financial outlook as well as increase the SKUs, that is stock keeping units, and growing risk of counterfeit drugs, which demands transparency. We can achieve these challenges by adopting the industry with technology. There are three layers, synchronization of which can form a robust ecosystem in pharmaceutical world. The first layer would be adopting virtual supply chain controls. which are like providing a mobile collaborative and dynamic decision making interfaces like industrial apps, social listening, mobile interfaces, analytics, etc., which would help us to manage operations across the entire supply chain. The second layer would be cloud-based information, which enables computing different types of data which can be accessible across all the stakeholders of the supply chain for streamlining the supply chain as well as delivering the right place, the right product at the right place and at the right time. Rather than conventional approach of isolating the information from the silos. And the third layer would be the physical supply chain itself, which utilizes its components, which can be called as smart components. For example, RFID tags, which are nothing but radio frequency identification tags. There is a concept called as smart refrigerators, which can also detect the vials once they are replenished so that they can be filled at the right time. Wireless transmitters, etc. To conclude, digitizing improve performance and ultimately will strengthen the financial outlook, and when implemented effectively gives pharma companies a competitive advantage. Thank you.
Thank you very much, group. Next group, ma'am. Prahlad, Atul and team, please come. Prahlad, Atul and team.
Good afternoon, everyone present here. My name is Prahlad, and these are my teammates, Atul and Mahesh. So today we are going to present a PPT on digital transformation across pharmaceutical industry. So almost all the industries are adopting digital transformation, and pharmaceutical industry is no exception. So our topic content of our presentation will be next. Impact of digital transformation in pharmaceutical supply chain, pharmaceutical research and development, health service delivery, and pharmaceutical manufacturing. Next. So digital supply chain. What do you mean by digital supply chain? A digital supply chain is an intelligent value-driven network that leverages new techniques and methods with data analytics to create value and revenue. So digital supply chain in pharmaceutical supply chain. Basically, we have sensors and geolocations. These sensors are generally used to track the movement of the goods. Also, we have temperature sensors and humidity sensors. So temperature sensors make us ensure that the goods are transported within the appropriate range of temperature, particularly for the perishable pharmaceutical products. Also, we had humidity sensors. They also ensure whether the products are within the appropriate humidity range. Also, sensors can help to ensure that the hazardous materials or any contaminated products should not be near any pharmaceutical products. Because if there is any hazardous, the sensors can give the signals and can prevent the spoilage of the products. So we have also geolocations. Geolocations basically GPS, which stands for Global Positioning System. This will help to track the it will help to track the vehicles and give the real-time insights and give the visibility to the companies. And also it will help in optimizing the delivery routes for the of the transit. Second, we have robotics. Robotics in supply chain basically will help for automated picking and automated CKD assembly. This can help for loading and unloading the trucks, also for sorting the materials according to their destination. Then we have big data in supply chain. Big data in supply chain is generally used for demand forecasting, supplier performance, and routing optimization. Basically, analyzing the historical trend, the companies can forecast the demand and then prevent either the overstock or can prevent the outstock of the goods. Also, for supplier performance, it can help for the determining the reliability of the supplier, because many times, as we have seen in COVID, there were disruptions in the supply chain management. So supplier performance can also be evaluated by big data by analyzing their delivery times or their delivery lead times. Then we have routing optimization. Big data in routing optimizations can help that which transportation route is underutilized. so that we can ensure that that route is used, and the delivery of the goods are at the appropriate locations. Then we have cloud services. Cloud services generally help for global real-time availability of the supply chain management. This will help to ensure that there is a data sharing between the different stakeholders of the supply chain management. Next slide. Atul will explain.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'll be presenting the digital transformation in R&D sector. So as we know that how important the data is, if we consider traditionally the cost of the research and development is exceeding more than 1 to 1.5 billion US dollar, and normally the time that it will take is 10 to 15 years. But with the help of the digital technologies, we can ensure that the research and development occurs fastly. So with the help of the data analysis tools by artificial intelligence and data mining, we can the researchers enables to find out the potential drug molecule and the potential drug target very quickly. As in the research and development process, mostly in starting we have the many lead molecules, and they need to identify the potential drug molecule and the promising drug molecules, which will take them lots of time. But with the help of the data analytics tool, we can identify the potential and promising drug molecule more quickly, so that we can work on that particular molecule throughout the research and development process. And definitely it will be faster in the process, and it will also reduce the cost of that production. So virtual trials, as we know that the clinical trial is being done to ensure that the safety and efficacy of that particular drug. But with the help of the virtual clinical trials, we can do the clinical trials very fast. This also enables the researchers to recruit the more and more number of patients by virtually, and this also enables the researchers to collect the real-time data. For example, they can use the wearable devices. With the help of the wearable devices, they collect the data like heart rate, blood pressures, and many more other activities, which give with the data with more accuracy. And the next slide will be presented by Mahesh.
There are some areas we want to discuss here. There are e-prescription. In India and overall the world, e-prescription changing the demand as well as the reactions due to some faulty prescription or negligence in doctor. Nearly 25% of ADR reactions are reduced due to the e-prescription. These are just software used like a Dr. Chrono and Superscript, which help in reducing the reaction by prescribing the e-prescription. There are e-disease management as well as e-pharmacy like Amazon as well as 1mg are transforming the e-pharmacy sector. There is one more thing, that is telemedicine. In COVID-19, psychological ill patients are not able to go to the hospital, but they can use this telemedicine application and they can be treated by doctors on their home. Example are doctor on demand and all that. The closing will be by Prahlad.
Next slide. So pharmaceutical manufacturing, digital transformation in pharmaceutical manufacturing. So we have Internet of Things, artificial intelligence, and blockchain technologies. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Shivani and group, please come. Shivani and group. Shivani and Jyotiwala, do come. Go ahead, go ahead, go ahead.
Very good afternoon, everyone. Myself Shivani Arora and my colleague Jyoti Bala. Today we are staying here to share some insights about the digital transformation in healthcare industry. Apart from the pharmacy, apart from manufacturing, R&D, sales and marketing, the one of the most important department is the healthcare service. In this department, in today's world, there are many technologies which are highly adopted to improve the healthcare services. to improve the patient outcomes. Like digital health is the adoption of the technologies and tools which improve the healthcare services. There are impact of COVID-19 in digital health. Due to the COVID-19, digital health is highly adopted and accelerated. Digital health solutions are accessible, effective, and activable. Changes in healthcare delivery. COVID-19 also highlighted that there is a need for increased investment in digital healthcare. There is a massive adoption of the telehealth, telemedicine due to the COVID-19. Like the patients who are restricted from restricted by the delivery, now with the help of the telehealth, they are enabled to consult the online and also get the medicine delivery in just 5 to 10 minutes. This digital help in the COVID-19 helps really a lot of patients to improve their healthcare services. Next slide, sir.
Yeah, I'm going to talk about the digital health technology, like electronic media record, mobile health app, personalized medicine, and electronic health record, telehealth, telemedicine, wearable device, mobile X, and some others devices which are helps to the digital health technology. There are some benefits like ease to online appointment and relationship between the multiple health expert, and it's making it more patient centric, efficient, and the accessible and secure data, and the seamless doctor patients coordinations and better experience management, access to real time health information, and collaborative studied and research. Next slide.
Now I am going to share about the future outcomes of digital health. Due to the digital health, there are many partnerships and collaborations between the companies, and there are new business models and many investment done by the government and the private investors of the company, and there also improved customer relationships. Like you heard about the Apple, they provide the health apps and the smart watches which help the users to track their health records and measure many parameters, which help the company to maintain the customer relationships. And one more example is the Amoda Healthcare, which is a digital health company which gives the personalized healthcare to the patients, how they can be fit or how they can keep their lifestyle healthy. And there are some of the key drivers of the digital health market, like they increase prevalence of the chronic disease like obesity, diabetes, hypertension. These are the some chronic diseases which are increasing day by day, and the rising demand for the remote healthcare solutions, and also advantages in technology such as AI, IoT, telehealth, mobile health webs, wearable devices. There are many technologies which are highly adopted nowadays. And they're also increasing investment in digital health by governments and the private investors, because digital health gain a boon in the market. So you can see there are the facts which I mentioned. Market size is $200 billion, and CAGR is compound annual growth rate is about the 25%. In US, it's a $6.2 trillion, and the telehealth visits increased about the 3,000%.
Yeah, we can see there is some health tech acquisitions like Roche and the Filtration. They are mainly focused electronic health record, and the Merck and the Antelic, they are focused the digital animation identifications, and other is the Amwell and the Silver Cloud. They are mainly focused virtual healthcare services, and the Teladoc and the Levengo, they are focused the remote monitoring. There is some companies like develop the wearable fitness tracker, enable user to track their physical activity, sleep, and other physical health related data. This can improve the customer relationship by providing user with more personalized health information and education, as well as enabling them to track their progress and set goals. Thank you.
Next team, please come. Ma'am, what's the name? Next team? Himanshi and Shreya, please come. Himanshi and Shreya. I hope this is the last group.
So digitalization is not the future of pharmaceuticals. It is the present necessity that unlocks the future. So I, Himanshi,
and I, Shreya, we are here to present digital transformation across pharmaceutical industry. Next slide, please. So as we know, Pharma 4.0, we have various inputs in it, which are augmented and virtual reality, 3D printing, digital twin, cloud computing, and big data sources. Next slide.
so e-procurement. E-procurement is a site where the supplier and the buyer meets via the digital medium. So it helps you save the time, saves your money. It reduces the maverick spending. So there are a lot of advantages for e-procurement. There are very examples like Zoho, Jagger, PRM 360, SAP, and Vizient. Next slide.
So as we know that how artificial intelligence is booming in our pharma industry, using artificial intelligence, we can improve the drug trials, the genome editing, the medical imaging, and also safety and risk management can be carried out using artificial intelligence.
Internet of Things. It is a revolutionary fighter. It helps in pharmaceutical manufacturing, warehousing, packaging, supply chain management, and whatnot. So it helps you in industrial mechanics, material tracking, and regulatory compliance. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am.
Kishore and team come. After that, I request, this is the last presentation. After that, I request Dr. Sonti to come and NIPER capabilities. Sir is going to talk about NIPER capabilities. Kishore, where is Kishore? Kishore, come. To talk about NIPER capabilities. Go ahead.
Hello everyone. So we are here to discuss about digital transformation across pharmaceutical industries. So we have been discussing the same topic since morning. So we have got to know so many technologies are there, like blockchain. We would have listened to, like we would have studied or we have heard of it, right? So blockchain, AI, big data, machine learning, e-signature, digital signature. So many technologies are there. We have heard of. Next slide. So first, we'll think what is artificial intelligence. So we have got our own consciousness, right? So that is intelligence, what according to us, like being human beings, right? So this is artificial intelligence, which is like a machine will be thinking for itself. So depending upon the environment, it can think. It can respond according to the instruction that we are going to give. So that will help us in drug discovery. We know computer-aided drug discovery, right? So in that, what happens, we'll be having a protein, we'll be having a drug, we'll try to bind it. So no, without having any human intervention, right? So kind of in silico. So that would be very smoothly, we'll have it better with the help of artificial intelligence. So that will help us in drug discovery, clinical trials, patient engagement. So we know what happens is nowadays we have got so many chatbots. So what happens with artificial intelligence is it will be having its own data and it can interpret according to if I am a patient, if I'm asking some question, it can interpret what is the condition. It can sometimes diagnose. So manufacturing optimization. So this is about manufacturing. So if we can involve artificial intelligence in manufacturing, what happens is it can think for itself. So what is the production quantity that we are involving? What is the scale? So it can think for itself and it can optimize our manufacturing processes. So that way we can reduce the human intervention as much as possible. So artificial intelligence and machine learning goes hand in hand. So with with machine learning, what happens is we can have a better clinical trial. So we have got something called Google has integrated its own deep learning something related to that term. So it has been integrated itself with London University to study about machine learning integration with clinical trial engagement. So it can revolutionize our R&D and predictive analysis. So what happens is we'll be having a set of data, but if we are using humans, so there will be scope of error. So, but with AI and ML, we can have a predictive analytics by its own. Like it will reduce the time for this process. So supply chain optimization, we can think of if these things are done by machines, so supply chain can be optimized. Next slide. Next slide. So this is something called digital signature. So digital signature is kind of like blockchain, but a little different. So how we can describe is if we have got a process. So if we are sharing some document and we don't want it to be decrypted by somebody else, right? So it is almost an encrypted document. If we are sharing it within the company or between companies, so we want some process data. So previously what used to happen, if you are changing some process, we used to go in a documented form, right? So you used to take it to the higher authorities. They used to verify it and sign it. So, but with the help of digital signature, nobody can open that document except the sender and the receiver. Sender will be having set of instruction kind of password, but not exactly password, because it is more encrypted than password. Next slide. So this is about blockchain. So this consists of small blocks and it will be encrypted with an information. So totally including that chain, it will encrypt whole of the data. So mainly we can see that this will help anyway, pharmaceutical company will be having so much of data. So we know every single batch, every single tablet manufactured has to be recorded. Every single QC, QA, everything has to be recorded. And with the help of blockchain, we can have a transparent and secure way to have a exchange of information. So and exchange of information doesn't happen at manufacturer stage, QC or QA. It happens at supply chain, clinical trials, drug safety data. So drug safety data, we know about pharmacovigilance. So there'll be so much of information coming from patients, doctors, and it will be recorded safely and encrypted so that it cannot be shared with other competitive companies. Because we know that sometimes companies will be trying to take other companies' data in different ways. So that way, if it is secured and transparent within the company, so with blockchain, we can have it. So we know that in this digital world, we have got so many technologies. So pharma companies have to adapt, and they have to that way they can have smoothen their process of in every segment of manufacturing, procurement, supply chain, and many other sectors. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Now I request Dr. Amit Asthana to come here. I request Dr. Amit Asthana to come here, and to welcome him, I request our core team member Arpan Kumar Pal to come here. Arpan actually is the main moderator behind LPC, but due to the flight delay, he came late. So Arpan, thank you very much for coming. He's coming from Surat actually. And I request Amit Asthana sir. He's going to talk about Naipur capabilities. So Arpan. Sir, yeah, yes. Front में.
Dr. Amit Asthana, HOD, Department of Medical Devices.
Thank you, organizer, for giving us an opportunity to present the capabilities of NIPER. So I'm Amit Asthana, and I'm Associate Dean Research in NIPER Hyderabad. So very quickly, our mission is to provide quality education in the field of pharmaceutical sciences, medical devices, and pharmaceutical management. And also we are here as a mission not only to provide education, quality education, but also quality human resource. And the advantage which we have is that we are situated in the midst of both Pharma Hub as well as Medical Device Park. So our progress, some of our recent achievement, we were number 2 in NF ranking in pharmacy this year, and we hope to improve it further. So I will quickly go through NIPER, when NIPER was started. So NIPER was started in 2007 when we started 3 courses. Then we introduced another course of pharmaceutics in 2010. 2011, we introduced all 4 PhD. And then in 2012, we have introduced MBA in pharmaceutical management. And process chemistry, MTech was started in 2003. M-Pharma in regulatory affairs was started in again 2013. In 2020, we have started a course on medical devices, which is little different than pharma courses, and it is catching up very nicely. And now in 2021, we have introduced 3 pharma courses as mentioned here, and PhD in these 3 courses along with medical devices. So we have currently seven departments: chemical sciences, biological sciences, pharmaceutics, pharmaceutical analysis, medical devices, as well as regulatory affairs. And these are the courses which we are conducting in each department. So there are total 11 disciplines where we are providing PG degrees, and in 8 disciplines we are providing PhD. Currently 353 postgraduate students are enrolled with us, and 169 PhD students are enrolled with us. We have 100% placement, and till date 1,367 PG students have awarded degree and 100 PhD students. That is the latest. So I will just skip quickly, so because to save some time, this is some of our achievement. We have currently 42 projects, 27 from government and 13 from industry. We have 25. We have filed 25 patents, and 6 have been granted. Out of these 6, 5 were granted this year. And we have 2 products which are in advanced stages and 6 are in pipeline. This last year we have published 224 public papers. This year already in 2.5 months, we have published 60 papers. Overall, NIPER starting from inception, we have published 1,213 papers, 5 book chapters, 23 book chapters this year, and overall 61 book chapters. And we have signed 54 MOUs. Out of that, 32 are with industry, and we are doing a lot of work with industry. So anyone from industry who are here, if they would like to have some collaboration with us, we will be more than happy to help you out and work with you. Some of the facilities which are there, which you can see in our website also: IPCMS, GCMS, powder XRD, and also TG8 and DSC. We have NABL accredited analytical lab where we are helping a lot of industry. We have a pharma hub, Avishkaran. If you have time, you can go and visit there. We have 2 BSL, 2 laboratory, and 3 is in. We are waiting for funding to start that. We have medical device testing facility as well as some advanced labs. As far as departments are concerned, chemistry department works on synthesis of NC, the new chemical identities. They are also concentrating on gene chemistry. We have a very strong group working on enzyme processes. So we have already transferred 2 technologies to ME Life Sciences, which I will cover in next few slides. Cost-effective green processes, where we have done Persian blue insoluble, chemo intermediate to melamide, and other drugs, which is already been transferred. These are some of the highlights where we are working, and these are the products which are already there with us. Anybody interested can take them further. We have already developed this. POC studies already completed in these 2, along with other like telmistran and other intermediate which we are currently working on. These are the 2 technology which we have transferred to ME Life Sciences. Among them, this LC carbazamine, this particular compound we have already transferred, and ME Life Sciences is already they are marketing it into market. And then for sitagliptin, they are in the process of commercializing it soon. So these 2 processes were developed by our enzymatic group. We are also working on natural products, early days for us, but we have started working very strongly in these area. Quickly to Department of Biological Sciences, where they work on neuronal disorder, cancer, organ fibrosis, autoimmune disorders, and their strengths are in vitro and in vivo drug discovery, toxicity, safety, efficacy as per the regulation guideline, as well as they have a very well established in vitro in vivo lab. We are also helping many industry in making animal models. We have COPD models which we have given to NABI, as well as some of the Parkinson and other neurological model. We are also providing services in anti-cancer drug discovery and testing through organoids. So we have a faculty and myself, both of us are working on organoids. So we make high throughput devices, medical devices for organoid synthesis, and he works on organoids and try to test other various drug
with these organoids. Pharmaceutical groups is again a very active group with us. They are working on oral doses, nanoemulsion technology, film forming technology, cycloencapsulation, bioavailability enhancement, and repurposing of drug. Some of their products which are in pipeline and we are currently discussing with industry to take it further are management of atopic dermatitis. This is a repurposed drug which has shown very good results in preclinical studies, and we are looking for a partner who can take it to clinical studies and commercialize it. Similarly, we have topical, again, one more topical formulation, which is for cirrhosis. Again, it's a repurposed drug based on nanoemulsion technology. This is again, we have very good results with preclinical tests with animals, and now we are looking for industry or a partner to take it to next level. Mastocytosis, for mastocytosis management, we have a film forming spray technology which works on COX-2 inhibitor. This is currently been evaluated by industry in field, and we have very good result with this, and hopefully this particular industry will take it further. In Department of Pharmaceutical Analysis, their capabilities, method development and validation, stability studies, conformator analysis, and polymorph screening, DMK studies, and some of their achievement which are here mentioned here. They have developed analysis of nematolide in dairy milk with a veterinary college. They are also doing a lot of work with various companies like Orbicular Pharmaceutical and Alembic for structural illustration of peptides which they make, and also generic. So among us, Dr. Sonti is there. He will be probably, you will be listening to him in panel discussion. He's the person who works on NMR, and he's the one who is helping us with all these analysis. With pharmaceutical management, you have already listened to many of their students. They have presented, they have given fantastic presentation before me, and they are working on monitoring and evaluation studies and comparative studies of pharmaceutical medical device industry. This they are doing with Taiwan under a project, Indo-Taiwanese project, and this work will be completed this year, and they have some good results over there. They are the self-finance group, and the maximum package which our student get is from management group. Medical device group, from where I come, so I am heading this department. We are currently working on affordable diagnostics. We are making devices on paper, polymer, and lateral flow devices. And this is a blood typing device which is currently being evaluated by HUVEL. We are also working on other portable handheld devices. Our interests are in early detection of pregnancy in cattle, endotoxin detection, and various other milk adulteration. We are also working on organ on a chip and organoids. This will work as a high throughput drug screening platform, and it can be a disease model, and it will be an animal alternate to animal testing. We are doing this by 3D bioprinting as well as with microfabrication. And one of my students is working on dual chamber injectors and dual chamber pediatric dosing system. These are some of the products which are ready to go into market, and HUVEL is currently evaluating this blood typing device, which is stable at room temperature for 6 months. And this is a DNA extraction device. This is again based on paper. So we have modified in such a way that this can be used for very long time, and you can have either DNA or RNA, and you can just take it out by changing the buffer temperature. So HUVEL is currently evaluating this with us, and they are trying to replace their silica column with these paper-based devices. So silica column, don't be surprised if silica column is replaced by these paper devices, which we are currently working on. Pharmacoinformatics group, you have already listened to one of the panel discussion, Dr. Vasundhara. She is heading that department, where they are concentrating on genomics, precise medicine and precise medicine tool, chemoinformatics, immunoinformatics, in silico and in vitro drug discovery, genomics, epigenomics, and resistomics. Our regulatory affairs department, they have strength, and they are very much keen to have collaboration in the area of Indian and international regulation, biological regulatory compliance, emerging regulation sciences, and intellectual property management. We have, as I mentioned to you, we have NABL accredited analytical lab, and we are making NABL accredited medical device lab. So our analytical lab, we are helping a lot of industry, but predominantly we are helping Jan Aushadhi. We have, this is old data. We have actually tested about 400 batches for Jan Aushadhi, and there are 4 industry who have audited our facility, and we are helping them in various, basically these 3 compounds: paracetamol API, paracetamol tablet, and folic acid API. Now, based on their request, we are increasing our portfolio. We are also establishing medical device testing facility that will be based on ISO 0993 part 18 for polymer, metal alloy and ceramic testing, chemical testing, and on ISO 10993 part 5, that is genotoxicity analysis. So this will be starting very soon. The genotoxicity one we will be starting in next 3 months with NABL accreditation. We have a pharma hub. It's unique one. There is not a single biopharma innovation hub, but we have that, and we are helping various people. There are about more than 30 incubators at the moment with us. We are providing them space. We are helping them in their idea maturation. We are helping them in commercialization, as well as mentoring them and providing seed funding. This is another thing, another center of excellence, which will be coming up very soon, wherein we are trying to work on API and bulk drug manufacturing. We are making kilo and pilot plants. So if somebody has some molecules which they want to synthesize in kilo and in pilot, we can help them and they can take it further to next level. This is all from our side. If you have any questions, I am around. You can ask me and I will be ready to help you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Now I request Dr. Madhava Reddy, sir, to felicitate Dr. Amit Asthana, sir.
I request now you to display the panel discussion. Panel discussion on HR, L&D, and marketing. Immediately after this, we are starting with the panel discussion on HR, L&D, and marketing.
We have a separate introduction of feedback.
So now moving on, we will have a panel discussion on digital transformation in L&D and marketing. So for that panel discussion, I would firstly like to invite Arpan Paul sir, the moderator for this panel discussion. And I would also like to invite Madhuri Joshi ma'am for welcoming Arpan Paul sir.
Sir.
Next, I would like to invite Suhas Ram sir, Head of Learning and Development at Aurobindo Pharma, to join us on the stage for panel discussion. And I would also like to invite Shivashankar sir to welcome Suhas Ram sir.
So next we would invite Chotalingam sir, for Senior General Manager at Micro Labs, over the stage for the panel discussion. And we would also like to invite Nasiruddin Chishti sir for welcoming Chotalingam sir.
I have done this. So who do this?
Next, I would like to invite Padmanabhan sir, HR at MSN Laboratories on stage. And I invite Kirti to welcome Padmanabhan sir.
I also invite Srinivasan M. sir to come here. Srinivasan sir, please come. At the dais, his name was included late, so we had not displayed. Srinivasan sir, please come. And I request Arumugam Arasan sir to come and welcome Srinivasan sir.
Next, we would invite Ashish Jain sir, who has been recently awarded by Business World Under 40, and currently he is heading Medgenie, leading digital marketing organization for pharma industries. And I would also like to invite Abdi Ali for welcoming him.
Now we'd like to invite Hamid Nadav sir, cluster head at Pristine Pearl Pharma, and I would also invite Sri Lakshmi to present bouquet to sir.
So, good evening, Naipa. Lots of serious discussions. I can't be really serious. So, where's the blood right now? Is it in the stomach or is it circulating in the brain? A late lunch, a cozy place where you can just relax a little more, in fact. Some people have got a fantastic phenomena. They can keep their eyes open, but they can sleep. Wonderful if you can really do that. In fact, I can't, but would have loved to. Well, this is a college, and college life is always so very interesting, isn't it? Boys and girls together even make it even better. So, in one of this college, let's take it Naipa, there was a boy and a girl. How many of you are shy? Students, how many of you are very shy? Okay, you just sat and you felt shy. Okay, good. So there was a boy and a girl, and they loved each other. But as shyness does, they couldn't say this. So one day, the girl asked the boy for a notebook. Next day, the boy gave the notebook with a small letter inside. What was written in the letter? It was written, if you love me, wear a red dress tomorrow. Interesting, right? How many are still feeling sleepy? Anybody sleepy? Otherwise, you have to wear the red dress. Okay. So, if you love me, wear a red dress tomorrow, the boy said. In fact, did not say. A small note was inside the notebook. Next day, the girl came to the college. But what was the dress? Color of the dress? Yes, it was yellow. Dukhi Atma, ladka, zindagi bhar baat nahi kiya ladki se. He never talked to that girl ever in life. Got married. 10 saal baad. The boy was cleaning the bookshelf. Maximum of her books are full of dust only. Never handled. Most of the time mishandled. Yes, once again, the shy girl raising the hand. Okay. That notebook fell off from the bookshelf and out came a paper. That paper. In that paper, the girl had also put a small note. You know what was written? I don't have a red dress, but I love you. Right? So what's the moral? Always remain connected with your books. Even if you don't read the books, there might be something more interesting inside the book. That's what learning and development is all about. It's not telling you something you did not know. It's telling you something that you knew, but I'm telling you a different way of knowing it. A way that will help you not only to understand, but retain and recall. That is probably the 2 R's that we are currently missing. Retain, recall. We all go to the temple unless we are standing outside. जब जाते हैं मंदिर में, थाली में क्या लेते हैं? Sweets, fruits, we take it. So on the way to the temple, if someone asks us, what are we carrying to the temple? We say, it's the fruits and it's the sweets. But after we have gone to the temple, worship the deity, and we are coming back with the same thali of fruits and sweets, anybody asking us, what are we carrying on the thali? What do we say? Prasad, prasadam. The things on the thali remains the same, but what changes? Our attitude. It's our attitude that makes us do the impossible. In fact, there is nothing impossible. It is, I am possible. So we know a person being successful or unsuccessful, there are 3 letters. If you are not successful, who are you? If you are successful, how are you? W-H-O-H-O-W. Exactly 3 letters used interchangeably. And that defines whether you are successful or not. Same does a watch. A watch shows the time when you are not passing through a good time. But when you are passing through the good time, it's the amount of the watch. It is the value of the watch which shows what time you are passing through. Well, this is the fag end of a session. So my job was to once again sensitize you. I don't know how much I have because these wonderful gentlemen are there on the stage and they are going to share their experiences, their knowledge, and most important, their wonderful association with the industry, the pharmaceutical industry. And so this was my responsibility that at least I drive the sleep away from the eyes. I hope my words have not fallen on deaf ears. Like in Julius Caesar, Antony says, friends, Romans and countrymen, lend me your ears. So please lend us your ears for some time. Okay. So what I'll do, I'll quickly, where's the mic? Don't we have another mic? Oh, they have. So why don't we ask them to introduce themselves and say something, a line or two about yourself. Why don't we start?
Check. Yeah. Very good evening, everyone. My name is Suhas. I take care of learning, leadership, OD, and change. I work with Arbindo. That's about me, and I think I'm very much happy to be here.
And what are you handling, sir? What's the department that you are handling, sir?
I think learning. I had learning, leadership, OD, and change.
Right. Thank you so much, sir. Yeah.
So myself, Chokalingam, I course is sales and marketing. I spent quite almost 2 decades. Some of my mentor and trainer is here. I am very thankful. Smita Kulkarni, madam. He said, you should be #1 in detailing. And I joined. In the training that day, it was around 20 days detailing session, training program, 21 days, if I'm not wrong. Now it is reduced to 1 day. But I could not score in the day 1, but the day loss, I got the prize from her. Clear. So it is all about learning. Clear. Now I'm here, and my interviewer, Mr. Kiran Kalwadia, is there. He is the one he selected for SIPLA. So happy to be in the panel. So started with a blessing from Gurus. Starting this good topic you have taken, digital transformation. To be frank, when I started a career, we did not have an email ID, correct? And some of you could be able to make the presentation through mobile. So the journey already started, correct? As someone said, it is all about how you make digitalization more, giving value addition to the patients, customers, doctors, and channel partners. In the 4 buckets, I would like to comment today. Thank you
so
very much. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Sir.
Hey, good afternoon. Padmanabhan here. I head the HR function for a company called Emerson Laboratories Limited in Hyderabad. We are a global manufacturing, R&D, and a marketing organization. We aspire to become a $1 billion company by next year. While we are a privately held company, that's our aspiration. I recently joined this organization maybe a couple of quarters before. Otherwise, I've spent a little more than a decade in the pharma industry. I was handling HR as a generalist HR. Now I head the company here, and all the functions of HR works with me. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, hi, good evening, everybody. My name is Srinivasan Mettu. I work for a company called Aurobindo Pharma Limited. I head the talent acquisition and talent management for the company. I hold around 18 years of experience. Entire experience, I worked in pharma only. I worked in biotech, vaccines, enzymes, peptides, APIs, formulations, all the things. So thanks for IPC for inviting me.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hi, this is Ashish here. I head MedGenie, which is basically a digital marketing company. We help pharma companies to adapt to digital. We help them create awareness, availability, as well as loyalty solutions. Thank you, LPC. Thank you, Nipper, for inviting for this particular event. So glad to learn. Since morning, we had got very good speakers. Look forward to learn more in this session. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Hi, good evening. This is Hamid here. I head operations of Karnataka for sales and marketing. I did to this has been almost 22 years with pharma into sales and marketing. My core area is sales and marketing. Onto that. Thank you,
Thank you.
LPC, for inviting you.
Yeah, thank you so much. In fact, we are always thinking of motivation. We always talk of motivation, whether it is marketing, whether it is sales, whether it is HR, whether it is L&D. So the first thing that I would like to understand is that we have all gone to a circus. We have all been to a circus. We have seen the trapeze artist performing, and there's a safety net there. So what's the significance of the safety net? Is it to prevent the trapeze performer from falling, or is it something else? The same applies to a cricketer wearing a helmet. Is it to protect the head? Maybe not. And what is the significance of brakes in a car? I think all the three of these things give confidence. The safety net, the helmet, and the brakes in a car. So that is exactly what we try to give to our people, confidence. Because people have everything. They just want to walk that extra mile, and for that, they need the confidence. Sometimes we call it the Pygmalion effect. When the leader believes in the person that he will be able to do it, that extra mile is definitely put in. So coming to digital transformation, we are going to have some wonderful quizzing. It's open to all. So in fact, pharma industry has been a very conservative industry, if we take it in that way. And I think COVID has been the spoil sport. I don't know whether I should call it spoil sport, but it has hastened the pharma industry from being conservative towards being thought leaders. We rather had to embrace the digital technology because we were left with no other way. Because for the time when the doors were shut, I think it was the digital transformation which undertook pharma industry to greater heights. So, sir, how is the digital transformation affecting the pharma industry? Everybody, you can say it one by one, your thoughts. How is it affecting the pharma industry? Because we have people from sales and marketing, HR, L&D. So please.
Just I said, I would like to quote two examples. You take an L&D and as well as marketing.
Right.
So when we analyzed 20 years back, when we detailing analyze, there is a slit of 5 questions from opening remarks to closing the call. It is manually recorded. How you are detailing. Okay, there are 3 panelists will be there. We have to sit in front of them, and with a hard copy of the visual aid, we have to detail. Okay? So now the same thing, I experienced that here when I started a career. Now, no reviewer is not required. No observer is not required. Hyper detailing along with the Mindtickle platform, it says that representative, is it pronouncing the word correctly or not? How much time you spend opening the call? Here, how much time he give the weightage to the particular communication? Here, how he close the call? Everything recorded by e-detailing. And a Mindtickle platform, there is no observer is not required. It's intelligent driven, and also it communicates whether that representative communicating the word or pronouncing the word correctly. Correct. So the transformation happened from the L&D also and marketing. Marketing, I would like to give a narrative. It's 3-4 buckets in the marketing. It across in the developed countries, it has evolved. In India, we are slowly adopting it. And to nutshell, most of you must have had one of your times in the so famous brand Dolo, correct? So you must have got. Clear? So a lot of digital marketing effort has gone behind that. Yeah. So that's the reason in terms of channel, in terms of patient, in terms of academic. So when I was reading a book or started a career 10 years back, I wanted to create a mother forum for my chronic drug. Correct? So I could not able to apply this thought. Now we got a foundation on this. So we could, now there is a mothers participate on fever quiz virtually. Clear? So that much transformation is happening from just product detailing one-to-one to across stakeholders. The digital transformation is happening. So mothers were actively participating in the digital initiative to know what they're supposed to do for the kids if the fever comes. Correct? So we are connecting directly with the patients. It was past, it was history, we could not connect. Now in the rural area, we can able to connect through our virtual platforms. So across industries, from learning, from marketing, as well as this supply chain also, a lot of digital transformations happen. But the topic is L&D, it's still a long way to go, but L&D per se, some other team can guide. Many intervention is done on digital platform. So that's all from my end.
Adi, you can go. See, HR has, I think I would say it has transformed a lot compared to what when we joined the organization. We were all given, hard copy papers to fill up. Now today, the candidate has already filled up the forms before he joined. So I think there's a huge transformation. One of the things we talk about, like somebody talk about patient experience, we are talking about how is HR being measured, is basically measured on employee experience. Employee experience, all the touch points of employees from before he joins till he resigns. Let's say I left a company 6 months before, I can easily download my ESI, PF statements, my service certificates, my last pay slips. All these things can be downloaded even today. So otherwise I have to go and connect with, I have to call. Once your employee is left, nobody bothers, correct? So once you leave a Nipur, you will have to come as a guest here. Okay, like me, or like him who became a great person. So it is the experience. We create, I think this digital transformation has created a huge experience. In fact, during the COVID time, I just remember, earlier I used to, when I have to take a session of orientation, there'll be 40-50 people like this in a class where you have 300 chairs available. But I was able to connect to almost 1,300 people across the globe. Across the globe, somebody from sitting in US, somebody sitting in Middle East, Africa, almost 1,300 people. I was astonished. I mean, sometime I think I got a fear. Am I going to, whatever I say, 1,300 people are listening. So I need to be even more cautious. So the reach to the people. It is not no more a personal touch or personal, reach out. I think the digital transformation has enabled me to connect with people. Today, interviews are happening on the Zoom calls. Even senior most people. I think there's a huge transformation, all levels, even at the employee engagement level. Maybe I think Suhas is a great champion in the L&D. He will talk more about the L&D space. I think a lot of things have come. Future is all about getting connected to the digital manner. In fact, I was just remembering an example, like when we all were born, we were all, we were taught by our mother. So our mother or parents taught us through writing in books. My daughter was born, second daughter. I had to give her a digital mode of learning. I think digital mode of learning started from there, maybe 15 years before. Now today, there is nothing she's going through books. Everything is in a digital format. I think that's where the future generation people would want. A couple of years before I went to an assessment center, everything is digitalized. Earlier, each and every step I can keep on talking. I think I need to give space for others to talk. There is a huge transformation. It will happen. I think after maybe 10 years down the line, 90% of the jobs, whatever HR would do, only will through digitalization. Maybe some amount of feedback, coaching, except for a few things like that. I don't think there is scope for any personal, connect, meeting people in person. Thank you.
So now we can rather take it in a different way. What are the barriers? What are the barriers to digital learning?
I think we need to demystify a little bit digital, especially coming from pharma. I think as Paddy really said that COVID has taught a lot of learning for all of us, right? But today generation, I'm sure as a HR, we are grappling with this challenge. Youngsters, they always now try to compare with IT, right? So in pharma, I'm sure, even though we are digitized, we are doing a lot of virtual sessions, right from people are interviewing till employee joining, career counseling, everything we are doing on digital, but somewhere it should be more phygital, right? It should be both physical and digital. We need to integrate and we need to bring to that, right? I just take a little bit twist here is we are doing hundreds of sessions. Are we really impactful? Right? So definitely there are so many other tools we introduced so that the engagement is high, but what is impact on business? Today, end of my business leader will come back and ask me, okay, I think 3-4 man days of program we have done. We invested 5-10 crores on MDPs. What is impact? Are we really ready with next pipeline? Are they ready to take up the new role? Right? So that's where I think the barrier, more than that, I think I can put it somewhere. There are 3 P's which is very critical from an L&D point of view. One is progressive. When I say progressive, provide multiple options to the employee to learn and grow, right? That's where we talk about something called skill stacking, right? People should have one skill where any given point of time, he gave a very beautiful example, that confidence. Today market, we always talk about what skill will differentiate between one person to other. For example, if there is a technology where you master that, so that in your absence, your people should know, right? So what kind of skill we are building, whatever we are studying as a student, there is nothing called back to basics, strengthen your basics, and definitely have to master at least one skill, right? And slowly there are adjacent skill sets will be there. So try to build that. That will definitely help, right? So that's the one I say 3 P's. First one is progressive. Second one is personalized, right? Today, I'm sure we don't want any content which is prepared in advance. Everyone needs personalized learning, right? We have different learning styles. Someone will like visual learners, kinesthetic learners, auditory learners. right? Each one has their own story. So how you make your learning more personalized? That's where your business simulation, your learning experience platforms, these are various tools are actually is coming and helping us. Learning will stick, right? So much is happening in this field. We are also very, very happy. We have seen certain success rate. I think people, when they presented about industry 4.0, I think 15 to 20% is only adopted. We are very, very long way. We need to adopt technology. The third one is purposeful. So when I say purposeful, reflecting purpose in everything, whatever we do, right? So I think just few minutes back, what is the difference which we bring to the table here is we are contributing to the patient's life, right? How you bring back whatever you're doing, what is the purpose of your job? How it is connected to the bigger purpose. So how you bring all these three things, which actually make learning more sticky and it will be more impactful. So that's what my thought process. I think over to other.
Yes. In fact, Ashish sir, you can in fact tell about something more interesting. That is, how is SEO, that is search engine optimization, helpful for pharma companies? If we can take it ahead. Yes.
Yeah, thanks. So we have been working a lot with pharma companies. I just recollect one meeting we had with a FMCG company. So they told Ashish, can you please tell a perfect day when I go to a Kirana store and he will give me the maximum order. I said, I don't know that. How can you predict that? So he said, go on Wednesday, he'll give you a best order. I said, how do you say that? Are you a devotee of Lord Ganesha or what? So he said, no, that's based on the data that we analyze on real-time basis. So concern coming to the pharma industry is data is available, but access of data on real-time basis is definitely not available. Cost, coming to cost, the cost that any pharma company is spending for promotions can definitely be rationalized using digital modes, which currently we have got a long way to go. Third is the quality. So quality of resources that we are currently having need to be reskilled, upskill with the help of technology. So these are the three areas where I feel there is a lot to do: access and cost and quality. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Amit sir.
I would start with the wording of you, Mr. Arpan, where you said about the pharma industry is something like a conservative industry.
Right.
Yes, it is true.
It was conservative, but I think
yeah.
it has
Now
shattered.
the time has been progressing.
Yes, the
like
glass
like
ceiling
any
has been
other,
broken.
yeah,
Glass
like
ceiling has
any other industry, it is pharma which also has gone seen the transformations.
Correct.
And there have been discussion about COVID, pre-COVID and post-COVID. This is the era which basically we are getting it divided into. Now the learning what we had got nullified with during COVID, and then we refreshed it and regained those data, and then we have our new records now in our AI system. Okay, this is what it is, the new normal onto it. Now all these things put together, this is learning and development. This is one particular segment which pharma has shown an immense changes. Now when I say that, I really mean onto it. See, the guys in reality, when the people join at a pharma industry, in reality, they are practically zero in terms of anything, whether it is presentation, whether it is communication on that particular parameter, on an average scale, looking at the standards of industry where it is standing today. Now, when they adopt it in a span of a short span, they have been trained out and they have been learned in such a way that they start art of, a BSc or B pharmacy or D pharmacy guy goes and discusses himself with an MD, DM and cardio. Now, this is something that a learning and development which a person has been adopting. And as a whole, when we talk about an industry, now basically, if you look in, during the COVID, pre-COVID, we were not interested in all Zoom meetings and all that. Any company does that Microsoft meeting, it was a great. Oh, there used to be a discussion. Oh, that company does a Microsoft meeting. Yeah, there is nothing on that. But now you look into it. None of them are interested in physical interaction because the time is saved. Technology is being used inevitably, and the purpose of that particular meeting is being served. Now, this particular transformation is a key or an entry point for a pharma industry to getting into adoption of AI, ML, and then newer technology which could really help in a real-time big data. Yes, there is a need. There is a need of, today earlier we used to talk about all India strategies. Then we came out to South India, North India, West India, East India. Now we came down to state-wise. Now we are talking about, if I have to talk about Telangana, Hyderabad separate strategy, Vijayawada separate, Vizag separate, North Karnataka separate, and Bangalore separate. So that is the this thing. Why this has come? Because there is a data which is available, and that data has come with the digital transformation. And this is something which is going to roll out in a bigger way in coming days because of the technology which has been available into this. And some of you have presented onto that what AI is talking about, what is ML. This has been applicable in all the segments of our industry. May it be a sales and marketing, may it be a manufacturing or a logistic, everything, the SAP, everyone has been adopted. Now, this is a technological movement which is at a starting stage, and probably in a days to come will be going in a larger way onto that. Thank you.
Yes, Srinivas, yeah.
Yeah. So one experience what I can share about, as you said, barriers other than our people only.
Yes.
Okay. So we used to spend almost 1 or 2 months for campus hiring every year. During COVID, nobody's interested to go for campus. And we thought, no, we'll do an online virtual interviews. But the moment we say virtual interview, they said, then where is the personal connect? How you can identify their attitude, behavior, all this stuff. So it was a very difficult task for us, but we could able to find a vendor who can, who have did excellent virtual interviews covering all the aspects, right from psychometric analysis, individual different analysis, like if it is an BTech, if it is a B.Pharm, if it is a BSc, MSc. So different type of technical assessments is also could able to do it in virtually. And that virtual entry is also very protected. No, you can't turn any page. You cannot see here and there. It is very much protected. So and we could able to reach people across India. Earlier we used to do only within South, but we could able to reach across India. And 3 days we completed assessment for 750 people. So we got good data from them, good analytics, and we could able to pick best candidates. So that's what my experience about this.
Fabulous. In fact, I would like to share one small information like AMA, American Marketing Association. They say that Indians can be classified into 4 types of customers, ABCD. Now, what does ABCD stand for? A stands for astrology, B stands for Bollywood, C stands for cricket, and D for discount sale. इसके अलावा कोई customer है ही नहीं. Indians can be only ABCD customer. Astrology, Bollywood, cricketer, discount sale. जहां discount sale लंबी लाइन, बाकी किधर लाइन भी नहीं. Like he said, in Wednesday they have the highest buying because Big Bazaar had that सबसे सस्ता Wednesday. So this is what data is all about. Now, to keep people interested both in e-learning as well as digital marketing, how important do you think gamification is? Please share your thoughts. Anybody? Gamification, whether it is in e-learning or it is in digital marketing.
See, let me start from learning itself. I think in my previous slide talked about different learners, different folks, different strokes, right? So each one has their own way we need to customize their learning. So what is the best way? It's more application oriented, right? If you say application oriented, so business simulation or AR, VR based, we talk about today, no one has time to go back to a classroom and learn, right? So how we can actually utilize that learning in a flow, learning in a go, right? If you have some problem, a digital twin immediately can show that, okay, this is the problem, and similar, someone who's sitting somewhere and he can tell us, okay, what you have to do so that you can fix this mission, which is not working now, right? So that is what learning quickly. So today, no one has that much time to go back and learn. So this kind of business simulation or using technology is definitely as it is increasing. There is a need for this, and slowly, I think, as an industry, we're adopting it. Okay.
So gamification, as right pointed out, I think all our students are here, and one of the company has posted this VR in this display. The VR I applied 10 years back. The first company to launch VR application, but that time not much of gamification. Why I'm telling, since all our students, for example, I wanted to educate the patient on asthma. It is happening in the lungs, right? How does it happen? So I'm going for a surgery, correct? How I'll visualize that in the surgery. So there's a lot of gamification comes, the patient can go through the journey and patient be more comfortable, clear? And it is verbal explanation may not be sufficient. So that is the area gamification. A lot of marketeer play a major role because we used to work with as also collaboration. They have the content, how to rightly put the word digital marketing. Digital is there. Problem, patient problem is there, right? How do we market it? That is you are sitting here, you all play a major role. I could see a lot of content you've seen, a lot of platform we can apply many places. You said it, from supply chain to marketing to patient journey to prescription. Clear? How do you execute and identify the right problem and address it? Clear? That's important role as a student you play, and gamification play important role whenever it comes to the patient education as well as in terms of L&D. To some extent customer, but not much. Clear? Yeah. Yeah.
I can add one more point is I think this VR has helped, especially for learning and development. My turnaround time, if any new joiner, fresher joins, typically if you go through all safety, quality, all the induction program used to take roughly about 120 days. It has reduced to like 60, 62 days. So that I'm quick turnaround so that they're ready, come back to work and get into, right? And they can add value to the processes. So that is, we have seen that great impact in manufacturing places. Okay. Second thing is, I think we are talking about micro learning, right? So micro learning is no one has so much time to go through tons of content. So today, I think Coursera, all these are really impacting the education. You can see everything is made it in small bite-sized learning, and people while driving or whenever they have some time, quickly they can see, learn, go back and implement. So I think a lot of things are actually happening and impacting in learning area. I can say that.
One of the, to extension of learning, I think we have used this tool to make people understand the project management principles in research and development. I think we have engaged a lot of people together. Let's say if they have to understand the phases of various research and development, time taken, we use this tool, for project management. How much time does it take? So where are we missing? So we're talking about the PERT and the CPM. All these things are made understood through a proper gamification. At the end of the day, the tool says, this is what you have made a mistake. So, and over a period of time, we also come up with the leadership board. So everybody get a score. And I think people, nowadays all leadership board details are available in the mobile. They try to, overtake somebody else. I think in this process, as I said, micro learning, all these things are being used. But I always, there is always a flip side also. Gamification sometimes, feels like, for the sake of doing it, I do. Yes. But the real essence, if you only when you get that right point hit, I think if it hits, I think the gamification is fine. I always felt, followed by the game, if there is a kind of a group session where people can interact and introspect, I think that's where the learning from the gamification goes in very strongly. Thank you.
See, with my experience, we at the part of Assessment Development Center, we did bit of gamification like business simulations, giving a real-time scenario kind of thing. So such kind of gamification also I've seen in any industry, also in pharma industry. And as Suhas mentioned, the virtual reality, VR based also, some of the pharmaceutical companies have started using it. for in some critical areas where you are not affordable to go for a physical training, where some critical reactions and all, there VR-based training is already adopted by many pharmaceutical companies. At the same time, as it's a bit costly, you need to have all the infrastructure and support from the management to go ahead with to implement across all the levels. Yeah.
So coming to gamification, we have implemented this for large pharma company with regard to trade loyalty program. So it's very important for a pharma company to develop a sense of addiction. So gamification is all about addiction, right? So how can you entice a trade partner, be it a wholesaler or a retailer, to purchase your item on a regular basis? So we have developed this particular loyalty program, which was completely on gamification platform, where we used to set targets. There was a scoreboard where you could see what exactly the other people in your area is performing. So this gave a lot of kick internally among the field force as well. So gamification helps business to collect data, analyze data, and predict what are the stores which are important to you, categorize the stores, and then do your planning accordingly. So I think gamification is definitely possible with regard to trade loyalty programs. Thank you.
Thank you. I think there was a dialogue called Sing is King. Now that has been changed to as a data is a king. Yes. The person who has got data is the king now. Now with that particular statement, the gamification plays an important role, because at every level it has been required. Maybe a people addiction towards the primary customer, that is my people who have been working around, addiction towards that particular system, so generate more better results. Or maybe slowly from only prescribing medicine, now the industry is moving towards the service part of it. Maybe when we are talking about devices, maybe an asthmatics, updation, upgradation, device training, all those parameters are being into part of this particular gaming system, gamifications, where basically the results can be more interactive, and also the habit formation of this, where the people start enjoying, and that enjoyment will give you the better results. That can be a good way of it.
Right. In fact, gamification, if we can follow two principles, it should neither be too easy nor too difficult. In case it's too easy, people will take it lightly. In case it's too difficult, they won't get engaged. So we need to keep both these things while going for a gamification, whether it is in e-learning or it is in e-marketing, that it should neither be too easy nor too tough. So this will definitely create an interest as well as an engagement. So now taking this discussion forward,
everybody must have gone to mall. Students, most of you experience VR box, correct? Raise your hand. I am going to solve one patient problem or one marketing problem through this VR box. While watching or after watching, have you thought about it? Have you used it, na? You must use it with your friends. Have you ever thought, being a marketeer, being a pharma management student, I want to solve the problem, or I want to make the patient learning easier, or I wanted to use for our marketing tool? How many of you thought? Good. That is a take-home message. I take from Mr. Suhasram said, it's not just talking. One of my guru has taught, being a marketeer or being a management student, whatever learning you happen, how you are going to apply, you have to think. Otherwise, all learning will not be useful. That's what the gamification point I want to close. It's not that a lot of gamification use. How do you apply in my learning, my marketing, my problem solving, my pharma channel, or if you're into QA, QC, whatever the field you want to be, how you are going to address the problem. That's the way the thinking has to start. Then it will be useful. Yeah, thank you.
Correct. So we have had a very wonderful discussion, engaging discussion, both from marketing aspect, HR aspect, as well as training aspect. And the most important part that really came out, that we are constantly cutting trees with the axe, but we are not spending enough time sharpening the axe. So most importantly, not only from the training part, but HR and marketing also second this opinion that we must go for sharpening the axe, because the sharper the axe, the easier and the quicker it will be to axe the tree. So let us go for that. And as we always say for the last time, that karma, there cannot be anything bigger than that. So to end with a story that most of you know, that in a garden where there were mango trees, ripe mangoes, the eye saw the mango. The mangoes were real good, real ripe, but the eyes could not get the mango. So the legs walked towards the mango tree, but the legs could not pluck the mango. Now the hands came. The hands plucked the mango, but the hands could not eat the mango. So the hand put the mango in the mouth. The mouth ate the mango. And somewhere the guard of the garden saw this person eating the mango. He came with his big stick and hit the person. And his back got hit. Now the back said, I neither plucked the mango nor did I eat the mango, but I was hit. But finally what happened? The tears started rolling from the eyes, because it is the eyes which actually saw the mango. So the most important thing is that whatever we do, it's going to come back to us. So this is time when we are learning. This is time when we are developing ourselves as a student, as a professional, whoever we are. So let us do it in a just manner. Let us do it in a judicious manner, and let us do it in a very honest manner. And you'll definitely see success is just around the corner. Just have patience. Success is yours. Thank you so much. God bless you all.
Thank you very much, Arpan. Thank you very much, all the panelists. It is a wonderful discussion. I request now Madhav Reddy sir from Pullardi Pharmacy College to felicitate all the panelists and moderator. Please come, sir. Please come. Please come. Moderator. Wonderful job. Two stories and both are wonderful. Eh? Sir, please come, sir. You are the senior host and go ahead. Sir.
Abhishek, wait. Moderator. Next, Hamid Nadaf sir. Group it. नहीं साथ में ग्रुप उठाने साथ. Now Ashish Jain sir. आगे इधर आ गया. Next Srinivas M. Next is Srinivas M sir. Srinivas M. All right, sir. Sir, please there for group photograph, then we can go. And next is Padmanabhan sir, Paddy sir. Actually, we know Paddy sir. Padmanabhan sir. Sir, Mr. Chokalingam sir, thank you very much for coming from way from Bangalore. Sir has come to address the group. He's always loved to interact with students. Even he is having a budget meeting going on. Even then he told me this Sunday I will manage. Thank you, Chokalingam sir, coming. And Suhas sir.
Arumugam Arasan is there somewhere? Arumugam Arasan. Shiv Shankar. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So, thank you very much, sir, all of you, for your valuable time. I request Madhav Reddy, sir, to stay back. we want to felicitate some of our coordinator, Mr. Nasuruddin Chisti. I want to invite Mr. Nasuruddin Chisti and Mr. Abhishek Mishra to come to the dais. And I request Madhav Reddy, sir. And I request Chitra Ramanan, ma'am, because our academic panel discussion. Chitra Ramanan, ma'am, please come. Nasuruddin. Shiv Shankar Maurya. Thank you very much, sir. I request Chitra ma'am to felicitate Abhishek Mishra, our coordinator. Nasuddin, Shiv Shankar Maurya. Okay, okay. I request Jharna ma'am to come now and Madhav sir for a quick discussion on academics. So, academics panel discussion. Academics panel discussion. And Rajesh Sonti sir, as the moderator, sir, please come for academic panel discussion. I request the techniques support. Rajesh sir.
I also request Tushar to come and welcome Rajesh sir.
Tushar.
I invite Vaibhav Chinchole to invite Dr. Chitra Ramanan, ma'am.
Now I would invite Adhiraj to welcome Dr. Jharna ma'am. And I would also invite Atul to welcome Dr. B. Madhav sir.
Thanks.
Rajesh sir, over to you. Thank you.
Good evening, all. Today, this is the last session on adaptation can be transformation across academics is going to happen. So first we have all experienced people beside me. I'm the most inexperienced in comparison to them. Okay, we have Madhav Reddy sir and Jarna ma'am and Chitra ma'am. Okay. So I would like to hear the views of all the members about how this digitalization is going to impact the academia and what is the future for academia with the digital transformation that is happening. Sir.
Yeah, good evening to all. Just when I came here, the presentations in digitalization in pharmaceutical industry was going on. The presentations were very good, and so many benefits and advantages and facilitation of digitalization was shown by the presenters. Now, this is the topic of digitalization and digital transformation academics also. Yeah, digitalization has become indispensable in life of any person, whether he is literate or illiterate or a worker or whoever it is. It has become an indispensable part. Everybody has to use these digital devices for one or the other his routine life. So similarly, the digitalization in academics also has happened to a certain extent. It can go ahead further. The digital technology should be used for the purpose of better understanding and experiential learning. It is for the better understanding, experiential learning that the student has to feel that he has become the part of that particular machine operating or that particular testing of a principle on a machine, or he should feel that he is actually involved in a particular operation, or in case, for example, while handling the animals, etc. But at the same time, in some of the areas, the digitalization and digital transformation cannot replace the physical presence and physical learning, especially in science and particularly the biological sciences and life sciences. I can give a few examples, particularly in biology, whereas in pharmacology, in pharmaceutical sciences. I think around since 10 years, the CPC, SE, and Ministry of Environment, they have banned the use of animals for academic training. So what has come, the digitalization has helped us to show how the experiments can be learned without use of the animals. It's good. We are a few examples of the experiments which are being developed through software. We are displaying on the computer systems, and students are in front of the systems and they are pressing the buttons. And this pressing of a button is so simple and it is so casual. He can press any number of times that button, he can add any number of doses, he can see virtually the graph contracting the heart, or say rising the liver of dose response curve and all. He can stop anywhere and he can remodulate it and all. But this will not be the same situation while he does it on live animal. So that is why there are some areas where the digitalization should be there. In addition to that, the physical training, live training is also important. And that is how both should be there, and the digitalization can never be the replacement for the digitalized learning in certain areas. And at the same time, the digitalization has helped the students to learn anytime, anywhere in certain areas. They need not carry the heavy books. They need not carry the so much volumes of the papers and bundles to the college or back home. Now they can use the tabs. They can make notes in the tab itself, and even they can write the exams on tabs. I came to know recently from one of our students who are in Manipal. They are writing exams on the tabs. And they just simply with a click, it will go to the main server and the concerned teacher will evaluate and the marks will be added into his personal app or login of the student. So all these procedures can be taken and they can go ahead for the digitalization. The contact of the teacher and students also can be digitalized, but a minimum amount of teacher-student physical presence should be there, and that will give a real-time learning and a real sense of learning and a feeling of learning. The understanding will go ahead. I think the others can share.
Thank you so much, sir. A very good evening to all of you all. First of all, I would really like to thank the LPC team. Yashwant sir, thank you so much. Verma sir, I can't see him, but thank you so much for having us, not only attend this event, but also be a part of the panel. So thank you once again. Academics, yes. I mean, I only see students, very few corporates here. Let me tell you something about me. I'm not a person who is a core science background. I belong to economics and finance. Fate brought me to take care of placements for pharma and biotech students. In the last 13 years, I'm associated with SIS College. There I learned a lot about the industry itself. I always feel learning never stops. So NIFER has been an excellent host. So I would like to thank you all of y'all, including the students, to put up such a great event. So thank you to the host also. Yes. I would talk two things. Okay. One is placements, which is an industry perspective. There are two things in academics. One is the end is always the placements. So at least in our management college, they are very clear. They are taking admissions because they are looking for a better perspective in terms of placements. So the beauty of, digitalization, which we are talking a lot today, new to the pharma industry, definitely, but has brought a lot of synthesis in terms of placements. So what we observed is that today also, 70% of our placements are happening online, whether it is summer internship or finals. Companies from everywhere. I mean, we have international placements also, which has happened this year. Reason is definitely today, you can easily conduct an interview either using Zoom, or a Meet. So no more companies have to, bear the cost. A company from Aurangabad doesn't have to come to recruit my student or, from Hyderabad, because there are a lot of pharma companies situated here. Okay. So the span of a student getting a job or our placement process this year, if you see, we finished finals in 2 months. 2 months is a very short period to place 90 students. But this was possible because of 80% interviews happening online. So that made it quick. Okay, students were happy. Okay, so that's one beauty of digitalization, is that the span of students getting a job has become less. Second, you can be anywhere and give the interview. So you don't have to be present on the campus to give the interview. So it becomes very easy. So you're sitting at home. If you're not well, you don't miss an interview process. You can still manage giving an interview online. So that is the beauty of digitalization. But everything comes with pros and cons, right? So when digitalization started, it was very difficult for students to understand and give interviews because the whole focus from body language changed to your facial expression, right? It took time for students to get trained how to give interviews, online. And now it's slowly again moving to the offline mode. So online, as far as digitalization in terms of recruitment is concerned, from the industry, I don't know how long this will last, but we are definitely feeling that almost 100% summer placements will be done through the online mode because it's a 2 months project. The second thing which I saw, few companies during COVID, actually students learned how to pitch a doctor, using the online method. So sales, actual sales, which were happening physically, the beauty is because again, apps available. You could easily connect to the doctor, right? And actually, I don't want to name the company, but the students outperform their targets online. So something new was being learned by the students. So now there is a possibility, if there is a second, I hope it doesn't happen. Anything happens, from home, you can connect, you can continue working. So we've become more resilient in terms of the industry, whether it is academics. I mean, it was difficult for us teachers and you students also, because we were trained on different apps, how we can. The second thing was how to keep you connected for 1.5 hours. I don't know you. You can see me because my video is on. I can't see you. So we were literally talking to photos, right? Some were not photos, they were names, right? But we managed that also. And today it's a hybrid mode, right? Third thing which I felt in terms of academics is that you come to classes, there are a lot of courses, which you can do online today, short courses, which adds value to what you are doing wherever you are in terms of education. So that has been a plus point. But yes, I would second, sir, totally academics cannot adapt digitalization as a mode of teaching, because I always feel what you can learn in a classroom, you cannot totally replicate that in terms of digital, right? So it's very important for you to have that physical touch with the teacher. Physical touch means be in the classroom, be attentive, right? Okay. Side effects, of course, I would say socially, I think somewhere the generation is lost. Second, confused, So yeah, there are pros and cons. So I think in terms of pros, there are few, but cons are lesser than that. Yes. Let's see how long digitalization would sustain in terms of placements. In terms of teaching, we'll have to, full-time teaching cannot, according to me, cannot totally be dependent on, a digitalization. That's all I want to say. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Janna. It's a wonderful topic, in fact, especially for the youngsters. A Y generation know only what is online. They don't know what is a textbook as such. They are not going to the library. I always tell the students, go to the library. Books are crying. Please go and touch, So that is a fact. Now it is happening. Yes. In fact, both of them covered all the points. But let me talk very practically. As sir said, especially science students, that is biological science, if you want to study, that physical touch is very, very important. Unless until I know to dissect us, the animal, either a rat or a frog or, even a small cockroach, to understand about the system, definitely we cannot study further. So it's very, very important. And the next, I wonder, even if you take that now in say 5 years before COVID, we used to fine the students if they are having the mobile in their hand. Now, if they are not having the mobile, then it's a big crime. So definitely it is having a lot of as far as I am concerned, as a probably you say that it is a old school of thought, but definitely the physical touch, that is one-to-one interaction, is very important. Say I am being with this SIS College of Management Studies for past 16 years. In 2007, when I joined, definitely it is with theory and practical. Now the students the practical aspects is very, very important. Today morning we had a great panel discussion in such a way that we concluded that whatever theoretically we are studying, definitely it is not happening practically. That is very, very important. I have studied B.Ed, but whatever theory I have written, definitely I have not even single thing I have practiced. Okay, that is because of the touch between the students and the teacher. That only play a major role. So as far as our college is concerned, yes, as sir said, the examination now we are conducting through online. Students are writing tests online. I don't know whether definitely they are writing, ethically, we don't know. And as far as placement is also concerned, the companies are telling they want only to see the face, the hand, 2 hands, that is more than enough as far as the analytics or the students who are in IT profession is concerned. At the same time, sales is one of the backbone for pharma, marketing or to come out with a strategy for any product, in the company. So that physical touch, if you are not talking with that doctor at least twice in a month, okay, for the from the particular company, definitely we cannot understand about that product or how the sales can happen. That is we cannot come out with a strategy at all. So according to me, definitely the more than hybrid, yes, physical, that is, my students, you are paying fees. I'm a parent. So after paying the fees, I say that why are you not going to the school or college, right? So that's very important. And as she rightly said, that social, definitely that concept is missing, and when I go home, my son is in one room, daughter is one room. In fact, I'm calling and coming for various, they are having that headphone in that, even sitting next to us, and whenever we call, there won't be any response. That is definitely a con of this online concept. So sir, it is very important that the physical touch is very important for the students to learn things, even AI. See, just now I have seen they are one practical thing is happening there, but they were doing some experiment with the AI. Yes, I went, I sat, I touched, and I felt. Then only I could enjoy that feeling. So definitely I feel that is. And as far as SIS college is concerned, we are in a mode of hybrid mode. We are majorly, and examination is also happening, corporate interaction. We are having physical as well as hybrid mode. And we feel whether it is we are having a panel discussion or whether we are having a corporate interaction, definitely that physical mode give you more value than the the hybrid or the online mode. Yeah.
Thank you, ma'am, and sir, for touching on the nice points. So I would also add few points on that, right? Writing an exam in the tablet. Okay, so I have done the writing the exam in 2018 in Switzerland. So it is nice how to write the exam, but also you stressed on the point how ethical the students are nowadays with the advanced artificial intelligence, chat GPT. You can cheat anybody. Okay, so this is going to be a big problem in academics, particularly till bachelor's, where you are going to give the assignment to the students. Okay, so it so happened that in Stanford they did this exam recently, and 87% student told that they did not use ChatGPT, but 13% openly admitted, saying that we use ChatGPT to write the exam, even in Stanford. So imagine in India, like if everybody has a cell phone, like you say, and everybody has access to this, all your assignments, they are going to write it like that, and we need to have a plagiarism check to find out whether the artificial intelligence is being used or not. So we need to develop another tool as a teacher, or we have to go with the technology. Nowadays, I don't think any student goes to library. I mean, people go to library because they want to have a silent place to work, not for reading the books. Okay. I mean, in a way, it is better because we want more trees around. We don't want books. Each paper is cutting a tree. So in one way, it's good. There are always pros and cons. Also, I was speaking to one of my friend before this session, so about artificial intelligence. As a teachers, we spend most of the time, we give hybrid mode. Like I also had difficulty. First time I was teaching 100 students. They don't even switch on the video. So they don't know whether they are listening to you. They are interested in what you're saying. Even if you say a joke, only 2-3 people faces you'll see. So how are you going to teach class of 100 students when you don't know anything what they're doing? Some of them keep the video, like the thing on, and they go away. So you don't know. But also there is an advantage with Coursera and other this massive online open courses, MOOCs, right? They can pause the video, they can go back, play the video till they understand it. Everything. One of the last panel discussions, they were also saying about anything you want, you have a quick fix. You can watch a YouTube video and fix it. Like yesterday, 2 days back, I mean, it may sound silly. I did not know how to measure a square yard land. So I had the tape in my hand, but just it took me 30 seconds to find out. Yeah, you have to have the feet and, multiply it and divide it by 9, then you have a square yard. It took me only 20 seconds to fix something. So online mode is good, but I don't know, students have to be ethical. And one last point I wanted to say is, as a teacher, we spend so much time taking attendance, doing everything, who is coming to the class, who is not coming to the class. These are all administrative jobs. So I was speaking to my friend, he said that, yeah, why don't you have artificial intelligence? Like you have one camera there, it records who is coming to your class, who is not, who is paying attention, all the data you can have. Like Singh is Singh, somebody said, like data is king. We can have the data, everything. So it's like, one more thing is like your credit card has all the information about what you're doing, right? They are collecting all the data and Google is giving you ads in your computer, what you're spending on. So you stop using credit card. But if they have a camera inside a shopping complex, then they can find out what you're doing. Nowadays with, Aadhaar card and everything, marked to your cell phone. So it's going to be a dangerous thing. This is what is happening in China. Every person can be tracked. Luckily it's not happening in India. We are a democratic country. So there are a lot of pros and cons for digitalization. I think social behavior is what is going away from the students. Yeah, more offline classes are also good. Body language, which we used to stress during our generation and stuff. I don't know, in online mode, you don't need any body language. You can just, have any background you want and you.
Now, I don't know, because of this online mode, I don't know, definitely after COVID, I could see students say, I'm depressed. They don't know the meaning of depression. It is a very, high level word. Daily we are low or high or what, they say that I'm depressed. And stress, lot of stress. Madam, so many subjects. And no, these are all after COVID, only we could hear. So that also we have to definitely look into that, how to tackle this situation. And in fact, we can ask the students, how can we?
I just want to add one point here. Sir, I will just I'm not going against you, but I am a teacher who always believes that if you're good, you don't need to take attendance. See, this is not a course. I mean, I don't feel we are in school anymore. It's a management institute. I always tell my students, my subject is economics. It's highly technical, especially for engineering. And when I teach pharma biotech, it becomes a challenge to, the acceptability to the subject is very low, because they feel like we are going to go into the pharma industry. Economics, I mean, what am I going to know? What am I going to do? What the government has to do? Is it important for me to know the budget? Does demand supply really matter? The question is, I always feel that attendance should not be the priority. We should not scan them at any point, being students. If a teacher is good, I am guaranteeing I have told this to my students in my class, that it's okay. You don't bother about attendance. If I'm not adding value to you as a teacher, you rather spend your time outside rather than being here physically, okay, not retaining anything I'm teaching, thinking about if I was somewhere else, I would have been better off. So your opportunity cost is very high sitting in the classroom. So I always tell the students, if you are here, you make up your mind that you're physically here, you're mentally here in a classroom. Otherwise, you can be somewhere where your heart really wants to take you. And trust me, sir, I mean, the attendance automatically goes up. So I think we underestimate the students. When you put restrictions, generally is that you want to break it. When you keep it free, you will attract them. So this is something which I have experienced. Second thing, I think technology is not also bad. I use a lot of YouTube. I mean, gone are the days when I tell the students, do you read newspapers? They turn back and tell me, ma'am, who reads newspapers? We have an app today. So, yeah, so newspaper physically, like really, So yes, I run a lot of YouTube videos where I theoretically teach a subject, but these tools which I have used have helped the students to understand how you can relate it practically. As the first session said, we cannot do any practical demonstration of theory in a class. It is not possible unless and until you get into the industry and really understand the nuances. But what we could do, that whatever we teach you in theory, okay, if you do a case, you know how it's applied. Okay, if you are relating to a news, I'm talking about my subject. I don't know how much it would help the pharma core subjects, but yes, my students, that would have come to another level where today they have started reading the newspaper. They relate to budget. They are able to understand how the RBI works in terms of monetary policy. Okay, if a tax increases, how will it pinch their pocket? Okay, how will it pinch the industry? How will decision making change? So management is all about decision making. You are doing all this to become better managers where you can take independent decisions in the industry tomorrow. So I think I feel technology is not all that bad. That's what I have to say. Thank you.
Yeah, all that till now we have been speaking and we have been expressing our own ideas and our own concepts. I think from students, can a few of you tell what kind of transformations, digital transformations, and what kind of digital facilitation you are expecting and you want? Yeah, yeah.
You can talk loudly.
Hello, sir. So what I feel is like has already the syllabus for us, BPharm is already outdated. So now that digital transformation is taking place, maybe we can incorporate artificial intelligence and machine learning courses into the BPharm curriculum. And we can go with the model similar to what Ireland is doing. The Irish government is sponsoring in pharma industry 4.0, where the government has built up pharma industries with their own budget and also provides interns, including the graduate, undergraduate, as well as postgraduate students to get an opportunity to work in pharma 4.0, and hence they can work it later on. So I think you are in our curriculum. So I feel that we should incorporate courses like artificial intelligence and machine learning and give the opportunity for graduates, undergraduates to work here.
Okay, just one. Yeah, okay. You are talking about the updating of the syllabus and introduction of the advanced technologies which are used in industries to be taught or practiced in colleges in learning. That is, there are two limitations for that. One is the syllabus is framed by the regulatory bodies, either universities or in case of BPharm or MPharm, it is Pharmacy Council. And okay, that is a limitation, but even still, there is no problem that if we give some extra teaching like what you have said in colleges, provided that the students have to take these extracurricular aspects seriously and they should be interested, because they do not appear in examination, because we can't give them an examination because some people may object that if this is not there in syllabus, then it will create a lot of legal problems. This can be done with this kind of facilitation. So the digitalization and digital transformation can be a facilitation in academic procedures and processes, and also it can work as an enhanced teaching and advanced teaching. So that the institutions can do, and there is no bar for that, why you are giving extra learning or extra teaching or advanced technologies. I think that will go, that is as per the quality policy of the institution and the interest of the students and all. if many students are interested, that we are interested to learn these kind of new things and all, then I think that institution can do to a certain extent.
Yes. Yeah, let me add to that. We are in a management college. So we are AICT approved program. This is a AICT approved program, 2-year program. So we are having the authority to change the syllabus according to the scenario. So every year what we are doing according to the scenario, say for example, 2020, digital, everything become digital and people want to do your student know what is digital marketing. So we included digital marketing and excluded some topics which are there very theoretical, and we made it practical to the students in such a way that the students are learning what is the digital marketing. And now the data visualization, data analytics, pharmaceutical analytics. So all these subjects have been introduced, and accordingly we call the expertise from the industry to ensure that the students are learning. This is one. And number two, as sir said, sir, thanks to COVID, Coursera came into even, actually Coursera is there for past 5 to 7 years. I
Ma'am,
could see
Coursera,
that.
I did my first course in Coursera in 2010.
Actually, that's what. So 7 years before Coursera, I could hear, but people were not bothered. But soon after the COVID, we all, including the students, we have taken the Coursera and we have done some of the other, certification program, which are all relevant to our, subject, whether it is marketing or whether it is operations or finance and so on. Apart from that, UGC, there is a SWAYAM. So we have introduced that also to the students, unless until they are taking minimum of 2 courses, definitely we won't pass them. Like that we came into, so that what is happening, the students were at home, we don't know what they are doing. As we rightly said, we don't know whether they are hearing whatever we are blabbering or what, we don't know, during COVID. So we made it sure that they have to take minimum 2 courses. So even today it is continuing. Definitely it is giving a value addition. And now as far as management students are concerned, this is what I learned as academician. 3 things you need in your life soon after you enter into your marketing. 1, data, how to put the data and how to analyze. That is the Excel, advanced Excel. Soon after the advanced Excel, analysis, how to analyze, how to come out with the presentation, how you are presenting. Doctors are not having time at all to tell about your product. Within 1 minute, 1 second, in fact, they are giving, right? So this is very important. Here, yes, AI playing a major role that definitely the students are doing. And so we are also giving a lot of input to the students, and the cooperation is really needed from your end. Yeah.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
I just want to add one thing, since it's about, employability is a very important question. Why there is a subject in a, syllabus, right? So yes, we are talking about digital transformation. I think give it 5 years, 6 years. Pharma is a baby when it comes to, you have just entered this field. So we give you this as a subject, the question next would be how employable you will become, immediately after a year, if you take this as a specialization. So definitely I do see that coming into the syllabus big way, because you talk about Cipla, you talk about Juventus, so you talk about the core pharma industries are getting into digital marketing big time. So give it some time. I think that transformation would happen. Yeah.
Thank you.
Good question.
It's a really simple answer to your question. See, if you are interested in something, like ma'am said, Coursera is there, NTPL is even this Harvard had these videos, so
Yeah.
you can do it if you are
Yes,
interested.
sir. Actually, the thing is, there are so many courses that we do online that the real touch, the doubts that we get, that get clarified in offline courses only.
No, in Coursera,
Yes,
if somebody is instructing, you can ask questions and the moderator will answer you.
Yes, I've tried that. But the thing is, it's usually very late. The responses go late. in Coursera. And also it in some colleges they offer premium accounts. Thank you for
Yes.
that answer.
Okay, now I think it's we have exceeded the time and we have to end the session. And ma'am, every student after getting the job, after seeing the TDS in their account, they'll appreciate the economics. After the first month salary will teach them economics is most important, which they have not learned properly.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, moderator sir, and all the panelists. It was a wonderful. Although it was the last panel discussion, but informative and lot of information you got. All the students got benefited. So to felicitate moderator and the panelists, I request B. Lakshmi ma'am to come to the dais, and our own Kuldeep Solanki sir. Kuldeep Solanki sir, founder director of RXC SCM. Please do come, sir. Students, please coordinate. Come. So, Lakshmi ma'am to facilitate Chitra ma'am and sir, Madhu Reddy sir. Chitra ma'am. Chitra ma'am. Ma'am, already given a photograph. Now, Madhu Reddy sir. Lakshmi ma'am to felicitate Madhu Reddy sir. Now I request Kuldeep Solanki sir to felicitate Rajesh Sonti sir. Kuldeep sir. Shawl. Sir, Rajesh sir. Yeah. Thank you, sir, Kuldeep sir, for coming. Yes. Thank you very much, Rajesh sir. Wonderfully moderated on time. And I also request Kuldeep sir to felicitate Jharna ma'am also. Thank you very much, ma'am. Thank you very much. Now I request Madhuri Joshi to come, and Kuldeep sir, please felicitate Madhuri Joshi as participation. We want to certify some of the people who are very core in our training. Madhuri Joshi. Sir, certificate. Nasruddin Chishti. We are at the last of this session. We would like to reward all the students post a presentation. So I request Chokalingam sir to come to the dais. Madhumita Manna ma'am to come to the dais. Smita Kulkarni ma'am to come to the dais. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Abhi apna students ka ma'am, be there. So we'll start with the poster presentation. We'll start with poster presentation. So announce karo poster presentation ki jo hai na winner. So all the posters were wonderful, but based on the evaluation by our evaluator, top 3, ma'am, please come. Top 3 poster presentation we would like to reward, and the first is poster presentation. All the 3 we would like to best poster presentation, Siddesh, Varun, Rashi. I request Chokalingam sir to present the trophy. Chokalingam sir. Siddesh, Varun and Rashi, please come. And then I would like to invite Mr. Dheeraj. Wonderful presentation from Manipal. I request Madhumita Manna ma'am to give to Dheeraj. Please come in. Just to save time. Siddesh, go. Wonderful presentation. Wonderful. Hagi ja thoda photo khich. Certificates. And out of these 20 presentations, wonderful. Now I request Smita Kulkarni ma'am to present to the top 3, one of the best presentation, Shreya and Himansi. Please come, Shreya and Himansi. It was a wonderful presentation. It was a new addition to our LPC. First time we did this poster presentation in that way. It was a wonderful response from every one of you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Your thought process, creativity is really very good. Due to the time constraint, we could not give much time to you, but definitely in our LPC virtual session, we would invite all the students to show their things, and we can come dedicate 1 week to students to showcase what are the thought process for pharmaceutical industry. And then with that, we would like to also felicitate some of the core team members who have done relentlessly to organize this entire session. And one of them is Mr. Tushar. So I request B. Lakshmi ma'am. Tushar is the student lead who has organized everything. So Tushar, thank you very much. It is a really wonderful organization by students. If you can observe from morning to evening, they are coordinating everything. So wonderful coordination in all aspects. Thank you very much. Okay, so some of us also, ICS Verma sir, core team member of our LPC. So I request ma'am to present this. He is a moderator, but due to the throat problems, he could not moderate. He is a core team member.
And yes, the man behind the show. Well, he could anchor everybody, but he couldn't anchor himself. So I had to do that for him. So once again, 3 cheers for Yashwant Mishra for LPC 150 Conclave. 3 cheers for Yashwant Mishra. Wonderful. Looking forward to one such at Dubai. Okay. Yes, yes. Al Habibi. I request Tushar to coordinate. Yes. Before giving vote of thanks, Tushar to coordinate and give certificates to all the coordinators who have done a wonderful job. Right? Not from only the organizing committee, everyone wonderful.
Now I request stage committee to come on stage. Vinakonda Sai Anila. Aditi Avasti. Nirja Ramesan. Divya Tripathi. Kirti Reddy. Adhiraj Derle. Diya Srivastav. Isha Sharma. Shreya. Ritik. Pranjal. Abhay. Abhay Rathi. Jeet Soni. Abhay Rathi. Jeet Soni. Tanvi Remulkar. Jaya Lakshmi. हाँ. ज्ञानेश्वर अल्लाद. वैभव चिंचोले. वैभव चिंचोले. लहू गोगले. अदिति अवस्थी. गार्गी. पारमिता. अंकुर. Yes. अंकुर. अतुल ठाकुर. श्री लक्ष्मी. समीरा. समीरा रेड्डी. हिमांशी जगत. हिमांशी. फ्लाइडन. लीलाधर. फ्लाइडन. नेक्स्ट वन. वैभव शिंदे. ऋषभ सूर्यवंशी. प्रहलाद बारटे. प्रहलाद. दिया श्रीवास्तव. ईशा शर्मा. समीर. पीयूष. दीपक प्रभु. His name is Lulu. Deepak Prabhu. Kishore. Shreyash. Mahesh Patil. Vishwajit Nimbalkar. Ajay Kumar. Ajay Kumar. Himanshi.
अपना दोनों का लास्ट में अपने बाकी सब हो गया। हाँ, यही दोनों बचेंगे।
Sir.
And last to Tushar Saidane. Wonderful job, wonderful job, wonderful job. Go round. And last but not least, the force behind the entire organization with Tushar, Mr. Amanpreet Singh. So, sir, Amanpreet sir, trophy. So wonderful job, Amanpreet. Trophy along with bouquet, along with certificate. Love, come. Wonderful, wonderful. Trophy circle. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, everyone. Now, for giving vote of thanks, I request Arpan Kumar Paul, our core team member of LPC, to give vote of thanks. Arpan. Thank you. So, good evening, a tired good evening once again. Hope to rejuvenate you once again. How many of us remember the movie Diwar? Amitabh Bachchan, Shashi Kapoor. किसी को याद नहीं. उसमें अमिताभ had a famous dialogue. मेरे पास बंगला है, गाड़ी है, कार है, ये है, वो है. और बेचारा शशि कपूर क्या कहता है? मेरे पास मां है. So think if Diwar movie was made today, what would have Amitabh Bachchan said? मेरे पास BMW है, मेरे पास क्या है? Mercedes Benz है, Audi है, and Shashi Kapoor would have said, मेरे पास garage है, parking space है. Because now the problem is not buying a car, it's finding a space to keep the car. In life also, we need car. C stands for caring. Care for the people who you truly associate with, whom you love. Always care for them, because when you care for them, you will get love from them and you will get warmth and caring from them as well. A stands for acceptance. There are many things in life which we don't like, but still we have to accept them. Most of them are our books. We don't like our books, but then we have to accept them. R stands for reject. If you are not having a good relationship with somebody, reject it. Instead of carrying the dampened relationship for a lifetime, better rejecting it today. And there is another R to it, that is known as rise. How to rise? For every problem that we have to rise above the problem so that the problem gets smaller and smaller. We have heard that even from space, we can see the Great Wall of China. It is a small line, but when we see it from front, we see it huge. But the moment you rise above the Great Wall of China, the size
diminishes and diminishes. So are our problems in life. The moment you sit on a problem, the problem becomes bigger. But the moment you start to rise above the problem becomes smaller and smaller. So this is what LPC is. LPC is a constant learning and sharing platform. We started when the world closed its doors because of COVID, and we opened the doors to digital learning. What people thought, what we even did not think that we will be able to sustain this, continue this for so long, but we could do it because of all of you. It is said that if you want to walk fast, walk alone. But if you want to walk far, take others along. So we have done exactly that. We have first taken pharma companies with us, and gradually we started taking pharma students in our fold. And now you have also become a part of this wonderful Life Pharma Coalition family. So carry the torch of learning and development as you turn from students to professional. The campus to corporate journey should be really interesting, should be really eventful, and very engaging and meaningful. So on behalf of Life Pharma Coalition, this is Arpan Kumar Paul, wishing all of you a very, very successful career. And who knows, we might find you in our organizations in the coming days, holding wonderful positions. So all the best to all of you. Till we meet once again, goodbye, thank you, and God bless all of you. What's the name? Abde Ali.
हाँ सर, हाँ. And Adarsh Tamle.
And one group photograph with all the people who are now serious. See, those people with other agendas have already gone, and this is the actual team who are, I could say, very serious about your attendance and understanding the conclave. All of you come here. We'll have a photograph. Quickly, come. Now who? It is what it is. हाँ, हुआ ना बस बात करो.
Nanya.
ऐसे कहते हैं.
मी तो बरा तुम्हारे
किशोर
विश्वजीत
Two hospitals. Participation is important that the students are being out there. Otherwise, these days, only the students, those who are not otherwise, people just escape without. Yes.